Some stories are written to scare you. This one was written to make you distrust the safe place you call home. This is a third-person retelling of 56 Days by Catherine Ryan Howard, a story inspired by a simple, chilling question: what if the pandemic lockdown wasn't protection, but a perfect trap? First published in 2021, the psychological thriller has since gripped readers worldwide. Its author, Catherine Ryan Howard, a USA Today bestselling writer known for The Nothing Man and Rewind, builds dread masterfully. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted for the screen. All 8 episodes premiered on Prime Video on February 18, 2026. Here, the visuals are created by today's technology. They may not be scene accurate, but they will help you visualize the tension. And listen closely. The chapters jump through time. Today, 56 days ago, 26 days ago. I've added timestamps below the video, so don't let the confusion break your focus. By the end, you may find yourself questioning how well you ever really know the person sleeping next to you. And at the end of this video, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, behind-the-scenes details from the TV adaptation, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. Lock the door. Hide the phone. The story begins. Today. The woman from number 4 stands apart from the 2 gardaí, keeping the required distance. She points toward a ground-floor apartment in the corner of the U-shaped complex. That patio is empty. The sliding door is closed. Through thin gray curtains, a ceiling light glows. None of the other residents know whose apartment that is. They exchange pleasantries at the letterboxes and trash cans, hear each other's televisions and cooking smells, but never learn names. Even during these weeks of staying home, they have avoided acknowledging one another on balconies and in the courtyard. The crisis camaraderie they have watched in online videos never took hold here. Everyone still expects normal life to return soon. A government announcement is coming later today. One guard twists his head, looking up at the neighbors. He pulls down his face mask with a blue-gloved hand, revealing pudgy cheeks. He calls out that it is a false alarm and waves for them to go back inside. When no one moves, he shouts again, more firmly. One by one, the residents retreat. Most leave their sliding doors open, drinking coffee just inside where they can see without being seen. Couples mutter that they have a right to know what is happening. Solo occupants wonder about burglary or something worse, and how long it would take for anyone to notice if something happened to them. Sirens approach. 56 days ago. He tells her to go ahead. They are both about to join the self-service checkout line at Tesco. She has just realized her bottled water has fruit flavor added, which she will not drink, and has stopped walking. She looks up and sees him waiting politely, leaving space for her to enter the line first. He is taller than her, about the same age, solid without being muscular. His dark hair is thick and messy but clearly took effort to style. He wears a blue suit with a navy tie and light blue shirt, but the jacket sleeves are creased, the shoulders bunched, the tie pulled off center and hanging unevenly. His collar is open, his cheeks flushed above patchy stubble. He is so attractive that she instantly understands. He lives in a different world than she does, one where his face grants pre-approval before he enters any room. She wonders what that does to a person. There is intensity simmering beneath his surface. She imagines a whole life for him. Working hard, playing harder, nicknames for friends at the pub, running off bad calories, someone he looks at with tender eyes. She waves her water bottle and says she has the wrong one, then turns back toward the fridges. She feels his eyes on her as she walks away. Her heart pulses with promise. He calls out about her bag as she exits the supermarket onto the street. She turns toward the voice and finds him standing in the next doorway looking at her. His sandwich is tucked under his arm, getting squished. A hint of a grin is on his face, along with something else she cannot quite identify. She stops, confused, looking down at the blue canvas tote with the space shuttle piggybacking on an airplane over Manhattan. He clarifies that he means the bag. She thanks him and starts to explain it is from a museum. He finishes her sentence, naming the Intrepid, and asks if she has been. She says yes, adding a casual once, so she does not sound too impressed with herself. He asks if it was good. She hesitates. This is the small choice that changes things. She knows the big decisions are not the ones that plot a course, marriage, houses, jobs, but tiny moments like this. Her options, a flippant answer that ends this now, or something that opens a door. She keeps a screenshot of a Lincoln quote about discipline, but discipline has never been her problem. Fear is. Courage might be choosing between what you want now and what you want the most. What she wants now is to walk away, to stay safe. What she wants the most is a full life, even with pain and risk. She grips the tote handles, imagining her future self pushing her forward. She ignores the heat rising in her body, reminds herself this is just a conversation. She says yes, but adds that Kennedy Space Center was better. He blinks, straightens, steps closer. She steps closer too after moving aside for a stroller. He says he has never met someone who can name all 5 space shuttles. She replies she still has not met someone who knows there are 6. She bites her lip as heat floods her cheeks, immediately regretting it. He says, 6? She has already ruined it, so she makes sure. She recites to the pavement by her right foot. Challenger lost during launch in 1986. Columbia lost during re-entry in 2003. Atlantis, Endeavour, and Discovery on display, but also Enterprise, the test vehicle that never reached space but was the first orbiter, which is what people usually mean by space shuttle. Enterprise is at the Intrepid. Excruciating silence. She lifts her head to meet his eye, preparing to mumble a lie about needing to get back to work, lifting her foot to scurry away. He asks if he can buy her a coffee. He leads her past the pretentious coffee spots, the slow-roasting cafe, the misspelled one with a slash, the vintage van naming levels of tiredness, into a bland chain instead. He asks if this is okay. She says it is great, explaining she likes her coffee served in a bucket at a reasonable price. He says he has passed the first test. He winks. She laughs nervously. On the walk here, he told her his name is Oliver. He works for an architecture firm as an architectural technologist, not designing buildings, but figuring out how to build them, mostly spreadsheets and emails. He said yes, it is what he wanted to do once he accepted he was never going to be an astronaut. He asked what she does. She explained she works for a tech company with a European hub nearby, held up her lanyard, and he read her name, Chiara. They exchanged, "Nice to meet yous." At the counter, she orders a cappuccino. He orders 2 large. He suggests taking them to go, maybe finding a seat by the canal. She tries not to look too pleased. She watches him pay with a crisp €10 note, notices the teenage barista stealing glances at him. She traces the lines of his body under his clothes, wonders what his skin feels like, imagines his arms around her. Then she tries not to. She does not put sugar in her cappuccino, even though she normally does, thinking that if this becomes something, she will never be able to add sugar again. Outside, the sun breaks through. The canal bank is busy, but they find a spot on the wall by the service station near the lock. He pries the lid off his coffee to sip. She resists telling him it will go cold faster, but lets him know about the foam on his upper lip. He asks about Kennedy Space Center, wanting things that will make him jealous. She describes the bus tour past launch pads and the vehicle assembly building, the famous blue countdown clock, the IMAX cinema and rocket garden, the ride that tilts you upright to simulate launching, the Apollo Center with a Saturn V rocket on its side. The shuttle Atlantis revealed unexpectedly. A video ends, a screen slides up, and there it is at an angle with cargo bay doors open, as if flying through space. People gasped. She went back to watch other people's faces. She sees his bemused expression and panics, explaining she had wanted to go since childhood, so it felt like walking around in a dream. A long moment passes. He says he really wants to go. Relief. She says he should. He admits he hates the heat. She reassures him about air conditioning and misting machines, mentioning she went in March, and it was nice. He asks if it was a girls' trip. She pretends not to notice he is fishing. She says it was primarily work, a tech conference in Orlando, so she slipped away to geek out without an audience. She turns to look at the canal. The water is still reflections defined. Office workers and runners cross the lock planks by a deep water sign. Watching them makes her nervous. She feels his eyes on her. He guesses Cork originally. She confirms, adding that her family moved to the Isle of Man when she was 7. He says he has never met anyone who lived there. She smiles, assures him thousands do, explains her father grew up there and thought she would want to. She admits she did not at the time, but it was all right in the end. She asks about him. He says Kilkenny, but they moved around. She asks how long he has been in Dublin. He calculates 6.5 weeks, arriving on a Tuesday. She asks where he was 7 weeks ago. London, he says. He asks about her. She mimics his pause and says next Monday will be 7 days. He thought he was the newbie. She laughs, claims she wins. He asks where she was before. Cork since college, she says. She went to Swansea, class of 2017. His face shows him doing the math. She almost offers her age but knows that is not how the game is played. She asks where he went. Newcastle, he says flatly. She senses something changed, that she lost him. She has no clue what did it. He says he's going to be late back a fraction before checking his watch. He stands. She stands too, not knowing what to do. She lies that she better go as well and thanks him for the coffee. He chews his bottom lip, deciding something. He starts to say he was going to see a new Apollo documentary on Monday night at a tiny cinema. He asks if she wanted to go see it together. She opens her mouth, brain catching up with the change, of course. He jumps into the pause with an embarrassed comment about being bad at this. She wants to tell him he is not, and she does not believe he thinks he is, but mostly she does not want to have to respond to him calling this a this in case he did not mean what she hopes. She flashes a reassuring smile and says that sounds great. He says he will book the tickets. They arrange to meet outside his building at 5:30 on Monday. He gives her his number. She texts him so he has hers. They walk back together as far as his office, then wave goodbye. She does not take a deep breath until her back is turned. And so it begins. Today, Lee has the roads to herself despite it being Friday morning rush hour. She reaches Kimmage quickly and finds a parking space directly outside the house. The street is still. Residents have lost their reasons to get up early. No commutes for weeks, no school runs, no tourists. Even the early morning joggers from the start of lockdown have tapered off. The nation's motivation is waning. She wonders how many sourdough starters have been thrown in the bin. She rolls down the window and settles in to drink her coffee. The coffee she had to watch someone make with gloved hands and theatrical caution, as if diffusing a bomb. Its cost included forced sanitizing of her already chapped hands before and after collecting. It has 2 sugars instead of her preferred 3, because the barista had to add them, and she was too embarrassed to ask for more. She refuses to let it go cold after risking life and limb. With her free hand, she pulls down the visor and inspects her face in the mirror. Her roots need doing badly. The brunette has grown down to her ears, ending in a blunt line. Her hair was wet when she left home and is now drying into its trademark helmet of electrified frizz. She thought she put on makeup, but it has cleaned itself off in the last half hour. The tan foundation smudge on her white shirt collar is the only evidence it was ever there. She really needs to get her shit together. Part of her wishes she had a desk job that could be done from home. She fantasizes about being one of those women living alone, finally able to establish a skincare routine and a yoga practice with the YouTuber everyone raves about, to crack healthy food cookbooks, to go for long walks along beaches and cliff tops. Emerging from lockdown as Lee 2.0, she would settle for painting her living room and losing half a stone. But there are no beaches or cliff tops within 2 kilometers of her front door. Hardware shops are closed, and there is no lockdown for her. She is still at work. Her phone beeps with a new text message. She knows who it is before looking. Carly. Detective Sergeant Carl Connolly. She added the Y to annoy him. The message asks, "BTA?" She does not pick up the phone, takes another slow sip of coffee. When it beeps a second time, she curses, shoves the coffee into the cup holder, and climbs out. The house looks exactly as it did the only other time she was here. A narrow, 2-story red brick terrace that would sell for $500,000 if mint, but it is crumbling. Rotting window frames, paint peeling off the front door. A skip in the driveway half full with 70s furniture and broken things. It was there last time too. She remembers the cracked salmon-colored bathroom sink because her parents had one just like it. This house was a work in progress without much progress, and now its renovation is on pause. She should ring the doorbell. She is not in a charitable mood. Instead, she goes to the front window, touches her fingers under the cement sill, and finds the hollow she was told about, and the key inside. She lets herself in stealthily. The house is still, the air musty and stale. No carpets on the ground floor, only bare, dusty floorboards. A hideous swirl of shit brown and bright orange clings to the staircase. She starts up, moving slowly, testing her weight on each step to avoid a creak. There is no noise, but the quiet has a deliberateness to it. Someone is maintaining it. He is not asleep, but awake and waiting. Maybe he even heard her come in. She reaches the landing. 4 doors. One open onto a room with building materials. Another shows a bathroom mid-update. A third looks like it hides a boiler. The fourth, to the front of the house, is the master bedroom. That door has been pulled closed but is not fully shut. She pauses outside, then kicks it open with such force it hits the wall with a thunderclap. The first thing she sees is the wallpaper, an acid trip of bright blue paisley that hurts her eyes. Then the smell hits, sweat, sex, and alcohol, trapped and cooking in the warm air. She should have worn a mask. God only knows what is floating around in here. She asks what seems to be the problem. Carl is lying on the bed, presumably naked under the fitted sheet he has somehow lifted off the bottom corners and draped across his lower half. His arms are outstretched, hands higher than his shoulders like Christ on the cross. His wrists are not nailed but handcuffed to the headboard. She frowns at the 2 sets, asking where he got the second lot. He groans, telling her to lap it up. She fully intends to. He says he could have sworn he heard her pull up 5 minutes ago. She asks how long he has been like this, all night. She asks if he slept. He dozed, then asks through a wince if she could free him before the interrogation continues. He would get better treatment in the cells. She asks how he texted her. Siri, he says, nodding toward his phone on the bedside table. She notes Siri got a letter wrong in the last one. He tells her to take her time. She says he is lucky she came at all and that she is dying to find out what Plan B was. He says he knows this is the best thing that has ever happened to her, but he cannot actually feel his hands. She indulges an eye roll before relenting, fishing her keys from her pocket and moving toward the bed. She tells him to hang on to that fitted sheet. He scoffs, saying she would love a look. She reminds him she has had a look but barely remembers it. It was not particularly memorable. She pulls his right wrist toward him. He yelps, and she works the key into the lock. She asks where she is, who she is. He does not know, on both counts. She calls him ever the romantic. He comments on how long she is taking. The key clicks. She ratchets the cuff open enough to slide it off. His arm drops onto the bed like a dead weight. He tries to bend it but only manages a few degrees before spitting out curses, closing his eyes, and giving up. She asks if the keys are even here, moving to the other side. He says the woman took them with her, told him she was going to flush them down the toilet. Joke is on her because it is not even connected. Lee makes a face, asking where he is going. A porta potty out by the shed, he says. She asks if the woman knew that before she came back. No, he grins, adding that she came over and came. Lee threatens to lock him back up if he finishes that sentence. When the second set is removed, Carl lurches forward, wincing as he tries to bring his arms closer, increasing the vehemence and range of his swears with every inch. He says his arms feel like they are on fire. She says let that be a lesson. She steps back from the bed and asks if this mysterious angry woman lives less than 2 kilometers away. He does not know, did not ask. She curses at him, saying he will end up on Snapchat at the rate he is going, and even she will not be able to save his arse then. A relatively new phenomenon. Gardaí, named and shamed on social media. The last one that caught higher-ups' attention was a video clip from a house party hosted by a known drug dealer, at which a Garda currently stationed in the district was a seemingly enthusiastic and friendly guest. Carl says he did not tell the woman he was a guard, as if that were preposterous, even though he managed to get locked in 2 sets of handcuffs during a sex game with a stranger, whose visit also breached COVID restrictions. Lee asks where he told her he got the handcuffs from. He did not. He starts to say they were not doing much talking. She cuts him off, telling him to do even less of it now. She looks down at the second set of cuffs she is still holding and sees a mark in blue paint near the lock and 2 initials scratched into the metal by the hinge. E.M. She shakes her head, saying his name with disbelief. He asks what. He looks up at her, at the cuffs, back at her face. He has managed to bring his arms into his lap but is rigid, like his entire upper body is encased in an invisible plaster cast. She tells him not to what her. These are Eddie's. Blue paint, initials. That is what it said on the report the poor guy had to file because he thought he had lost them. Carl says Eddie did lose them. He forgot to take them off a coked-up idiot they hauled out of a house party in Trinity Hall a few weeks back. Lee says Eddie is already on thin ice. Carl says Eddie is shit. Lee asks if it would occur to him to help the guy out a little bit. Carl says he is helping him out of the force because he does not belong in it. Lee's phone starts to ring. The number on the screen belongs to the station on Sundrive Road. She wonders why someone would be calling when she and Carl are not due on shift for another half hour, and why not just hail them on the radio? A male voice she recognizes as Steven says they have a problem. He asks if she can talk. She says yes, go on. He explains a call came in at dawn from their friend over at the Crossings, the One Woman Residents Association. They assumed it would be another waste of time, so they sent Ant and Dec. Lee reacts with disbelief. The unit's 2 newest members look like confirmation boys, one called Declan, earning them the nickname inspired by the youthful TV presenters. Steven says they did not think it would be anything. The same caller has been reporting every other day that her neighbors have friends over. Lee asks what it was this time. There is a body in one of the ground floor apartments, and not a pajamas in their own bed kind. Lee swears. Steven says luckily she called an ambulance too, and Paul Phillips was driving it. As soon as he arrived on scene, he realized what it was and told Ant and Dec they had better call Mummy and Daddy. Lee imagines 2 green bananas alone together at a crime scene with no senior officer. She already sees any hope of a successful prosecution getting further away with each passing inexperienced second. She pinches the bridge of her nose, closes her eyes. When she opens them, Carl is looking at her questioningly. Steven admits he knows this is bad, but they did not think. Lee cuts him off, saying they will talk about the not thinking later. She is with Carl. They will go straight there now. She tells him to text her the full address, send a few cars, tech bureau, and pathologist too. If anyone else gets there before them, tell them to set up the cordon. No one leaves. Then call Ant and Dec back and tell them one needs to stand outside the apartment door and the other needs to meet her outside the building, and they are not to so much as breathe until she gets there. Keep this off the air until she hears from him again. She tells him to start praying. This gets unfucked before their super gets wind of it. He says he has got it. After she ends the call, Lee throws Eddie's cuffs onto the bed in a high arc, hitting Carl square between the legs with their full weight, sending him into a spasm of new pain. She does not wait for him to recover. She tells him to get dressed. They need to go. Now. 53 days ago. Kiara arrives 20 minutes early to avoid the worst-case scenario. Him not being there but watching from somewhere else as she waits like a fool. She buys a coffee at the Starbucks around the corner, sips it at an outdoor table while watching the time. At the half hour, she waits a minute more before leaving, crunching on a chalky mint to ward off coffee breath. He is the first thing she sees when she turns onto the main street. There, where he said he would be, waiting. Relief floods her veins. He turns and waves. She waves back, doing her best to look like she has dashed here straight from the office. He is dressed as he was on Friday, though the tie is a different color. A beat-up leather messenger bag rests across his body. He has no coat or jacket. She has gone for standard work clothes but made an effort. A black shirt dress over black boots and tights, her trusty green winter coat, black handbag. It is odd to see him now, smiling and coming toward her. She has managed to forget in the 70-odd hours since she last saw him how striking he is, what it feels like to look into those eyes and have them look back. He stretches out an arm to greet her with a hug before she has a chance to worry about different expectations. The hug is loose and polite, one-armed on either side, not intimate. But she gets a whiff of whatever scent he sprayed on himself in the last 5 minutes, and to be so close to him, to touch him and be touched, is heady and disorienting. Her body's reaction takes her aback. She does not hear what he says immediately after they break away, distracted by the fading heat of the contact. She asks him to repeat himself. He says maybe they should not have hugged, given the cancelled parade. He mentions it is all tourists anyway. The only time he ever did anything for it was when he was abroad. They have cancelled the St. Patrick's Day parade. As they walk up the street, she sees women walking in the opposite direction steal glances at him as they pass. This makes her feel both completely invisible and superior to them simultaneously. They have not even noticed she is there, but she is the one walking with him. She agrees with him about the parade. He tells her that in London, Patrick's Day was one of the biggest nights of the year. A ticketed event at an Irish pub packed to the rafters, leprechaun outfits, drinking green beer, all things they would not be caught dead doing at home. One of his top 10 hangovers ever. His brother had been visiting, which did not help. He asks if she has siblings. She says she is the Irish only child, a rare specimen. He compares her to a unicorn sighting. She suggests leprechaun and smiles, then asks if it is just him and his brother. Just them, he says. She asks if his brother is here. He lives in Perth now, mortgage, kids, pensionable job. He cannot see him ever coming back. He loves the weather. They cross the road. She asks his favorite movie. He thinks his brother's is the second Godfather. She laughs and asks for his Jurassic Park, he says. She says she does not have one, cannot understand how people narrow it down. He feels that way about food. She says she can do categories. Favorite cocktail, favorite pizza, favorite sandwich. He tells her to go on. The sandwich is toasted cheese with mayonnaise on the outside, not butter, the best way to get it golden. Pizza is roast chicken strips and red onion, unbeatable if the ratio is right. Cocktail. She is not a big drinker but likes a French 75, gin and lemon juice, a little sugar syrup, topped with Prosecco or champagne. Basically adult lemonade. He asks where a good one is. She admits she is not discerning enough to know. If it comes in a flute and tastes fizzy, it will do her, and the flute is not a deal breaker. He notes she has only been here a week. She agrees. He says he has been here 6 weeks, so he is practically a Dubliner now. She says certifiable, surely. He says he knows where they can get a nice cocktail near the cinema. He holds out an elbow. She curls her arm around his. They talk about work and TV shows and whether more things will be canceled because of the faraway flu. They stroll through a city that feels quiet even for a Monday night. He tells her multinationals have their people working from home already. She says she knows, and he rolls his eyes at forgetting she works for one. She says she will be shocked if she is still in the office at the end of the week. A few departments have already moved. She thinks she can do her job just as well at home. The problem is thousands of workers sitting within feet of one another in confined space, breathing recirculated air, using the same bathrooms and teaspoons, and dozens come to work fresh from trips to other facilities abroad, having traveled through airports and crowded airplanes. They are acting on potential threat, not reality. Someone got measles last year and it was the same thing, not because the overlords are humanitarians, but because workers being sick affects the bottom line. Better to have them home working, even if it is a total overreaction. He announces they have arrived. While she was talking, he steered her off Grafton Street. They stand in front of a fancy hotel. Low, warm light inside. Lush green foliage drips from the portico. Through gold-edged double-glass doors, she sees an imposing staircase with plush carpeting. A uniformed doorman stands sentry. International flags blow above polished gold lettering spelling out the Westbury. She has heard of it but did not know it was here, only ever in her peripheral vision. He says the bar does amazing cocktails. She says great, trying to sound like she means it. Her eyes are on the doorman, just a bouncer in better shoes. She is hyper-aware of the scuffed toes of her fake leather boots, the thin fabric of her dress, the baubles of wool on her winter coat sleeves. The coat sold at a price suggesting you should be happy to get a month of wear out of it, now in its third winter. If she had known this was where they would be going, she would have worn something else, might have stretched to buy something new. She should have known. Oliver is a man who goes to places like this, who assumes he is welcome, because he is. The face, the suit, the cool confidence. He strides up to the door as if the doorman is not even there. The doorman not only opens the door but greets them both with a wide smile. Having disentangled their linked arms to walk inside, Oliver puts a hand against the small of her back as they ascend the stairs. He's not steering or claiming her but reassuring her. She wonders if he can sense how uncomfortable she is. A glossy brunette staff member greets them at a hostess stand and directs them into the bar, saying, "Right this way," to him from beneath fluttering eyelashes. The bar is a feast of mirrored things and shiny edges, crystal chandeliers and glasses, plush leather upholstery, and marbled surfaces. Hundreds of colored bottles line the wall behind the counter. The lighting is low and warm. A real fire burns at one end. More uniformed staff wait to tend to them. It is like a movie set. For a moment, Chiara feels mesmerized. The place is practically empty, only a handful of patrons sitting around one table by the roaring fire. They are directed away from them to a cozy circular booth at the other end. She hands over her coat to be disappeared to some plush coat room, and tries not to think about the hostess seeing the Primark tag, then chastises herself for thinking about that at all. Oliver gives the hostess his suit jacket without even looking at her. They sit down. He unbuttons his cuffs and starts rolling up his sleeves. His forearms are pale and covered in coarse, dark hair. He wears a silver watch that looks heavy. He asks what she thinks of the bar. She says it is a bit grubby, could really do with sprucing up. He grins and says she should see the bathrooms. They are absolutely disgusting. He asks if the bathrooms are better or worse than those holes in the ground in France. She says he will wish he was in one of them. Their banter feels like rapid gunfire, and after each successful exchange, she feels dizzy with relief, like she has gone over the top in the trenches and made it to cover without taking a hit. A waiter approaches with 2 cocktail menus. Oliver looks to her for the drink name. She orders 2 French 75s. The waiter compliments her choice and asks if he should leave the menus. She says yes, taking one, and thanks him. She tells Oliver she wants to see what else they have, but what she is really looking for is the price. She flicks through, pretending deep interest. She tries not to react when she turns a page and sees it. 24 euros each. Oliver mentions he has drunk about a liter of coffee today and slides out to use the bathroom. She warns him not to fall in the hole. He says if he is not back in 5 minutes, she finishes that she will wait longer. She watches his back disappear, then pulls her handbag onto her lap and fishes for her wallet. She calculates the creased notes inside, enough to cover 2 rounds plus a cab home, just about. He will probably pay, but still. She slides 2 fingers into the little pocket and relaxes slightly when she feels the thin hardness of her debit card. She would rather not use it, but she can if need be. She will figure something out. They have just ordered a 3rd round when he tells her she is not going to believe this. Her cheeks feel warm, her limbs languid, her tongue loose. Not drunk, but drunker than she expected, than she should be. She did not have any lunch. Nerves stole her appetite. She pulls her glass of water closer and silently resolves to drink it all before another sip of alcohol. She tells him to try me. He shows her a flash on his phone. The film started 10 minutes ago. She says he is joking. He suggests they could make a run for it, still on trailers, only a couple minutes away. They both speak at once, she asking if it would be terrible, and him suggesting they just stay here. They laugh. He hates rushing. She does too. He likes drinking. She does too. He says he likes her. She says she is very likable. He laughs, impressed with her. She is a little impressed with herself. She clears her throat, needing to change the subject to come back from the tipsy cliff edge. She asks if he comes here often. He groans. She genuinely wants to know. He admits this is only his 2nd time, the other with work. He pinches his glass stem and slides it back and forth, saying he wanted to come back here with not work. She says she bets. He says that to all the girls. He asks if she likes it. Their eyes meet. She realizes she has not been making much eye contact with him at all, practically sitting side by side. It is just as well because the way he is looking at her now, she never understood the phrase piercing until this moment. He is not just looking at her but in her, through the thin veneer of pretending, as if he has X-ray vision to the real Sierra curled up and careful and desperately trying to protect herself. She looks away to her glass. She says she does like it, but it is not where she would usually be. The alcohol fizzes in her bloodstream, disintegrating walls his gaze has been weakening. She cannot let them fall completely, not on the first date, but she can put her face to a gap. She admits she cannot really afford places like this on the regular. If she had known they would end up here, she would have dressed differently. She was afraid the doorman would stop her and say no, Primark apparel allowed inside. He jokes about the doorman using words like apparel. She playfully slaps his forearm. He says for the record, he thinks she looks lovely. She mumbles thank you to her glass. He says it is just a bit special. He could mean the bar, the drinks, or this night with her in it. She explains what she likes about this place, speaking more slowly than she is thinking. It is hidden. Not a secret, but not on show. You cannot know it is here when you walk past, but come inside and turn a corner and it is revealed. Beauty that has been here all the time, waiting. She loves discovering places like this because it makes her wonder what else is inside all the buildings she walks past every day. A whole hidden city hiding in plain sight. He says so she likes secrets. No, she says, too quickly, too harsh. She repeats it slower and softer. She describes a bar in New York with no sign, no street-facing part, accessible only through a secret door in another bar. He says that sounds exhausting. She agrees. Unnecessary. Just serve good drinks and be nice to people. That kind of thing is a secret, about denying people the truth, the experience, the knowledge, keeping them out of the cool gang. She stops, having lost her train of thought. It is not secrets she likes. It is discovering things new to her that were always there. Secrets are different, destructive, silence. She dares to look at him. For a second she thinks he might kiss her, and she hopes not because she is not ready, not prepared, and definitely a little drunk. Instead he nods, says he knows what she means, then says he has to go to the bathroom again. She notes 3 times in one night. He says he has broken the seal. She says she has to go too, will go when he gets back. He offers to wait. She says she can wait longer, waves him on. When he is gone, she forces herself to finish her water in 3 long gulps. She takes a clean cocktail napkin from the table, folds it neatly, and tucks it inside her bag. The waiter is standing there, smirking conspiratorially. She flashes a guilty smile and calls it a souvenir. He says it is going well then. She thinks so. He thinks so too. He sets down fresh drinks, winks and leaves. When they have both drained their glasses, he suggests they make a move. She is surprised by how late it is, almost 10. He paid the bill while she was in the bathroom. She protests, but not too hard, thanks him. His hand is on the small of her back again, descending the stairs, pressed firmly now. She carries her coat over her arm and can feel the heat of his skin through the thin material of her dress. She hopes he cannot feel the band of her tights sticking into her flesh. She wonders what he can feel. They face their reflections in the dark glass of the doors. She is struck by how good they look, him and her, coupled together. And how quickly this has happened, from strangers in a supermarket line to him beside her, touching her, telling her things. Maybe this can be easy. She assumes they will go somewhere else, have one for the road, maybe late-night fast food. He asks the doorman for a cab. This throws her, but she does not outwardly react. She wants to know where they are getting this cab to, but does not want to threaten the delicate equilibrium. She feels like a time traveler exercising caution because she knows how good the future is and does not want it to change. A cab pulls up. Oliver opens the door and motions for her to get in. She does. He stays outside the car. He is not getting in. He leans down, one hand on the roof, face level with hers. He says he is going to walk home. Disappointment washes over her. She says sure, right. He asks if she is around Thursday evening to actually go see the film this time. She nods, smiles briefly. He says he will text her. She says okay, great. Good night, good night. He closes her door and moves to the front passenger side, where the window is already rolled down. He bends to drop something onto the seat, enough money to cover the fare, she will figure out in a second, and waves at the driver. He gives her another wave as the car pulls away. She does not quite understand what just took place. He wants to see her again, fine, but not anymore tonight? Not now? The driver asks over his shoulder where to. Love. Any confidence she had in her ability to navigate these waters dissipates. She does not have a clue what she is doing. She should just give up now. She says home absently, before realizing he is asking for an address. Today. Lee parks behind a squad car outside the Crossings, a curved apartment complex of smooth gray brick and glass off Harold's Cross Road. Carl finishes his Red Bull as she cuts the engine. She spots a uniform waiting by the main entrance, thumbs hooked into his ballistic vest, shifting weight. She cannot tell if it is ant or deck from this distance and settles on presumed deck for now. No sign of reinforcements yet. She checks her phone for the message she asked Stephen to send. The body is in apartment number 1. She hopes the scene is close to the entrance so fewer people see them arrive. She turns to Carl and asks if he is clear on what he is doing. He says cleaning up the massive soft shit this pair just took. She says this is not their fault, it is whoever sent them out alone, and they do not know what the young guards did yet, so he should try not to go in there being himself. He says funny and attractive. She says an absolute dickhead. He clamps a hand on his chest as if shot. She tells him to cut them some slack. He says she should put something on her bleeding heart. Outside, the uniform hurries toward them. She introduces herself as Detective Inspector Leah Riordan and Carl as Detective Sergeant Carl Connolly. The young guard says his name is Garda Michael Creedon and pulls down his mask. She asks what is going on in brief. He flips open a notebook before answering. This encourages her. He says they got here around 7:30, 7:26. Carl asks if he is sure, not 7:27. The young guard's cheeks color. Lee digs Carl in the ribs and motions for Michael to continue. He clears his throat. One resident was waiting for them, Gillian Fannin from number 4, who made the call. She called in a smell in the hall coming from her neighbor's apartment, number 1, 3 doors away but in the same corridor. She presumed rotting food waste at first, but it got worse. This morning she went to knock, but the door was open, pulled closed but not fully shut, lock not engaged. She pushed it open a couple inches to call out, but the smell was much worse and she retreated, called the station and 999 for an ambulance. She says she did not go inside. The door was as she described when Michael first saw it. It does not seem to lock unless pulled shut. The resident thinks a young guy lives there, 20s or 30s, but has not seen him in maybe a couple of weeks. He checked the letterboxes, only numbers, no names. Lee says good thinking. The paramedic, Paul Phillips, went in briefly, came back out and said this was nothing they could help with, advised calling the station, said he had not touched the body, that it was clearly in an advanced state of decomposition, and he would guess whatever happened a couple of weeks ago. The paramedics are parked around the back. Phillips offered to pronounce death if they did not want to wait for the pathologist. Lee says let them wait and see. She asks if Michael went in. No, Declan did, very briefly. The body is in the bathroom, first door off the hall. From there, Declan could see into the living room and bigger bedroom. Empty apart from that. He was only inside a few seconds. Still plenty of time to destroy evidence, but maybe the blast zone is smaller than she feared. She asks if the front door is the only access. Michael shakes his head. Ground floor apartments have railed-in terraces, easily hopped over. The sliding door to number 1 looks closed from outside, but he did not check if locked. There is also a side gate and 2 fire exits, all alarmed according to Miss Fannin, plus an underground car park. Anyone coming or going? Not in or out this way. One guy tried to leave for a run but went back without much hassle. They do not know about vehicles. She asks if there is a fire exit at the far end of the corridor. Michael nods. So nothing between that exit and apartment 1? A door to the stairwell, he says, but that is it. She nods at Carl, who understands. The fire exit will be their main access. They will need the alarm system disabled first. She tells Michael she is leaving him with Carl to organize things while she goes inside. She says more hands should arrive any second, and once they do, she wants the car park blocked off and the place secured. She hopes number 4 is just an early riser and all neighbors are still asleep. Michael winces. No such luck. When they arrived, they tried the side entrance, pushed it open, and it turned out to be an emergency exit. The fire alarm went off throughout the building, woke everybody up. By the time they located Miss Fannin in the courtyard, they had an audience, residents on their balconies watching. Carl mutters. Lee says the main thing is making sure everyone stays put. She tells Carl she is going inside, asks if he is good out here. Yes, boss. She turns and heads inside. One glass door is propped open with a fire extinguisher. The smell hits her as soon as she crosses the threshold. A sign directs her right to apartment 1, but the corridor curves so she cannot tell how far away the door is. A door is open directly behind her, and the morning air is fresh, yet she can already smell it. The cloying, pungent aroma of rotting human flesh, cheap perfume past its use-by date mixed with meat left to turn in the sun. It is not that bad in the lobby, but bad enough to know how bad it will get. She thinks of poor Declan standing outside the apartment door this entire time. She rummages in her blazer pockets and finds the end of a packet of silver mints. 2 clean, 1 fuzzy with lint. She puts them back. She takes a face mask from another pocket and snaps the bands around her ears. The lobby is small but bright, with glass doors opposite leading to a central courtyard. She does not go out but scans through the glass. A pleasant area landscaped with trees, benches, a water feature. The building bends in a U shape, wrought iron gates filling the open end. Emergency vehicle access. 3 floors, about 30 apartments. Ground floor units have railed-in patios, low open railings easily climbed. No one in the courtyard she can see. She turns back. Next to the main doors is a brand new hand sanitizer dispenser with an electronic sensor. The liquid is lemongrass. Fancy. The steel holder where a fire extinguisher should be is below frame notices. House rules with 23 instructions, a government COVID-19 sheet with 3 recommendations, and emergency procedures. She calls the management company number, gets an answering machine telling her to call a different number outside hours. She checks the time, 8:45. She dials the second number from memory, gets the same voicemail. She leaves her name, rank, number, and a demand for an immediate callback. She turns to the letterboxes, 4 rows of slim stainless steel doors. She pulls on blue latex gloves. She uses an index finger to open the flap of box marked 1 and bends to look inside. A slim white envelope, no visible text. She starts down the corridor past lifts. Motion-activated fluorescents flick on as she goes. The corridor curves left, revealing 3 more doors and guarded Declan standing with arms folded outside number 1. He has 2 masks on, disposable blue under black cloth. Sweat glistens at his hairline. His visible face has a grayish tinge. She tells him to go wait outside, get fresh air. He does not need to be told twice. The apartment door is about an inch from completely shut, closed, but without the locking mechanism lined up. No visible marks or stains. A light is on inside. She takes the 2 clean mints, lifts her mask, pops them in her mouth, waits for the sting of menthol, exhales hard. It will not last long. She pushes the door open. A narrow hallway. Hardwood floor, white wall, a silver-framed mirror above a console table. On the right is a door that opens outward about halfway. Hitting her is a solid wall of smell. Not smell, an invasion, an assault. It floods her nostrils, rushes into her mouth, claws at her throat, makes her eyes water. So much for the mints. Every molecule of menthol vaporizes. She steels herself and steps inside. 50 days ago. Chiara finds a live stream of Leo's statement from Washington, D.C., since the apartment has no television. She watches horizontally on the couch with her laptop balanced on her stomach. It is not even light there yet. He walks to an artificially lit podium outside a grand building shrouded in pre-dawn darkness, his face solemn. She wonders what he is thinking. He is a medical doctor as well as the country's leader. He must understand more than most. He speaks slowly and deliberately, reading from a teleprompter but looking directly into the lens. The virus is all over the world. No living memory of a pandemic like this. They will prevail. When the program cuts back to the news studio, she shuts the laptop and surprises herself by bursting into hard, hot tears. She is not scared physically. The virus may be in the country but still feels far away. Mostly a benign flu, from what they say. But all this is still scary. She has heard some of these things before, but in sci-fi virus thrillers and zombie movies, not from the leader of her country in a pre-dawn press conference across an ocean. This is real world. Hers. Her mother once told her the scariest thing she saw on September 11th was a live shot of Manhattan with smoke billowing from injured buildings. A familiar shot rendered alien by the fact it was happening for real. The mundane and incomprehensible smashed together. Cognitive dissonance. What if she gets this thing? She cannot deal with that worry right now, so she replaces it with another. Why has not Oliver called? They are supposed to meet again in a few hours, but she has not heard from him since he put her in that cab 3 days ago. The fact plans are already in place might be why he has not messaged. Everything is set except exact time and location. Maybe he presumes they will meet outside his office after work like last time, so the promised text is just a formality. Or maybe he has changed his mind. The radio silence supports both hypotheses. She opens the laptop again and finds a bulleted list of what is happening. Schools, colleges, childcare facilities close. Museums, theaters, cultural institutions close. No mass gatherings of more than 100 indoors or 500 out. Shops, restaurants, bars remain open with immediate social distancing measures. Everyone must limit social interaction. Cinemas are not mentioned by name. Oliver said this one is small. How many people will go see a space documentary on a Thursday night, especially now? And what does limit social interaction mean? If he is her only interaction, does that qualify? What if he decides not to include her? She closes her eyes and rubs them in frustration. Of course this would happen now. After all this time, she managed to cultivate a seed. And here comes a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic to kill it off. Her phone rings. She reaches for it wedged down the side of the couch cushion and accidentally answers. No time to prepare. The name on the screen is Oliver. She says hello, convinced her attempt at sounding casual has failed. He says her name. She says his, and asks how he is. He is good apart from the end times plague thing. She is the same. He asks if she watched Leo's speech. She says yeah. He says it is all a bit surreal. Very, she says. He asks if she is limiting herself to one-word responses on purpose. No, she says. He laughs. He says he does not know if the cinema is still open and he is not sure he wants to go there. He asks if she has ever seen Outbreak. She asks if that is the one where a monkey bites the doctor from Grey's Anatomy. He calls it an odd angle, but factually correct. Then yes, years ago. He describes a cinema scene where you can actually see germs coming out of people's mouths. Funny at the time, but not now. He might be overreacting. She says, not wanting to show her cards. This is exhausting. He suggests they do something else, maybe get a drink. He asks if she is still in the office. Her mortification at reacting too eagerly is replaced by terror he might suggest coming here. He says they could meet outside his office. She says no, that would be great. She is working from home now but lives 5 minutes away. He offers to meet somewhere else. She says no, that is good. 5:30, he says. See you then. He ends the call. She falls back onto the couch and allows herself half a minute of sweet relief. She has not messed this up yet. Apart from how busy Tesco is and the disproportionate number of people clutching jumbo packs of paper products, Baggot Street seems normal. All shops open, including the florist. Cafes, pubs, restaurants. She thinks too many people are wearing winter gloves for this weather, but that might be because she is looking for signs the world has changed. She pulls her coat cuff down to avoid touching the pedestrian crossing button with bare skin. It feels like overkill. She hopes no one saw her do it, that he has not. But he could not have, because he is late. While she waits, she distracts herself by focusing on 2 security guards outside Tesco. One hides a cigarette in his palm, listening while the other talks and points inside. A woman in a skirt suit joins them, glancing nervously back inside. Maybe they are flustered about how many people are in store. The distraction works too well. Oliver is suddenly beside her, apologizing as he bends to kiss her cheek, an upgrade from last time, sending an electric shock through her skin. The same flutter of nerves in her stomach. She wonders if this is what people mean by butterflies. He blames his delay on a meeting that ran over. The partners had been hoping for the best and uninterested in planning for the worst. The office is abruptly closing from tomorrow and no one knows how that will work. Lots to figure out. He asks how she is getting on. She says grand. Honestly, not that different. Her job is 99% silently staring at her computer anyway. She has to pay for her own vitamin water now, but apart from that, her couch is comfier than those horrible ergonomic chairs. He asks if she is coding all day. She smiles at the word coding. He says he knows all the lingo. She asks if he does now. He asks what he can say. He reads a lot of Wikipedia. She laughs and explains she does not code. She is in web services, technical customer service for cloud computing clients. Basically, the IT guy who asks if you have tried turning it off and on, but a bit more complicated. He thought people like her made apps. She says that is just what they want people to think. The actual money is in server farms, cloud computing, slowly moving toward a place where the entire internet will run on their equipment, so their maleficent leader will effectively control the world. He asks if he should be scared. She says it will not change anything. He suggests they go get a drink. He proposes a pub on Haddington Road. They walk side by side without touching. He asks if she is thinking of going to Cork to her parents. She is confused, asks for what. He says one of the guys in the office is legging it to Galway tomorrow. His dad is a GP and tells them they will all be confined to their localities soon. No going anywhere. He thinks the guy just wants an excuse to have his mother do his washing. He is a bit younger than them. She asks how he knows the guy is younger. He asks if he should brace for a bombshell. She lets a beat pass. She is 25. He mock wipes his brow, but says he figured. She said class of 2017. He did the maths. She congratulates him. On a calculator, he says. They cross Baggot Street, passing a man carrying 2 boxes of beer in a hurry. Priorities, she thinks. She tells him this is where he tells her how old he is. He grins. They reach the pub, more of a sports bar. An elderly man sits in an enclosed smoking area with cigarettes and a lighter neatly aligned next to his pint. Oliver pulls the door open and says he is 29. Just. Inside is a long, narrow room with a bar on the left, full of nooks, crannies, snugs, booths, all empty. Suspended screens show Sky Sports with no competing music. If not for the man outside, she might think they walked into a closed business. She tells him he has eclectic taste. He puts a hand on the small of her back, gently directing her to a booth just inside the door protected by a stained glass partition. He chose tonight's location based purely on its potential infection rate. She says lovely but asks not to talk about that. She wants to stick her head in the sand for an hour. Fair enough. He asks what he can get her. A glass of white wine, please. Any particular kind? So long as it is cold and not Chardonnay. He calls her demanding winks and turns away. She angles toward the window. Half a minute later, she hears rather than sees the barman approach Oliver. He must have been in the back. After the order is placed, the barman explains they are rearranging the interior to comply with social distancing guidelines ahead of St. Patrick's Day. Sierra cannot imagine how drunk people on the drunkest day of the year will stay 2 meters apart, but the barman seems confident. Oliver returns with her wine and his pint, slides into the booth sitting next to her but a polite foot away. He lifts his chin toward the back, saying they are rearranging tables. She heard. Some booths are already taped off with hazard tape, black and yellow stripes. She finds that slightly terrifying. He says he would say surreal, but he has maxed out that word for the week. He puts a hand on her forearm, lightly squeezes, and suggests they talk about something else. He asks why she moved to Dublin. She already told him this, she thinks. She says because of her job. He asks why she applied knowing the job was here. Oh, you know, she says, looking into her wine glass. The usual. She fancied a change, a new adventure, a fresh start. He asks if going on a date with a rando she met in the supermarket was part of that plan. Date, she repeats. She says without looking at him that it might help achieve its objectives. They will see. The long silence is excruciating. He then says he knows what she means. That is why he is here, why he left London. She turns to see his gaze fixed on a memory in the middle distance. She wants to ask, but senses it is too soon. He picks up his glass. Cheers to fresh starts. 2 more rounds later, the barman comes to close early, apologizing profusely. They are the only patrons. The hazard tape has crept to the booth across from theirs. The barman brings 1 more round on the house, but it is not even 9 when they finish. He casually suggests they go to his place. She agrees with as much nonchalance as her tipsy self allows. She suspects neither of them has as much grace as they hope. His eyes are a little unfocused, and it takes him too long to put his jacket back on, both drunk or well on their way. She hopes his place has food. They arrive at his apartment complex arm in arm. She does not remember when that happened or who initiated it, but she is happy. They walked along the canal, back toward hers. She did not mention that because she does not want him suggesting her place yet, then turned left. Now they are outside a modern U-shaped building while he roots for his keys. Gold lettering says The Crossings. She reads it aloud with a question mark. Harold's Cross, he explains. That is where they are, the name of the area. Oh, she says. He touches a plastic fob to a sensor. The door clicks open. They enter a glass lobby. Through another set of doors, she glimpses a central courtyard with a tinkling water feature. Benches, trees, flower beds. Apartments rise on 3 sides. Balconies empty, soft lights behind wispy curtains. She asks if he has roommates. Just me, he says. A work thing. Comes with the job, temporarily, rent-free for 3 months. She asks, and then what? And then we will see. He grins in a way that suggests she might have a part to play. She really needs to eat something. She follows him past lifts down a long corridor of spaced-apart doors with no sound from the other sides. She keeps a couple steps behind. No way her makeup still looks good, and the bright spotlights overhead will only make it worse. Relief washes over her when he pushes open his own door, number 1, revealing a dim, softly lit space beyond. He waves her in theatrically. She smiles and accepts, the heels of her boots hollow on the hardwood floor. He takes her coat and gives her the tour. walking her into the living room while pointing. Closed doors of 2 bedrooms, a third partially open to a wet room bathroom with a monsoon shower and subway tiles. The living space is open plan with a glossy kitchen to the rear. White walls decorated with arty abstract prints that came with the place. A rich brown leather L-shaped sofa faces a faux fire that burns inside a black glass box recessed into the wall once he hits a switch. Above it hangs a flat-screen TV bigger than her dining table. He pulls the curtains closed across the sliding doors that face the courtyard. There are no things, no possessions, nothing personal except a lone magazine open on the couch. Not clinical neatness, but a barely lived-in vibe, like a holiday home. The kitchen has the same cold bareness, empty countertops except supermarket brand olive oil and a roll of paper towels. She says she could fit her entire place into this room. He walks back to her and admits it is very #first world problems, but actually a bit too big. He has been rattling around in here all by himself. A pause. Alone. Their eyes meet, a spark of electricity connecting the air between them. The Chiara hopes she can get her next words out before her entire face betrays her as the nervous wreck she actually is. She tells him she is here now. He says softly that he is glad she is. He reaches for her. She lets him. He slides his arms around her waist and pulls her close until their faces touch, cheek to cheek. She feels the heat of his breath, smells the beer on it. The sudden, acute intimacy, mixed with the wine, makes her feel loose and fluid, less anxious, a braver version of herself. He presses his lips against her temple and murmurs that he does not want to infect her. She hears him smile, then feels it. She slides one hand around his waist to the small of his back. His skin is hot beneath his shirt. She runs her other hand up his arm and across his shoulder until she touches his neck, cups his jaw, pulls him toward her. She tells his lips that she is willing to risk it. By her estimation, they have spent around 10 hours together just talking. But when his mouth finds hers, they tell each other something neither could possibly say. That they are 2 very lonely people hungry for touch, starving for it. Tenderness turns to desperation, as if both are trying to cross the barrier of their own skins. She unbuttons his shirt. His chest is covered in fine, dark hair. She presses her palms into it, up toward his collarbone and onto his shoulders, lifting the material from his skin. When he steps back to finish unbuttoning himself, she first glimpses a thick cord of scar tissue snaking nearly all the way down his side. Seeing her looking, he angles his body to give her a full view. He acknowledges it, calling it impressive. The silvery thread of smooth, newer skin is about half an inch wide, curving from just underneath his left shoulder blade down to his waist. Pairs of pale dots appear at neat intervals on either side, the skin's memories of staples. She traces it lightly with her fingertips and asks what happened. He sighs, resigned. He got in a fight on a night out when he was 17. Drank too much, got too brave, looked at some guy the wrong way. The wrong guy. The man waited outside and broke a bottle off the wall. He knows he is lucky it was not worse, but he feels he paid a high price for one moment of madness. Not even madness, just stupidity. Now he has this thing on his body forever that has nothing to do with who he is. She says she is sorry. He says it is not her fault. She says it is not his either. He looks away, saying he does not know about that. She touches his cheek, pulling his face and eyes back toward her. There are no nerves now, no overthinking. She feels a strange peace. The voice in her head has miraculously gone away. These last few days have felt like a door being opened very, very slowly. Now, finally, she is ready to step through. She thinks she can do this. It was easier than she thought it would be, but there is no solid ground on the other side. She does not care. She lifts her face to his and kisses him. She steps over the threshold and throws herself into the fall. 56 days ago. The first words he ever says to her are an offer to go ahead. He's standing at the edge of the self-service checkout line in a Tesco, Friday lunchtime. This is his 5th visit this week for a sandwich. He works at the firm across the street and comes in almost every weekday around this hour. It's also the 5th time he's seen her doing the same thing. He might not have noticed her at all without the bag, a small canvas tote with a space shuttle printed on it. That caught his eye on Monday. By Tuesday he spotted it again. Wednesday made him wonder if seeing her 3 days in a row was odd. By Thursday he decided it definitely was. That's when he started studying how she carried it, swinging it by its handles at her side, even though it was empty until she'd paid. Why not fold it or tuck it away? Almost as if she wanted people to notice her holding it. Or maybe just him. That suspicion started turning his wheels. Why had he never seen other blue lanyard employees in these aisles? Tech companies like hers probably offered free food, good food, fresh sushi, a barista. So why would any of them queue for a bland, plastic-wrapped sandwich they had to buy? Maybe he had seen others and just didn't register them. But then how did she always happen to be here at the exact same time as him, even when his lunch break varied slightly each day, 5 days in a row? Today he watched her wait by the drinks fridge near the entrance, letting a young man in a tight shirt choose first. He saw the bag first, swinging empty, then the green winter coat she seemed to wear daily. All week he's been logging details, just in case. She's about a foot shorter, similar age, slim but not skinny, with soft cheeks and a gentle jawline, quietly attractive. Light brown haircut blunt so it swings against her shoulders. Her lanyard hangs from a bright blue ribbon, displaying a barcode, a small passport photo, and a tech company logo whose European HQ sits 2 minutes away. A couple lines of text he hasn't gotten close enough to read. He's never caught her looking at him. But she could be avoiding his gaze on purpose, or just be very good at hiding it. Or this could be pure paranoia. He walked past her to the back of the store, waited at the deli counter for his usual chicken stuffing mayo on rye, no butter. To stop himself scanning for green wool, he pulled out his phone and buried himself in news headlines. Then he headed to the checkouts. She was just about to join the line. Perfect timing, but whose? So he hung back to let her go in front. That's when she stopped and looked up. Their eyes met. A flash of something, surprise, recognition, crossed her face just as he realized he'd seen her somewhere before. Somewhere else. Different circumstances. But where? When? She mumbled an excuse, waving the water bottle in her hand, saying she'd grabbed the wrong one. Then she turned and hurried away. Gotcha. He knew coming back to Ireland was a risk, but he thought enough time had passed. Besides, anyone trying to expose him would have to find him first. He now uses his mother's maiden name. He cut contact with everyone from London except 2 people, his brother, who can be trusted, and Dan, who is professionally bound to secrecy. Oliver has a better cover story now, practiced at sticking to it. He doesn't take risks. Won't take them. There can't be a repeat of what happened in London. But now this vaguely familiar woman with the space shuttle bag has appeared in the supermarket across from his office 5 days in a row, at slightly different times each day, and it's made him paranoid. Who is she, really? What is she? Outside, he ducks into a doorway and pulls out his phone again. He types his real given name into a search bar. Nothing new comes up. Then he tries a workaround to search Twitter without an account. The laws that govern reporters don't seem to apply to that apparent cesspool of a site, but he finds nothing there either. Maybe he's just being paranoid. Then he looks up and sees her about to walk past him, swinging that damn bag. He isn't planning to speak. There's no premeditation, and that's exactly the problem. The same instinct that got him into trouble before in London and the first time years ago. He doesn't think, he just does. He opens his mouth and comments on her bag. She stops cold, goes pale, confused. He immediately regrets it. He shouldn't talk to her, but the only thing worse than her being a journalist is her thinking he's too stupid to notice, and now he's done it. He points and repeats. Her bag. She looks down, then back at him, thanking him and explaining it's from a museum in New York. He finishes her sentence, the one on the aircraft carrier, and asks if she's been. She says yes, once. That's smart, he thinks. It won't take much detail to sound convincing. He asks if it was good. She hesitates. That hesitation convinces him he's right. The fear of what a journalist might mean for his future is briefly dwarfed by the smug satisfaction of smoking her out. But he can't confront her. That would only give her confirmation and fodder for whatever rag she works for. So he plays dumb and watches her squirm. Why should he suffer? Why can't they just leave him alone? She finally answers, it was good, but not as good as Kennedy Space Center. He blinks, surprised. She's come to play. He steps closer, watching for a flinch or ripple of unease. She doesn't react. Instead, she steps closer to him. He claims he's never met someone who can name all 5 space shuttles. She counters that she still hasn't met someone who knows there are 6. Her tone lands somewhere between challenge and condescension, which throws him. Shouldn't a journalist be buttering him up? Insulting him would be the last thing she'd do if she wanted him to talk. Unless this is a double bluff to throw him off. She starts naming them, not just the names, but where each one ended up, including dates, even including the Enterprise, which she calls an orbiter. She says all this to the footpath, which strengthens his suspicion that she prepared it in advance and is reciting from memory. But it also lets him see her lanyard up close. The photo is definitely her, just with longer hair and bad lighting. The text says her name is Sierra W., and her title is Tech CS Concierge. It looks legitimate. He swings back to unsure. Maybe she isn't a journalist. Maybe she really does work around the corner and just likes space shuttles. Maybe he's seen her before this week because she works nearby. But that doesn't explain why. 5 days in a row, she's been here at the same slightly varying time as him. That fact is a stone in his shoe. Small, but incredibly bothersome. He needs to find out more, enough to get rid of it. He offers to buy her a coffee. He leads her to a chain cafe up the street, choosing it because he knows the counter layout by heart. He's unsure if he has enough cash, and refuses to take out his debit card in front of her. If she's what he suspects, she might know his mother's maiden name, and seeing it printed after his first name would confirm she's found her man. She orders a cappuccino, so he gets 2, and suggests they take the drinks outside, maybe by the canal. She seems eager and oddly pleased by the invitation. He swings back to suspicious. But then she waits at the end of the counter while he pays. He finds a €10 note in his pocket, so it doesn't matter anyway. But if she was trying to confirm his identity, wouldn't she have stayed close to glimpse inside his wallet? Back to unsure. This is exhausting. Outside, the sun has broken through. They find a spot on a low wall facing the canal. Once settled, he asks her to tell him about Kennedy Space Center. He's never been, only seen things online and on TV. Travel to the United States is out for him now. She seems unfazed, even eager. She describes a bus tour around launch pads, the VAB, the famous blue countdown clock, the IMAX, the rocket garden, a launch simulator that hurts your neck, the Apollo Center with the Saturn V rocket, and the Atlantis shuttle on display. She explains how the shuttle is revealed unexpectedly, herded into a dark room for a video. Then the screen slides up to show the orbiter at an angle, cargo bay doors open, looking like it's flying through space. People gasped. She went back to watch others' faces. He thinks she's laying it on too thick if it's an act. His face must show it because she notices and adds quickly that she'd wanted to go since childhood. It felt like walking around in a dream. He admits he really wants to go. That isn't a lie. She looks relieved and tells him he should. He says he hates the heat. She counters that Florida has air conditioning and misting machines, and March was nice. He asks if it was a girls' trip. She pretends not to notice he's fishing. He pretends not to notice her noticing, but pretending not to. She says it was work, a tech conference in Orlando. He recalls a former flatmate attending a conference there last year. Sustainable travel, ironically, and learning that Orlando has the most convention space by square meter of any U.S. city, second only to Las Vegas in hotel rooms. Her story fits. But does it fit because it's true, or because she's done her research? He studies her while she sips coffee, looking toward the canal. He asks if she's from Cork, hearing traces of it in her accent. She says originally, but her family moved to the Isle of Man when she was 7. He's never met anyone who lives there. When she asks where he's from, he says Kilkenny. No one remembers his original hometown, only where it happened, so that's safe. He admits he's been in Dublin 6 weeks. She asks where he was 7 weeks ago. London, he says, then asks the same of her. She pauses theatrically, then calculates. Next Monday will be 7 days in Dublin. 7 days? And on 5 of them he's seen her? He jokes about being the newbie. She laughs and claims she wins that game. She says she was in Cork after college, and she went to Swansea, class of 2017. He does the math. Class of 2017 starting university at 17 or 18 makes her 25 or 26. Moving to the Isle of Man at 7 would be around 2002, a year before it happened, 2 years before the trial. She asks where he went. Newcastle, he says absently. He's thinking about her being out of the country back then, wondering which column to put that information in. The timeline is tight enough to make him wonder if it was designed that way. Even if true, Irish headlines could have reached the Isle of Man. He feels suddenly tired, spent from the game, from always having to play some version of it, and unable to hold a steady reading on this woman. There has to be a more efficient way to find out who she really is. He claims he'll be late, checks his watch, 20 minutes left, and stands. She stands too, thanking him for the coffee. Then he has an idea. He mentions a new Apollo documentary playing Monday night at a tiny cinema in town. He stumbles through an invitation to see it together. He can't read her expression. Shock? Unease? Panic? Maybe he's pushed too far. If she's tasked with getting close to him, this should be welcome, but she also knows who he is, and that would explain her hesitation. He looks away, admitting he's terrible at this. She recovers and says it sounds great. He offers to book tickets and suggests they meet at 5:30 p.m. outside his office. He explains where that is. Then he offers his phone number, calling out digits while she types them in. And just as he hoped, she sends a text so he has hers. He says he'll save her as Space Shuttle Girl. She smiles and says she likes it. He keeps his eyes on his phone, tone casual, asking for her actual name. Sierra Weiss, she finishes. W-Y-S-E. Mission accomplished. They walk back together to his office and wave goodbye. As he turns to enter, he realizes she never asked for his last name. He takes the lift to the 4th floor and goes to his desk at KB Studios. Friday means most desks are deserted. He tilts his computer screen so even someone next to him would struggle to see. He searches Kiera Weiss on Google. Results fill the screen. A retired principal, an accountant in Donegal, teenage social accounts, a Pinterest board of tattoo ideas. None seem to be her, but several LinkedIn profiles appear. He logs on, checks his privacy settings, set to hide his identity when browsing. She's the top result. The photo is a professional headshot with longer, darker hair. Education lists a secondary school on the Isle of Man and a BSc in Business Management from Swansea, class of 2017. Experience includes 3 roles in operations and supply chain at Apple's plant in Cork, and her current job as technical customer service concierge for Cirrus Web Services in Dublin, start date February 2020. Very little else, only a couple dozen connections. Everything fits what she said. Still, it's just a page where the user enters the text. He could make one claiming he went to Harvard and works as an astronaut. He needs independent confirmation. He searches Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Nothing public looks like her. He drums his fingers, thinking. Then he searches the Dublin office of her employer. A local phone number comes up. He doubts it's anything more than a connection to a faraway call center where she won't be, but it's worth a try. He punches the number into his desk phone and puts the receiver to his ear. It rings once before a recorded voice offers directory options. He presses 0. A moment later, a male sing-song voice answers. Oliver asks if this is the Burlington Road building, then requests Kiera Weiss. He glances at her LinkedIn profile on his screen and reads her job title aloud. He hears distant keyboard clacking on the other end. The man says he can't connect the call but can give an extension number, 54-10. Oliver scribbles it on a post-it, even though he has no intention of actually calling her. That would be taking his paranoia to unprecedented heights. He thanks the man and the line clicks dead. Oliver is more confused than before. Either this is the most elaborate scheme he's ever faced, or Sierra really is who she says she is. A nice girl with no agenda other than the age-old one, the normal one. Liking someone, wanting to get to know them, hoping things might turn romantic. The word feels foreign to him, borrowed from another language. But even if that's true, it doesn't neutralize the threat. It merely swaps one danger for another. Isn't this how the mess in London began? He should delete her number. Forget about her. Start bringing a packed lunch. Because nothing can happen. Even if he managed feigned normality for a while, the truth would eventually come out. It's too big to hide. Everything is easier when he stays away from others. The only way to lose your own shadow is to stand in the dark. The problem is, Oliver hates the dark. He takes out his phone and finds her text message, sent to give him her number. A list of shuttle names for future reference. His thumb hovers over it, ready to swipe and delete. That's what he should do. But he doesn't. Today. Lee pushes the bathroom door just enough to slip past it, ignoring the horror on the other side for now. She knows that's there. What she needs is to check if anything else is first, if anyone else is. She tells herself to ignore the smell tickling her gag reflex, to focus on the scene, log details, and move fast. She won't last long. 3 more doors lead off the hall, each standing open, on her right after the bathroom. A small, sparse bedroom. Empty built-in wardrobes. A bare box spring against the far wall and what looks like a dining table used as a desk. On it, a closed laptop with a KB Studio sticker, loose papers, pens, an unplugged printer underneath. Roller blinds are fully up, showing the courtyard. At the end of the hall, facing the front door, the master bedroom. An unmade double bed, charcoal sheets thrown back on the side closest to the door, undisturbed on the other. She opens the bedside table drawer, empty except for dust. Inside the wardrobe, 2 suitcases, one large, one small, empty by their weight. A small pile of folded jeans, a row of hanging suits and shirts, a drawer of socks and underwear. All men's, all a similar size. Someone in their 20s or 30s by the style. Running gear, a wash bag with deodorant, men's moisturizer, a blue bottle of Acqua di Parma. She estimates only about 1/3 of the wardrobe space is used. Another courtyard window here, larger, blinds fully down. A lamp by the bed is on. Through the door off the left of the hall, an open-plan living space. A kitchen that looks like an Instagram ad. Smooth white, clinically glossy. Empty and unused. About 14 feet of L-shaped counter with nothing out except a coffee machine, a lone oven mitt, and a set of keys with a plastic fob. The key ring has a Viva property logo. A breakfast bar separates kitchen from living room, furnished only with a large brown leather couch and a small coffee table. A flat-screen TV hangs above a faux fire. White walls with meaningless abstract prints. Chain hotel volume buys. Thin privacy curtains are pulled across sliding doors to a little terrace. She parts them with one finger and sees a table. 2 chairs, the remains of a citronella candle. The door opens easily when she pulls. One of the living room's 2 ceiling lights is on. This survey has taken about 40 seconds. She figures she has another 20 before her breakfast coffee threatens a reappearance. Lee goes back to the hall and opens the bathroom door all the way so it folds against the wall, but she doesn't touch it, in case there's evidence on the handle. As she does, she glimpses what awaits and feels something flex at the back of her throat. She breathes in through her nose, trying to find any remnant of mints, trying to convince her brain that menthol is all she smells. Throwing up inside a face mask at a scene wouldn't look good. Let's get this over with. She looks down. The bathroom has no windows. The ceiling light is on. The body kneels on the floor, face pressed against tiles, arms by the sides, directly beneath the shower head, clothed in jeans and a t-shirt. Barefoot. Short, light brown hair. Facing away. Male, she thinks, but she couldn't swear. No great view, and she won't disturb the scene. Parts of the body are oddly misshapen, bloated in some areas, sunken in others. Advanced decomposition. No obvious wounds or blood from her vantage point. A putrid sludge of fluid surrounds the body and connects it to the plug hole like a speech bubble. The skin. She swallows hard, forcing bile back, steadies herself. She can only see the soles of the feet, the back of the neck, and the nearest arm, the deceased's right, from elbow down. That's bad enough. The feet are puckered in deep purple. The arm shows skin slippage. The top layer has separated, like peeling after a bad sunburn. At least there are no flies, she tells herself. If that sliding door had been left open, she'd already be outside trying to find a not terrible place to vomit. The bathroom is wet room style, black marbled tiles throughout. A glass shower panel stands in a black metal frame next to the former site of a matching glass door, now in 1,000 little diamond-like nuggets strewn across the floor. She sees a few pieces glinting in the deceased's hair. She turns. A mirrored medicine cabinet on the wall. She opens it. Mostly empty, like the rest of the apartment. Disposable face masks, loosely stacked. Thickening shampoo. Plasters and a blister pack of small green pills. Careful where she steps, she moves closer to read the stamp. 542, she thinks. Rohypnol. The date rape drug. She closes the cabinet and checks the sink. A small shelf above it, no other storage. Nothing else in the bathroom except toothbrushing supplies. One toothbrush, a few rolls of toilet paper, hand soap. One bath towel on a hook by the door. The smell steadily draws coffee up into her esophagus. Lee turns back to the body. Moving closer will disturb the glass and God knows what else, but she leans to see the head. She gags. A fist-sized cluster of maggots wriggles in and around what looks like a head wound near the left temple. She wants to run. She wants to throw up. She wants to run out right now while throwing up. But she tells her brain, remain calm, just a few more seconds. She fixes her gaze on the wall, tiles directly across from the wound, and starts moving upward in a straight line. There. At about chest height, above the head, a smudge of brown. Dried blood. Contact. 35 days ago. Kiara does another circuit of the apartment, counting steps. She starts in the tiny kitchen, palms flat on the only non-stovetop, non-sink surface, a worn off-white slab of formica. 3 steps, and she's in the living dining bedroom, separated from the kitchen only by what property shows call a breakfast bar. 5 steps to cross to the couch. 7 from couch to door. 2 from that door to the front door. She turns, counts the 4 steps into the bathroom. Oliver is a foot taller. He'll do it in fewer. She inspects the mirror above the sink for smudges, opens the medicine cabinet, tries to see the contents as a stranger would. She did this half an hour ago, but on second thought the blister plasters might make him think of red raw skin and seeping wounds, specifically hers, so she slides them behind soothing eye gels until they disappear. As an afterthought, she hides the hair removal cream too. A summer job as a housekeeper in college drifts back to her. Sit where the guest will sit. Lie where the guest will lie. See what the guest will see. She puts the toilet lid down and perches on it, looks around. The bathroom is tiny. 70s era, avocado fixtures, rippled linoleum, a shower curtain on a precarious tension rod that's already fallen on her twice, once leaving a red mark on her forehead. The caulking is freshly redone, but only highlights how yellowed the wall tiles have become. She scans the floor for dust, stray hairs, a sullied cotton bud. All clear. No window, no fan, only a narrow vent she's already cleaned. She bought a small canister of non-offensive air freshener that claims to smell like soft cotton, though how something can be soft and smell is beyond her. Its placement on the cistern seemed passive-aggressive, like a demand, so she moves it to the shelf under the sink, label turned out for easy finding. 4 steps back into the everything room, 7 steps back to the couch. She sits carefully so as not to disturb the throws or plumped cushions, scans for dust, cobwebs, offenses. She finds none. She doubts the apartment was this clean the day she moved in. She wonders again what he'll make of it. For a studio in a crumbling tower block, it's not bad. A large window offers clear sky views. She's on the top floor of the tallest red brick block in a city where almost everything else is shorter. Evening sun fills the room, bare white walls reflecting and amplifying it. A small square dining table with 2 chairs. A battered, sunken couch hiding beneath a deep purple Primark throw, or 3 throws, because they were small and that's how many it took to mostly cover it. A desk doubles as a dressing table. Most of one wall is taken up by what looks like a built-in beach effect wardrobe, but is actually a Murphy bed that folds down, sheets and pillows held by Velcro straps. A faded canvas print of a sunrise over Dublin hangs by the kitchen door, too big for the space, slightly askew, half a foot too high. Nothing matches. Few personal items, a NASA mug demoted to a pen pot, a small stack of well-thumbed books lined up neatly beside it. She's carefully considered each spine. The collection promises stories about Apollo moonwalkers, a failed tech startup, a crisis aboard the Mir space station, plus a pulpy thriller, a literary bestseller, and a brittle yellowed copy of Pride and Prejudice. She's hidden the book she's actually reading, a historical romance, in a desk drawer. She's also cut the anthers out of the pink lilies on the dining table, just in case he doesn't know. Not to touch them, just in case he arrives in one of his knit sweaters with the little polo player emblem and leans in to breathe their scent. She scans again. Nothing out of place. The perfection feels exceptionally delicate, impossible to maintain, even just for these last few minutes. Her eyes flick to the digital clock on the TV. Almost 8. He'll be here any second. 5 steps back into the kitchen. She opens a cupboard and checks again that her 2 wine glasses are clear, no smudges or residue, that there's ice in the freezer, that opening the oven door doesn't release a chemical whiff of cleaner or the sight of a forgotten chip burned to black ash. She asks the empty kitchen whether he put this much effort into prepping his place for her. Of course he didn't, but his place is brand new and enormous. She has to work to impress. The buzzer goes. She rushes to the intercom and says hello as if the buzzer presser is a mystery man, as if it could be anyone but him. Then she takes a deep breath and tells herself to calm down. His voice comes through tinny. "Hey, it's me." She presses the button to release the downstairs door lock. Hears the mechanical click. She reminds him it's the 6th floor, though she's already told him twice by text. The only response is a heavy door slamming shut. She releases the button and goes back to the main room. One last check of it. One last check of herself in the mirror. But she hasn't heard the elevator ding or the fire door clunk, so she checks again. She finds a smudge of mascara beneath her left eye. How did that happen? She licks a finger and carefully rubs it off. Ding. Clunk. Showtime. She opens her front door and sticks her head into the hall. He's in jeans, a t-shirt, a black leather jacket, carrying a brown paper bag by its handles and a bottle of wine by its neck. When he sees her, he smiles. Every time she sees him like this, up close, coming toward her, coming to her, she can't quite believe it's really happening. That it still is, 3 weeks in. She smiles back, saying he found her. He admits sheepishly that he may have gone to the wrong block first. She laughs. This is exactly what she warned him would happen if he didn't follow her instructions. Several identical blocks, no decent signs, multiple entrances and exits. When he reaches her, she steps back so he can come in. He stops to meet her lips with his, lifting the wine, absently pressing its cold glass against her side. The chill through her thin shirt startles her, as does the reality of this tall, strong male body in the smallest, tightest space of her apartment. In the same moment, the lock turns in the door directly across the hall. Shit. The door opens a crack, 2 or 3 inches, its rusting safety chain slack. An elderly woman appears in the gap. Narrowed eyes, white hair in a tight bun, one blue-white hand of swollen knuckles and yellow fingernails holding a surgical mask over her mouth. Mora, the 6th floor's self-appointed chief enforcement officer. She barks that no visitors are allowed. Kiara pushes Oliver inside and explains the restriction only starts at midnight. Mora asks if he'll be leaving before then. Kiara says he's actually moving in. One household now. Fine, no need to worry. Mora's eyes narrow further. She points out he has nothing with her. Chira says his stuff is coming tomorrow. Mora claims there isn't enough room for 2. Chira says they'll manage. Mora asks if the landlord knows about this. Chira assures her he does, raises a hand to wave, starts pulling her door closed, wishes Mora a good evening, and shuts it. When she turns, Oliver is standing in the middle of the everything room, looking around with great interest. She silently curses Mora for interfering, for messing up her carefully choreographed plans. She wanted to see him see this place for the first time, wanted to gauge his reaction. He grins and asks if this is where he lives now. She explains Mora is the delightful neighbor. If they were in East Germany, she'd have the Stasi on speed dial. He asks about the landlord. She says that's just her landlord. He pretends to wipe his brow in relief. Then she adds, flatly as a punchline, that the landlord is also her ex-husband and the father of her secret child. He admits he assumed both, that she had a child and that the landlord was the father. She deadpans that he lets her live here rent-free as long as she keeps sleeping with him. He calls it a good deal. She warns him the joke isn't funny once you know what Niall looks like. About 85, she says. Oliver laughs. They've already had the exes talk. She mentioned only one worth noting, Jack from college, 18 months after graduation, who turned out not to be the nice guy he claimed. Oliver mentioned a university girlfriend he thought was the one, but she went abroad for a year, carried on long distance, or so he believed, and told him she'd met someone else the day she returned. Discounting short flings with roommates, neither has lived with anyone. Neither believes in dating apps. They've swapped horror stories. Both claim to be terrible at flirting, yet 3 weeks in, here they are. She offers a tour, warning it might take 10 whole seconds. He says he likes the place. She guesses the word he's looking for is claustrophobic. She hasn't felt that until now, but this is her first visitor, and it's him, all 6 feet of him, and all she can think is how different this must feel from where he lives. She wants him to know she isn't naive or stupid, and that bed, she's almost certain he's too long for it. She can nearly plot the evening. It'll be nice, he'll stay, but from now on they'll stay at his bigger, better place. She won't object. He calls it compact and well-designed, noting you don't see windows this size on blocks this age. He asks for the bathroom. She points. While he's in there, she unpacks the food, listening to water run for ages. He's doing it properly. He returns smelling of her antibacterial hand wash. He asks where she sleeps. She points to the Murphy bed. He looks childishly excited that it comes down from the wall. She warns the novelty wears off in 5 minutes. He asks where all her stuff is. She explains she came from Cork with 1 large suitcase and a laptop bag. A friend was supposed to bring the rest by van, but essential travel only. A few things were already here. Pots, an iron, and whatever else she needed she bought at Primark. Until things return to normal, her belongings sit in boxes in her parents' garage. She admits she might not even bother bringing most of it up. He's brought a ready-made meal for 2 from a fancy deli near his place. The label says Bobati, which she doesn't recognize. Also bistro salad and 2 lemon tarts. The wine has a gold sticker. She steals a glance at him. He's bent over, reading her book spines. She sets the oven to the required temperature. It'll take ages. She should have done this earlier. She wipes the wine bottle and food cartons with antibacterial wipes, throws the wipe away, washes her hands, pours 2 glasses, puts the bottle in the fridge, then washes her hands again. The new normal. She doesn't actually believe the packaging is dangerous, but he believes it. He has asthma, an underlying condition. He doesn't want to risk catching this thing, and she certainly doesn't want to be the one to give it to him. She carries the glasses to him. He slips his free arm around her waist, pulls her close, asks if she's okay. She breathes him in and says she is now. He asks if she was watching. She nods. The announcement came less than 2 hours ago. The XIII won't say lockdown, but that's effectively what it is. Starting at midnight for 2 weeks, everyone stays home, leaving only for food or brief exercise within 2 kilometers. No visits to other homes. Kiara knows she should process the bubbling panic that something very bad is happening, but she's too busy worrying what this will mean for them. She senses he has the same question and isn't asking it. She lets a beat pass, then another, then asks what they're going to do. When he shrugs, her stomach drops. Have they not been on the same page? Panicked, she backtracks. Less than 2 kilometers from here to his place, so socially distanced walks? Neither is going to work. Neither is seeing anyone else. She instantly regrets that phrasing. She's only assuming he's not seeing anyone else. If they're only in contact with each other, they can't spread it or catch it, right? She wishes she hadn't sounded so desperately hopeful. Here is her worst fear. Despite how well it's going, she's one stupid move away from ruining everything. He backs away. For one horrible moment, she thinks he now believes she's careless, that her hygiene isn't medical grade. But then he takes her hand and leads them both to the couch. She gulps wine to stop vomiting out more words. He squeezes her hand and says he doesn't really want to break the rules. They're there for a reason. Her limbs feel heavy with resignation. She's deflating inside. She wants to kick off her shoes and drink the rest of the wine alone. She wants him to leave. She wants him to stay. The truth is, however well it seems to be going, they don't know each other. Not really. They forgot to ask what kind of person the other is in a global pandemic. He starts, hesitates. She prompts him. He inhales slowly, then rushes out. He has 2 bedrooms. They'd be okay if they were in the same household. No need to worry about the rules. When he's not working, he's with her anyway, so it wouldn't be that big a change. It doesn't have to be an actual thing. Just a temporary arrangement. 2 weeks. Play it by ear, 1 day at a time. If it doesn't work out, she still has her place. He looks at her hopefully. She wants to say yes, but first wants to be sure. She asks what exactly he's saying. He squeezes her hand again and asks why she doesn't move in with him. 53 days ago. Chiara argues that unnecessary pretension in bars, the kind that denies people entry into a cool gang, is destructive. She distinguishes between secrets, which deny people truth and experience, and simply discovering things that were always there. Secrets are destructive, she says. The words flip a switch. Oliver had been riding a warm, fizzy drunk from the drink she recommended, but now he shifts into uncomfortable heat. A sheen of cold sweat at his temples, a flush on his cheeks. The sudden surety that he's made a terrible mistake. He chose this bar because it was deep inside a hotel, unlikely to be frequented by passerby, clientele mostly travelers who would soon leave. But now its distance from outside, its lack of fresh air, makes his chest constrict with panic. He can feel her eyes on him. A bead of sweat threatens to depart from his right temple, the one she can see. He says absently that he knows what she means. This was supposed to be a fact-finding mission. Meet up, glean information, determine once and for all if she was something to worry about. That's what he told himself anyway. He refused to dwell on how much he'd looked forward to it. To begin with, everything went to plan. He hadn't booked the documentary tickets. No point risking contact just to sit beside her silently in the dark. They needed to talk. He intended to pretend he'd misremembered the start time and suggest a drink. But then she brought up cocktails and gave him an easy in. She wasn't time conscious, didn't notice they were drinking themselves late, and better yet, didn't care when she discovered it. it had all been working out. So much so that he'd forgotten what it was supposed to be. Getting to be normal always did that to him. The pretending could be potent. And he liked her, liked being around her, liked how she made him feel. Which was bad, because he couldn't afford to feel good. That was always when bad things started to happen. He apologizes, shifts away from her, and announces he needs another bathroom break. She frowns. 3 times in one night? He says he's broken the seal. She says she needs to go too and will go when he gets back. He offers to wait, but he can't. He feels shivery and feverish and a little sick. He's let this evening get away from him. She waves him on. He hurries down carpeted stairs, gripping a gold railing. The steps feel soft and unsteady beneath his feet. The main doors are directly opposite, but so are a doorman and a couple pulling suitcases from a cab. He makes an abrupt left into a polished marble tunnel, heading for automatic sliding glass doors. He slips down marble steps, willing the sensor to hurry. The doors separate with excruciating slowness. He turns sideways and pushes through onto a dark, deserted street. Loading bays, back doors, trash cans. Opposite, a tanning salon between a gym and a medical supply shop, places that cover their windows. The only person nearby is a Deliveroo cyclist at a distant corner. The night air feels cold and sharp as he leans against a wall and gulps it down. He's so sick of this, of being this. He wishes he could settle for his lot, make some peace with it. Every time he's tried to build a sarcophagus over the past, it's cracked before he's even finished. Why does he keep torturing himself by trying? He freezes at the whoosh of the doors sliding open again, thinking XIII has followed, but it's a different woman. Older, skinny in a tight, severe way, with a long blonde ponytail. Very thin, very high heels, carrying a leather purse like an envelope under one arm. It occurs to him that he's a 6-foot sweaty man standing in shadows at the same moment she turns, sees him, and jerks with fright. He apologizes, stepping forward into the light. She blinks at him. The deep V of her dress and the bright light showcase a thin, pale 3-inch scar at the base of her throat. Neat, from old surgery. It makes him think of his own scar and the lies he's told to explain it. He says he didn't mean to frighten her. Her features soften. She makes a noise between a laugh and an exhale, saying she thinks she just had a heart attack. She roots in her bag, muttering that smoking is bad for her health. He apologizes again. She takes out a battered box of cigarettes, offers 2 limp ones. He says he doesn't really smoke. She shrugs and says neither does she. He takes one and lights it with matches from the hotel. The first drag makes him feel better. So much better that he decides not to worry about XIII smelling it. He'll invent a story about a phone call and a stranger smoking next to him. The woman asks if he's having a good night. He can't begin to establish the real answer. He exhales and says it's all right. She asks if he's drinking or dining. Drinking, he says, maybe too much. She's dining. The food is great, she says, but the company is awful. He asks if it's a bad date. She laughs sharply at the idea, says it's a bad boss, bad job, a work thing. She's a kind of headhunter, recruitment, finance. She holds the cigarette close to her face, watching the orange glow. With the way things are going, she adds, they might not have many more nights out this side of Easter. She winces. He observes that she really doesn't smoke. She admits no, not regularly. She just likes the smell and the excuse to escape when bathroom breaks become socially exhausted. Her expensive, bad-for-you escape hatch. She stubs hers out and warns that if his tastes like envelope glue, the cigarettes have been in her bag since Christmas time. He says it tastes fine and thanks her. She asks if he's on a date, with more than idle curiosity. He admits he doesn't really know, but silently adds, I hope so, which surprises him, then worries him. She waves and wishes him a good night. He goes back upstairs, determined to end the evening early. He pays the bill while XIII is in the bathroom, so it won't delay their leaving. He has the waiter remove what's left of his cocktail and drinks water determinedly, trying to dilute the alcohol in his bloodstream. He resolves to remain alert until a natural moment to suggest they leave, sitting rigidly, his physical discomfort a reminder not to relax. If XIII notices a change, she doesn't let on. She's at least a little drunk too. her pupils larger, tripping over words, stuttering. Maybe she's just not that observant. She didn't question why he was gone so long or seem to detect smoke on his clothes or breath. He didn't even need the lie. Another one. She jokes about the cult-like nature of her company's orientation program while he watches the levels in her glass. When she lifts it to drain the last mouthful, he suggests they go. She nods enthusiastically. She seems unsteady on her feet, so he gently steers her down the stairs with a hand on her back. She's carrying her coat over her arm. He can feel the heat of her skin through the thin material of her dress. He wonders what she can feel. They face their reflections in the dark glass of the doors, and he's struck by how good they look together, and then by how quickly this has happened. 3 days ago they didn't know each other. Now she's beside him, letting him touch her, telling him things. The speed feels dangerous, like a race car approaching a tight corner without brakes. They leave the warm glow of the hotel and push through revolving doors into the night. He asks a different doorman for a cab. He steals a glance at Sierra's face. There's no reaction. The doorman steps into the street and waves. Headlights appear. A cab backs up. Before the doorman can act, Oliver opens the back door and motions for Sierra to get in. She gives him a grateful little smile, but her face falls when he closes the door and makes no move to walk around to the other side. He leans down, one hand on the roof, face level with hers. He lies that he's going to walk home. She deflates with disappointment but nods. He asks if she's free Thursday evening. They could actually see the film this time. He has no intention of seeing her ever again, but the invitation will make this moment more comfortable. All he can think about is extricating himself with as little friction as possible. She nods and smiles briefly. He says he'll text her. She agrees. They exchange goodnights. He closes the door and moves to the driver's open window, pulls a 20 from his pocket, drops it onto the seat. The driver frowns, then looks up in question. Oliver waves to signal he's not getting in. The driver shrugs and releases the handbrake. Oliver waves at Sierra as the car moves off. He thinks he's been lucky. Her comment about secrets pulled him out of whatever he was in earlier, a false sense of security, complacency, some kind of spell. He'd been enjoying himself, that was the problem. Enjoying her. He starts for Grafton Street to get his own cab. They could have shared, but he doesn't know where she lives and couldn't risk revealing his address to her. There's losing the run of himself for half an hour, and then there's doing something so monumentally stupid it might force him to start all over again. Again. Today. The early morning streets outside the crossings thrum with fresh arrivals. Lee spots the reinforcements, the technical bureau van, a scenes of crime officer unloading gear, and Deputy State Pathologist Tom Searson suiting up. She waves. He waves back. Blue and white Garda tape flaps from railings, lampposts, traffic cones. Uniforms work in shirt sleeves despite the chill. A few rubberneckers cluster across the road, arms folded. No press yet, but with nothing else happening nationally except the daily health department death figures, Lee knows it's only a matter of time. She spots Garda Michael Creedon holding a clipboard at the outer cordon. A clean job, a mirage of authority. A warm ripple of pride moves through her. Maybe Carl actually listened to her for once. Or maybe her prayer worked. Michael talks to another uniform. As Lee ducks under the tape, she recognizes Declan, mask now hanging at his neck, looking far less gray than their last meeting. She nods. Then, turning away, she catches the briefest exchanged look between the two men. Blink, and you'd miss it. But its meaning might as well be printed on their foreheads. Michael urging Declan to confess something. Declan refusing, silent and furious. She stops a few feet off and jerks her head at Declan. Another wordless argument passes. Then he obeys, clearly feeling betrayed. She asks how he got on inside. He shrugs, won't meet her eyes, says it was fine. Did he touch anything? He had gloves on, he says. Lee hears the evasion immediately. Gloves leave marks too, can smudge or destroy evidence. She offers that maybe it won't matter. Her current guess is the man drugged himself for fun, fell through the shower door, hit his head. But that's not Declan's decision to make. It's hers, so she asks directly, "What did he touch?" A beat passes. His bravado collapses. He admits he made a mistake, knows he did. Lee tells him not to make another one. He says the shower head was dripping. Reflex took over. She finishes the thought. He turned it off. He confesses miserably. She pictures the controls, a flat silver lever you push down to stop water. She asks him to show how. He makes a fist, bumps an invisible surface lightly, probably just the side of his hand. He apologizes. She tells him not to worry, could have done it herself once, back when she was as green. Not now, but maybe then. She points out that paramedics could have caused worse disturbance. It's the kind of mistake he won't make twice. She hopes it won't really matter this time, for both their sakes. Then she compliments him for not vomiting. Grim in there, she notes. Over his shoulder, she sees Carl approaching. She dismisses Declan and steps aside with Carl so they won't be overheard. Carl asks what that was about. She says nothing important. Where was he? The basement-level car park, he says. She asks if anything interesting turned up. He explains you need a fob to enter, but sensors let you out. Each space is assigned. No vehicle in number 1. But it's not empty. A missing Lidl trolley sits there, missing a wheel. He suggests that means the spot has been empty a while. Lee finishes the thought. Either someone else took the car, or there never was one. They'll need CCTV to confirm. She asks about the management company. No word yet. She threatens to send a car to their office. Calls their emergency number useless. Carl wonders if the management company employees count as essential workers. If not, no one will be there. Lee says she doesn't think apartment 1 is a permanent residence. Hardly any furniture or personal items, barely decorated, an Airbnb, she guesses. That would explain no vehicle, and no one noticing the resident missing for 2 weeks. Maybe he wasn't even supposed to be here, caught out when lockdown hit. Carl makes a face and asks if she vomited. Lee says it looks and smells like about 2 weeks. His concern is touching, but no, though she assures him he definitely would have, hungover as he is. He asks what they've got. Male body, she says. She thinks. Lying face down in the shower, really kneeling. Glass door completely shattered, safety glass, so pebbles of it everywhere. Head wound currently hosting maggots. Consistent with falling through the door and hitting the bathroom wall. Carl asks if it's an accident. Maybe, she says. Was the shower on? Technically no, she answers after a pause. The drip of a not quite turned off shower doesn't count. Then she tells him what's in the medicine cabinet. Rohypnol. Carl's eyebrows go up. He asks what the hell the victim was doing with that. Falling through shower doors, she guesses. But why roofie yourself? Lockdown boredom, she offers. Maybe he didn't like banana bread. What's bothering her, she says, is that the apartment door was unlocked open an inch. Carl shrugs. Could have just closed behind him, he might not have realized it wasn't locked, and the victim was dressed. In the shower, Carl points out. The shower he fell into probably, she agrees. Maybe, she repeats. Carl says there's always something that doesn't fit. Lee tells him it's an officially declared crime scene. She's called the super who's at the station. She thinks he's leaning toward accident too, but better safe than sorry. Carl asks if she told the super about the 2 uniforms who messed with evidence. She shakes her head. It didn't come up. Carl warns it will. Shite always floats. Lee answers that doesn't mean she has to pick it up with her bare hand in the meantime. She asks about door-to-doors. Just started, Carl says. Everyone's home, so it'll take a while. She asks what they're asking. Standard questions. Do they know who occupies apartment 1? When did they last see them? Anything suspicious? 5 questions total. 3 pairs of officers, 1 per floor. She asks if Carl reminded them to stay outside, talk from the corridor, wear masks. He shoots back sarcastically. What is he, their mother? Then his gaze fixes on something over Lee's shoulder. He mutters about an Instagram account come to life. Lee doesn't understand, but turns to see a man approaching Michael at the cordon. Late 20s, suit and tie, chunky silver watch, novelty socks. Everything fits so snugly she feels like she might commit a sex crime just by looking at him. How does he sit down? How does he get into those clothes at all? Carl guesses the man is an estate agent. They always dress like they've got a much better job. Lee defends the profession. The clothes promote feelings of wealth and trust. She just went into a closed space during a pandemic to look at a putrefying corpse, so Carl can lay off the estate agents. Michael points at them, sending the too tight-suited man hurrying over. He introduces himself as Kevin O'Sullivan from Viva Property Management. He starts to extend a hand, catches himself, aborts the move, then steps back for good measure. He apologizes. He keeps doing that. He looks around and asks what's going on, what's happened. Carl answers flatly, a decomposing body in there. Lee steps half forward, physically inserting herself between the two men before Carl can say more. She identifies herself as Detective Inspector Leah Riordan and Carl as Detective Sergeant Carl Connolly. She explains they received a call about an odor from apartment 1, whose door was also unlocked. She regrets to say they discovered a deceased individual inside, apparently there for some time. Kevin looks horrified and transfixed. He swears, puts a hand to his mouth. Lee internally urges him to stop touching his face. He asks what happened. She says they don't know yet. Then he asks, is it like a crime? Lee tells Kevin they'll find out soon enough. Top priority, identifying the deceased and notifying family. Can he say who lives there? Kevin roots inside his jacket, pulls out a folded spreadsheet, scans it. He admits he can't give an individual name. The unit is a corporate let, rented by KB Studios on Baggett Street. Architects, he thinks. They'd know who was in there. Lee glances at Carl, who nods and steps away to make calls. She asks Kevin what that means. Rented for weeks? A month? No, Kevin says. They've had it almost 2 years from the start, along with the second unit. A 12-month lease, but they use them for shorter stays. His eyes keep drifting over her shoulder toward the tech bureau van. Relocations, visiting clients, he explains. Someone could stay 3 months or 1 night. Cleaning between stays? Organized through the management company, he says. But not since lockdown began. CCTV? They have it, Kevin confirms. Lee sees the fisheye cameras herself but resists pointing that out. She clarifies she needs the footage. He hesitates, asking if she needs a warrant. She tells him that's just on TV. He blushes, agrees, then explains he'd have to go get it. Monitored off-site, out by the airport. Maybe an hour round trip, but he doesn't know how long downloading will take. How much does she need? She asks how far back it goes. 7 days, maybe. She wants as far back as he's got, all cameras. If anyone stops him, tell the truth and give her name. She fishes a battered business card from her blazer, hands it over. Then she asks about an on-site maintenance person, someone with access to locked doors, who knows how to disable the fire alarm. Kevin says they have a guy on call. She needs him here right now, as quick as he can. Kevin nods firmly, turns sharply, and leaves. Carl rejoins her, pocketing his phone. KB Studios is indeed architects, he reports. The office number redirects to a receptionist working from home who knows nothing. That info is with the office manager, who will call Carl back. Lee says they've got a problem. Carl snorts. Just the one? She tells him CCTV only goes back 7 days. Carl notes that if it's an accident, they won't need it, but that's still nearly 170 hours of video to watch. He can hardly wait. Lee sighs, says she'd been thinking of treating herself to a curry and vegetating on the couch tonight. Carl asks why. Because she's overdue a break from her hectic social life. He tells her he was thinking this morning, has she even noticed they're in lockdown? How has her life actually changed? She fires back. Was that before or after she had to get his naked arse out of 2 sets of handcuffs? He says they'd both be much more emotionally scarred if the cuffs had been anywhere near his arse. She thanks God for small mercies. So, Carl says, no ID. Was there no wallet? Lee remembers the envelope in the letterbox, but if it's not a permanent residence, it's probably not even for him, just junk. She nods toward the building. Let's go check. Carl motions toward the cordon and tells her to lead. 34 days ago. Early the next morning, Chiara wakes in the warmth of Oliver's bed. She replays the previous evening. After dinner, they finish the wine, and she wished they had more. Oliver suggested a walk to the spa, then gently proposed they continue to his place afterward. She'd spent the entire day cleaning her own apartment and buying unnecessary things, 3 awful purple throws, because he'd been pushing to see her place for 10 days. Mildly annoyed, she finally gave in. 2 hours after he arrived, he was suggesting they leave. He joked that she could have a look at her new room. She'd already seen it, actually, but couldn't admit that. Days earlier, while he showered, she peeked behind the only door that stayed closed. Just a spare bedroom, a box spring with no headboard, built-in wardrobes, a pristine mattress with a folded protector still in plastic, roller blinds pulled down, air faint with new paint, as if no one had ever stayed there. She'd accused him of not wanting to sleep in her wall bed. He grinned and said he'd have no problem with it. She laughed and looked away so he wouldn't see her face flush. Their sex isn't as awkward as the first few times. Back when she drank enough to make it possible, to silence the parts of her screaming she shouldn't be doing this, reacting as if his touch were an allergy. She used to close her eyes, shut down her brain, telling herself this was another excruciating beginning that would lead to better things. It did get easier each time, like learning a dance, steps becoming muscle memory. Still, she's occasionally shocked by the cold bareness of his skin, the restriction of his weight, parts of him inside her like a foreign invasion. Now she rolls onto her side and looks at him. Still sleeping, bare back to her, as far away as he can get while remaining on the bed. Deep, regular breaths. This is how they always end up when she stays over, repelled, even though they begin the night in each other's arms, her head on his chest. She sees the top of his scar above the sheets. She rolls onto her back, stares at the smooth white ceiling. She hates the morning after. Daylight is no one's friend and, she's convinced, her active enemy. Above the blankets, only yesterday's makeup on her puffy face. Beneath them, nothing at all. Vulnerable. Exposed. She wishes she could just put on underwear and a t-shirt before sleep and tell him that's how it has to be, but she hasn't found the voice. She imagines dampness between her thighs, worries it might transfer to his sheets. She absolutely hates not knowing what time it is. From the moment she wakes like this, she's waiting to return to her own place and reassemble herself. Shower, fresh makeup, clean clothes. Building back the woman ready to meet him again later for lunch or dinner, to sip wine they both know is the first stepping stone leading her right back here, putting on things she hopes he will take off. Because if he does, they're still moving forward. This is still working. But from tomorrow, all that will have to happen here in his apartment. No other place. She's not ready, but it's a go, she agreed. Because she wants to keep seeing him, and this is the only way. Over 3 Saturdays she's watched the life drain out of Dublin. On the first, the day after Oliver spoke to her outside Tesco, pubs were still open, tourists hadn't fled. They milled around Stephen's Green with iPhones and Carol's bags, feeding pigeons, seemingly carefree. Only a teenager in a mask spun around filming, narrating in a German accent that he was the only one wearing face covering. She thought him alarmist. A week later, tourists gone, most businesses closed. 2 women outside a cafe exchanged glances as a man hurried past in gloves and a respirator mask. The women sat nowhere near 2 meters apart. It was as if some thought the end was nigh while others hadn't seen the papers. She discovered she could be both types herself. One afternoon, she put on a nice dress, waved her hair, set out in chilly sun to Oliver's place early, missing her nightly ritual of waiting for the 4 numerical horsemen. New deaths, new cases, total deaths, total cases. She'd forgotten, just for a few minutes, but across the canal, new signs had appeared on a construction site. You can help stop the spread of COVID-19, like walking onto a Hollywood virus thriller set, only the poles reversed. This was real, and that was terrifying. This morning, the first day of de facto lockdown, it's as if some awful event came overnight. Hardly any traffic. The loudest sound is her own hollow boot heels on the canal path. A pharmacy sign screams hand sanitizer in stock, but lights are off, metal grate down. Above rooftops, motionless cranes, stopped clocks in the sky. By the time she reaches her building, she's passed only one other pedestrian, an older man with a small dog who stepped into the bus lane to give her 2 meters. Inside, one neighbor, a lycra-clad gym bro doing planks on dewy grass. A government COVID-19 info sheet has appeared in the lobby, taped next to emergency numbers. An industrial sanitizer bottle sits in a pool of liquid on a stool by the main door. As she slides her key into the lock, she thinks of all the hands that touched the same door. She notes that Oliver's building has fewer units and therefore fewer people. Adds it to her collection of reasons this might not be a terrible idea. Inside, she kicks the door closed and goes straight to the bathroom sink to wash her hands in the dark, refusing to touch the light switch until after. That's what Oliver says to do, and now that they're writing this out together, she feels obligated to follow his lead. She finds these rituals oddly calming. Anything simple with steps, even when trying to avoid a deadly virus. She strips, stands in scalding shower steam until the bathroom grows thick with it. His shower is better too, another reason. Then she wraps in a towel, trails water through the living room to the kitchen, makes tea and buttered toast, and wonders what to pack. What does a girl need to move in with a guy she barely knows because there's a global emergency lockdown and her apartment is matchbox-sized? She lands on everything. Her stuff fits into one suitcase. Even now, transferring underwear from drawer to case, she can't quite believe she's doing this. But here's another reason. She's not really, just staying a couple of weeks, not letting this place go. Nothing permanent or irreparable. Not yet, anyway. And there's a lot that's incredibly lucky here, or could prove to be. These strange, unprecedented circumstances, she vows to never use that word again, might conspire to take her via express train to everything she's ever wanted, even if no route existed otherwise. Only time will tell. When Oliver opens the door, he holds out a hand. In his palm, one standard silver key for the apartment, one small black plastic fob for the main building door. Oliver says he would have put the keys in a gift box or tied them with ribbon if he had any. Chiara smiles and reaches for them and for him with her other arm, but he suddenly snatches his hand away and steps back. A shadow of something unreadable crosses his face. Then embarrassment fills it. He apologizes, looking at the floor, her hands. She says she just forgot, already turning toward the bathroom. He insists he's not trying to be a dick, it's just the asthma. She says she's glad he reminded her. She doesn't quite understand why he tried to hand her something before the hand washing, but fine, whatever. Before resentment blooms, she catches herself. He has asthma, an underlying condition. Hand washing is something she should be doing anyway. She elbows the bathroom door open, goes to the sink. As water runs over her hands, she feels something new, a ridge of hard, dried skin on the outer edges of her little fingers. After drying off, she rotates her wrists for a better look. Peeling, red, sore skin, protesting. She makes a mental note to buy hand lotion, which makes her think of going to a pharmacy, which makes her think of what else to buy, since any retail experience is a major operation now. They're talking about dry cough, fever, aches. Some people get upset stomachs. She tries not to imagine the nightmare of too much coming up or out here, in the only bathroom, with him right outside. Paracetamol, cough syrup, Imodium, maybe those dissolvable electrolyte packets. Antibacterial hand wash, if they can get it. But her local Tesco has been empty of it for 2 weeks. She looks up into the mirror, notices another mirror behind her, the medicine cabinet door. She already snooped inside her first night here, but now she opens it to take inventory. 2 shelves, mostly personal products. Thickening shampoo, razors, shaving oil. 2 boxes of condoms, one open and nearly empty. A blister pack of sea green pills stamped 542, mostly gone. Antihistamines, she thinks. For medical supplies, a box of supermarket bandages and a tube of deep freeze. She closes the cabinet door. A thought crosses her mind unbidden. No inhalers. She finds Oliver in the spare room, lifting her suitcase onto the bare bed. The air smells of furniture polish he must have been cleaning. He promises he's not paranoid despite evidence to the contrary. She waves it off. The blind is all the way up, offering a courtyard view through tree leaves. The window is open a crack, a safety feature. Oliver comes up behind her, puts his arms around her waist, speaks into her hair. He just wants them to be safe, for her to be. She says she knows, twists around, lifts her lips to his. He kisses her one, she puts her arms around him, sighing contentedly. He asks what it's like out there. Weird, she says. Really different since yesterday. He supposes that's good, shows people are taking this seriously. She isn't sure everyone is. She pulls away, goes to her suitcase, unzips it. He's opened the wardrobe doors and put empty hangers on the rail. She likes that he's offered this room for her belongings. She starts lifting items out. She explains she called her mother while at her place, and spent most of the conversation explaining that the 2-kilometer restriction applies to her too and why. Her mother thinks everyone is overreacting. Sierra rolls her eyes. A beat passes. Oliver asks if she told her. Told her what? About him, about this. Sierra, shaking out a black dress, says clearly he hasn't met her mother. That's a no and a louder, more emphatic no. Her mother didn't even want her moving to Dublin. If she heard about this, she'd probably drive up and drag her back to Cork by her hair. She turns to look at him. She hasn't told anyone, has he? He was going to tell his brother, but he doesn't have to. She says do if he wants. It's not classified, just, when you think about it, it'd be easier this way, right? He nods. That's what he was thinking. Not just the moving in for lockdown stuff, but everything else too, she finishes. She hates all this. As soon as you tell anyone you're in a relationship, you have to define everything. Then comes the Spanish Inquisition. Maybe that's just her family. But this is kind of perfect, isn't it? 2 weeks to just be them. To see what happens without explaining, labeling, or justifying to anyone. They literally can't see anyone else. No one knows she's here. Who's gonna know she's not still in her own place? Oliver grins and asks if they're in a relationship now. She points out he didn't hear anything after that bit, and technically any connection between two people is a relationship. Good save, he says. He says they are, though. She meets his gaze, asks if they are. He asks if she wants to be. She asks him the same. He says he asked first. So they're playing that game, she says. Well, they've literally nothing else to do, he says. She laughs. He says he would like it if they were. Me too, she says. So let's be, he says. They look at each other, expectant, awkward, embarrassed, until they both break and laugh. Kiera turns back to her suitcase, cheeks warm, to pull out more clothes. Oliver moves to help. He lifts out her NASA mug. He asks if she's a meatball girl then. She has no idea what this means. First reaction, insult. Second, confusion. He points to the insignia, blue circle with white stars and a red vector. That's the meatball, he says. The 80s logo with just letters was the worm. She's never heard that before, she says, turning back to the suitcase. But in that case, she's definitely a meatball girl. She hates the other one. It's awful. She spends 15 seconds hanging a dress and refolding t-shirts, and in all that time, Oliver says nothing. When she turns back, he's still holding the mug, looking down at it. She asks if he's okay. He's staring like he's in a daze. He was just thinking, he says. What's the red/about? The sideways V shape. Isn't it a wing? She says. He raises his eyebrows. She explains. The blue disk is a planet. The stars are space. The little white orbital line represents space travel. And the red thing is a wing for aeronautics. She knows she's right, forces herself not to add, I think. Oliver smiles and says he guesses you learn something new every day. 50 days ago. Mid-morning, word spreads through the office. The TSAC is about to make a statement live from Washington, D.C. The only screen with TV channels is in the conference room. They pile in with coffees and sticky pastries, letting terrible news double as elevenses. Oliver is the last one in. Jonas, a Swede who started the same day as him, stands just inside the door. They exchange nods. Jonas whispers that here we go, his eyes flashing with excitement. Over the past month, as far as Oliver can tell, Jonas has spent twice as much time scouring the internet for coronavirus stories as doing actual work. In the last fortnight, he's become obsessed with northern Italy, telling Oliver in ever-increasing detail about what he finds online. Earlier, Jonas had been reading the New York Times, shaking his head, muttering. Oliver refused to take the bait, but Jonas leaned into the space between their screens anyway. Italy is 2 days into a draconian national lockdown, shutting everything except pharmacies and grocery stores, causing huge lines. With not enough ventilators, doctors are deciding who lives and dies. And who dies is invariably the elderly. Jonas said gravely that Ireland is just 2 weeks behind. Oliver didn't think the Times was publishing fake news, but still, these facts felt outlandish, insane. Things couldn't be that bad a couple of countries away, surely. He hadn't been too worried until now. He assumed whatever was happening over there would be stopped before it arrived here. This would be like all the other news stories, overwhelming coverage. Then one day you realize you haven't heard anything about it in a while. Just like his own story, once upon a time. But now here they are, gathered on a weekday morning to listen to the country's leader say something about the virus's arrival in Ireland, so serious, he can't wait to return home to say it. A hush falls as the screen changes from an anchorman to a live shot of the Taoiseach walking to a podium outside some grand building. Still dark over there. His expression is utterly serious. An Irish flag billows behind him. Jonas whispers that it has to be lockdown, but it's not. Varadkar speaks slowly, deliberately, reading from an unseen teleprompter, but looking directly into the lens as if addressing each person individually and the nation collectively. The virus is all over the world. It will continue to spread, but can be slowed. They said they would take the right actions at the right time. They have to move now for greatest impact. You should continue to go to work if you can, but work from home where possible. To reduce unnecessary face-to-face interaction, break times and working times should be staggered. Meetings done remotely or by phone. The air in the room turns tense. Bodies shift, pairings separate. A few guys exchange nervous smiles, tittering laughter. Oliver counts 13 of them standing shoulder to shoulder in this poorly ventilated room and takes a step backward, out of it. He really doesn't want to catch this thing. He can't afford to. Going to a GP, getting tested, hospital admission, anything official, anything involving IDs and paperwork and history. The virus is especially dangerous for him, but not for any medical reason. He's worried about a different kind of exposure. As Oliver starts back across the office, the TV falls mute behind him. Kenneth, the managing director, calls for attention in a tone that demands it. He tells everyone to go to their desks for now. Alistair is on his way back from a site visit. They'll sit down that afternoon and work this out. But Kenneth thinks it's safe to assume they'll all be working from home for the next couple of weeks, so they can start planning accordingly. Oliver reaches his desk, sits down, tunes out. His phone lies by the keyboard. He taps the screen. No new text. He thought she might have sent a message confirming tonight. Maybe she hasn't seen the news yet. He admits to himself that ever since Monday night, he keeps catching himself thinking about her. Or maybe what he's doing is thinking about Monday night. Sitting in a bar, having a drink, enjoying a conversation, a lightness he hasn't felt in a long, long time. Like someone built him a bridge across dark, turbulent water, so he could take a break from clawing himself up from tangled, muddy depths. He liked it. He liked just being able to be. Before he can think too much, he picks up his phone and calls her. He's surprised by how much he welcomes the sound of her voice, how much better he feels knowing they are still on for tonight. But after he hangs up, a prickling sensation rises at the base of his skull, almost always a sign he's doing something he shouldn't, working against whatever primordial survival instinct has carried him this far. He tells himself he'll be careful. He is being careful. He's already decided this will be the last time. After tonight, he won't see her again, and probably won't be able to, so he won't even have to make the decision. It's just that he liked the feeling of being with her, of being Oliver with her, and he wants to feel it one more time. 33 days ago. Early Sunday morning, they drive to the largest Tesco they could find on Google Maps, a full 8 kilometers outside the 2-kilometer radius they're supposed to stay within. Oliver has rented a go-car for the occasion. He sits tensed in the driver's seat, 2 hands gripping the wheel, eyes fixed on the road. Sierra has told him repeatedly that the 2-kilometer rule is just for exercise, that you can travel farther for essential shopping, but he remains unconvinced. 10 minutes in, she asks if he really doesn't like breaking rules. She points out that if they get stopped, they get stopped. No big deal, no one will arrest them. They won't even make them turn around because this is within the rules. And even if they do, so what? They'll just turn back. She bites back one last point, that they're only doing this because of him. They're hunting not just for a week's groceries but for a printer as well. Oliver realized he'd need one 24 hours after every retail location that would typically sell such a thing closed. Ordering online might mean waiting a week or more. So they're taking a risk, driving outside their zone to a supermarket megastore, hoping to find electrical equipment among the porridge and toilet rolls. A couple of weeks back, when he first started working from home, Oliver bought an eye-wateringly expensive coffee machine that only takes equally expensive capsules. Sierra can't help thinking that would have been the time to buy whatever he needed for his job, but she keeps quiet about that too. Oliver says it's not that he doesn't like breaking rules, he's just not used to driving. He flicks on an indicator at a T-junction even though they're the only car on the road. But he admits she's right, he doesn't like breaking rules. He throws her a quick smile. It's mostly the driving thing, though. He never drove in London. She asks if she should be worried. Not with roads like this, he says. Traffic is so sparse that almost every time they hit a red light, they're the only vehicle stopping. Their route takes them through empty suburbs, cars parked in driveways, gates closed, curtains drawn. Sierra thinks Dublin has decided that since there's nowhere to go and nothing to do, the only thing for it is a city-wide lie-in. But she's wrong. As they approach the Tesco Extra near Liffey Valley, it becomes clear the entire city had the exact same idea. A long tailback of cars waits just to enter the parking lot. Nearly 20 minutes to reach the entrance, where a bored teenager in a reflective vest directs them to follow the car in front. Another 10 minutes to find an empty space. Their reward: joining a line of 50 or 60 people, all 2 meters apart, snaking out of the main entrance, down the full length of the facade, and twisting back on itself. Nearly another hour passes before they reach the front, where a stone-faced security guard tells them it's strictly 1 customer per cart today. Sierra thinks he means they'll each need a shopping cart. Why would that be a rule? Until Oliver turns and says it's okay, he'll go do it. She puts it together. They have to shop alone. They can't both go inside. Oliver moves toward the doors. She starts to protest, but doesn't know how to finish the sentence. Behind her, a woman sighs theatrically. Someone else mutters something sweary. Oliver calls over his shoulder for her to email him the list. Then he's gone, disappeared into the store, and Sierra is left standing outside alone, wondering what to do now. She can't even sit in the car. He has the keys. The guard tells her she can go in too, but she has to shop separately. He holds up a stop hand. She'll have to wait until someone comes out. Her face must communicate something because he adds that it's to keep the aisles as clear as possible so everyone can stay away from each other. Hearing tutting behind her, she says loudly that she understands. The guard says it'll just be a minute. She pulls out her phone, opens the grocery list in her notes app. Oliver is an okay cook. She's mostly a microwaver, so he did most of the meal planning. She doesn't know what he'll do with lamb cutlets, fresh mint, garam masala, tahini, but he's promised she won't starve. They also made what Oliver nicknamed their doomsday prepper list, non-perishable extras in case they get sick and have to isolate for up to 2 weeks. In a weird way, it was fun, a challenge. Dried pasta, ready-made sauces that last for years, bread mixes that need only water, porridge, preservative-heavy sweets, canned fruit, fish, beans, multivitamins just in case, instant coffee with fresh grounds mixed in, cartons of oat milk that don't need refrigeration, bottled water, though Oliver says he'll buy a filter jug when shops reopen, toothpaste, shower gel, and toilet paper. Who wants to be trapped in a confined space with someone they don't know well, possibly with intestinal issues, without an ample supply? She doesn't believe for a moment that either of them will ever need to survive on dried pasta and canned grapefruit, but the idea is reassuring nonetheless. She emails the list to Oliver, waits for the whoosh. 3 or 4 minutes pass before a man in his 40s emerges pushing a cart overflowing with beer crates. The guard gives her the okay. Running to catch up with Oliver seems childish and not something he'd approve of. He can manage the shopping alone. They've already agreed she'll reimburse him half in cash, but she might as well browse rather than stand outside bored. As the sliding doors close behind her, she's struck by how eerily quiet it is inside. She's never noticed how much sound a vast supermarket normally holds: chatter, cartwheels, squeaking soles, but she's sure this is the first time she's heard distant music from concealed speakers. The one-person, one-cart system is working. The only other person she sees is a staff member directing her to follow large red arrows on the floor. She grabs a basket to keep up pretenses and goes where she's told. Flower bays and magazine racks are empty. A clothing area is roped off with a sign apologizing for the temporary closure. Even as she advances into the food aisles, she meets no other customers, only staff emptying blue bins onto shelves. Milk fridges and bakery baskets are overflowing, but elsewhere there are huge gaps where products should be. Toilet paper is available, but signs warn 1 per customer. She takes one because it seems silly not to. The pasta section is picked clean. She doesn't see any bread mixes where they should be. Apparently they weren't the only ones with that idea. It's a weird feeling to know that whatever you need, you must get it here, right now. There's nowhere else except shops like this and smaller versions with less range. What if this lasts longer than 2 weeks? She grabs a packet of ballpoint pens and stationery razors and conditioner in beauty. When she finds discount paperbacks, she picks up several, inspecting back covers until she remembers she shouldn't be touching things unnecessarily. She chooses 2 at random, throws them in her basket, mentally updating the total. She doesn't find Oliver until she reaches the last red arrow and emerges at the checkout desks. He's 3 tills away, stuffing things into his backpack. No one waits behind him. The cashier is behind a plexiglass screen. She hurries to join him. The last item on the belt is a large box containing a Canon printer. She hastily dumps her basket's contents behind it. She asks if he got one. He swings around, surprised, and says yes, thankfully. The cashier sees her toilet paper and does a little eye roll, unimpressed by her rule bending. "No pasta," Oliver adds. She saw. Whoever thought there'd be a pasta shortage in Ireland? He quips that at least they've moved on from potatoes. He hands her a scrunched-up plastic bag, one of the ones she saw him stuff into his backpack before they left. The question is, what's in the backpack now? She could swear that just before he turned around, she saw him hastily zip it closed, in a way that makes her think he's put something in there he doesn't want her to see. Operation Grocery Shop consumes most of the day. Between queuing to park and queuing to enter, it's after 2 by the time they drive back to Harold's Cross. Unloading takes 2 trips up to the apartment. Wiping everything down and finding storage space takes an age. Oliver visibly relaxes when they reach the go-car return point without encountering any guarded checkpoints. His shoulders and spine lose a tension carried all day. He may claim it's about his driving, but on the walk back they passed 2 squad cars setting up a roadblock, and Chiara would swear she felt his hand grow clammy with a cold sweat at the sight. She didn't ask him about it. She's still caught on the backpack. She watched for it when they first returned to the apartment. He hurried into the bedroom with it before coming back to the kitchen without it, so whatever was inside wasn't food. What would he have bought that he didn't want her to see, and why hide anything from her at all? She casually asked for the receipt in the car, pretending she needed to figure how much she owed him. He said he didn't know where he'd put it, even though she watched him slip it inside his jacket at the checkout. Had he genuinely forgotten, or outright lied? When they return to the apartment a second time, Oliver starts tearing at the printer box. XIII announces she's going to shower. She takes a towel into the bathroom, locks the door, strips. She turns the monsoon shower head to full temperature just below scalding, stands under the pressurized rainfall for 30 seconds to get the ends of her hair dripping wet. Then she steps out, wraps the towel around her, and sinks down cross-legged on the tiled floor, back against the door. She needs a minute alone to think. The backpack isn't a big deal. People are entitled to privacy. Plenty of things you might not want to announce to a woman you've just started a relationship with. The best she can come up with is hemorrhoid cream, though she's not even sure supermarkets sell that. But there must be lots of things. Thick steam swirls above her. The problem is, it's reminded her there could be kitchen knives in there, or a half pint of vodka he'll drink before noon from a water bottle, or something from the health section for some undisclosed medical condition. The problem is she doesn't know what could be inside, because she doesn't know him. Not well enough to feel certain she's safe here, living with him in a place no one else knows she is. She wants to be here. She does. But should she be? A hard knock on the bathroom door startles her. Oliver's voice, muffled, asks if she's alive in there. She jumps up, out of the towel, back into the shower stream before answering, so her response sounds like it's coming from the right place. He says he's put dinner on, ready in 10 minutes or so. She calls back, "Okay, great." Then she hears a clicking noise. Is that the door handle? Is he trying to get in, or just checking if she's locked it? She waits. He asks if everything is all right. She says fine. Why? She waits for an answer, but none comes. A few seconds later, she thinks she hears the living room door clunk closed. She stays in the bathroom another few minutes for appearances, then gathers her things and unlocks the door. Steam spills out into the colder hall. Directly opposite, the living room door is indeed closed. She pauses next to it, head turned, listening. No sound at all from the other side. What's he doing in there? She moves closer until her left ear almost touches the wood. Nothing. But then, she thinks she hears a scrape of metal on cement. That would mean he's outside, on the terrace. A drip-drip sound comes from much closer, and after a beat she realizes it's her, shedding droplets onto the hall floor, marking where she's been eavesdropping, the sodden ends of her hair giving her away. She ducks into the master bedroom, clutching her towel, closing the door with a soft click, and then locking it too. The key has always sat in the lock, but she's never heard it turn. She winces at how loud it is now. Hopefully he's still outside. Why would she be locking this door? She can't think of any plausible reason, and she certainly can't share the real one, because she's going to look for the backpack. She puts her clothes back on, trusty jeans and a plain black t-shirt, creased from being bald on the bathroom floor, then scans the room. Only two places it could be, the wardrobe or under the bed. She checks both, in that order, careful to leave no obvious sign she's been rifling through his things. No sign of the backpack. Did he come in here and take it while she was showering? Why would he do that? What the hell is in there that he doesn't want her to see? She checks again. The backpack definitely isn't there. It's quick to search. Oliver doesn't have much stuff. Clothes, shoes, toiletries just about covers it. But then he did say this was a temporary home. Maybe he only left London with whatever he could bring on the flight. Sierra? She freezes. His voice sounds like it's coming from the living room. She quickly turns the key, opens the bedroom door wide, and hurries to the full-length mirror by the wardrobe, where she still has a line of sight to the living room door. The shower has steamed all the makeup off her skin but not her eyes, leaving her lashes smudged with wayward mascara. She wets a finger and drags it under each eye, trying to repair the damage and look like that's what she's been doing. The living room door opens with a flourish. Oliver appears. When he spots her in the bedroom, he grins mischievously and asks if she's ready. She notices her hair looks plastered to her head, says yeah, pushes her hands up into it, massaging her scalp in a futile attempt at rescue. He tells her she looks lovely. She calls that a bold-faced lie. Lovely to him, he says. She rolls her eyes. He holds out his hand, beckoning. Come on, let's go. Where? Just come with me, he says. What's going on? He asks her to help him out. He's trying to surprise her. She takes his hand and lets him lead her through the living room, through the open patio doors, out onto the terrace. The terrace has been transformed. Strings of miniature LED lights wrap the railing, glowing warmly in the setting sun. The table now wears a red and white checked tablecloth, set for dinner for two, with flickering candles and champagne flutes. She laughs when she sees a kitchen chair commandeered as a platform for a plastic yellow bucket, the kind children play with at the beach, filled with ice and holding a sweating bottle of Prosecco. His phone lies on the tabletop, softly playing something folksy and sweet. She turns to him. He explains he was confined to Tesco for supplies, so he had to improvise. She shouldn't look too closely at the lights. They're actually little unicorns. The tablecloth is paper, the flute's plastic, the candles are the kind you light to keep bugs away. But he thinks he did good, right? She doesn't know what to say. She manages to ask what this is all for. Well, he says, her. He puts a hand on the back of his neck and rubs it absently, something she started to notice he always does when embarrassed or afraid he's about to be. Her moving in, even temporarily, because of an unprecedented global emergency. He's electing not to take that part personally, just so she knows. He thought they should mark the occasion, and since they can't go anywhere, he grins, then warns he didn't put the same effort into dinner. It's frozen pizza and garlic bread. She finds her voice, thanks him, says this is lovely. She means it. He reaches for her. She lets him. He whispers into her ear that so is she. That's when she sees it. Over his shoulder, through the open door, in the brightly lit living room. Deflated and empty now, lying on the floor by the couch. The backpack, 48 days ago. Saturday morning, they wander through town searching for breakfast. XIII points out a bustling cafe on Dawson Street with outdoor seating, but Oliver doesn't want to give hundreds of strolling pedestrians a long look at his face, and he dislikes feeling unseen watchers could be observing him. He suggests a small basement-level restaurant a few doors down. She makes a face, countering that somewhere bigger and more open would be safer, global pandemic-wise. They settle on Bewley's on Grafton Street, partly because they've vaguely heard it's special, partly because a line of waiting people suggests it's good. Once inside, Oliver sees it's perfect, airy, high-ceilinged like Grand Continental cafes. Better yet, the host leads them to the back, around a corner to a small table with no passing traffic. He offers XIII the seat facing into the cafe so he can sit with his back to it. He doesn't care about food or coffee. He just wants to ensure he won't regret this any more than he already does. He picks up the menu and pretends to read. She says she's starving, picks up hers. Thursday night was supposed to be the end of this. He was going to meet her for a drink and then disappear. That's what he needed to do, and he was going to do it. It would have been easy, given everything going on now. She probably wouldn't have thought twice, certainly wouldn't have suspected anything. Instead, they ended up back at his place, undressing each other, somehow. Now she not only knows where he lives, but has slept in his bed and seen his scar. Caught out unexpectedly, he told her the same story he'd told Lucy back in London. He hopes this isn't a sign of things to come. Part of him can't believe it happened, but a larger part knows it did because he wanted it to, because he likes her, and liking her is going to ruin everything, again. She asks what he's having. She thinks she might get the baked eggs. He knows he's standing with his hand in the fire, flames tickling his skin. Past experience tells him any moment now the heat will burn through to his nerve endings and drop him into screaming pain. There's no other possible outcome. He knows this. But he can't pull his hand away. He likes the heat. He says baked eggs sounds good. He'll have that too. They set down their menus. XIII whispers for him not to look, in the corner to his right, then lifts her chin to indicate he should. A fellow patron stands precariously on her chair, pointing a dog-sized camera at an artfully arranged table of food below. After inspecting the latest shot, she bends to slide a coffee cup a couple inches left, wobbling as the wooden chair rocks. Behaving so attention-grabbing in public, without caring who sees, is so alien to Oliver that he classes it as psychopathy. XIII mutters that it's anything for the gram. They'd woken up in the same bed this morning, but hadn't stayed together. After he suggested walking to town for breakfast, she said she'd meet him there instead, needing to get ready at her place. Change clothes, makeup, whatever. It gave him an hour alone at home, which he used to search for her on social media more thoroughly, using all the information he'd gleaned. Again, nothing. He hasn't found any corresponding profile on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, despite forensic searching. Her full name, her first name plus Dublin, first name plus Cork, last name with first initial, recent posts tagged with things like hashtag the sidecar bar or hashtag French75 in case her username was random numbers or another name altogether. Nothing. Not even a private account that might be her. No old posts where she'd been tagged. She just wasn't there. And not just on social media, but online generally. Apart from the LinkedIn profile he found the day they met, not a single Google search result about her. She was so not there, it was suspicious. A person would have to work at keeping the internet so clean of their name. Or would they? Maybe if you were normal, it wasn't that hard. XIII might just not use social media. Digital detoxes were all the rage. In the hours together, he's never seen her take a picture. Any glimpse of her screen shows email or news headlines. Now she's brought up the subject, an opportunity he can't waste. He asks if she's not on the gram then. She shakes her head no. Not now or never? She says she had an account for about 5 minutes a few years back but never posted. Why is he? He grins, accusing her of pretending she hasn't already looked for him on there. She swears she hasn't. Wouldn't have occurred to her. Really? Really, she says. So she's not down with all the cool kids? She says using that phrase might preclude him from being that. Fair, he says. And no, he's not on the gram. She calls it a shame. He'd be such a hit. With that face, she says. Of course he would. And he's an architect. Not quite, he says. She insists he would be on there. Social media has no room for nuance. He needs to milk all that building shit. He jokes that was actually his degree's name. Bachelor of Building Shit. She laughs. Then she asks why he isn't on there. He exhales, buying time. He needs to do better than he did with the scar. Keep it simple. He just doesn't get it, he says. Not against it, just wouldn't know what to do with it. Then he asks why she isn't. Because she's seen behind the curtain, she says, ominous by design. She leans forward, elbows on the table. Nothing is free. They pay for apps with data, buried in user agreements no one reads. But the real terror isn't that tech giants collect information, but what they're doing with it. Feeding data to AIs, eroding free will. She can't stop it too late, but she doesn't need to actively help. She's down to just LinkedIn because in her industry not being there is like not existing. But that's it. Their robot overlords are coming regardless, but she won't hold the door open. He allows himself a moment of believing this, of contemplating what it would mean if XIII truly didn't use social media. What if there were no danger that through her, his name and face would make their way online, sending a vigilante Twitter mob into the street with torches and pitchforks, catching tabloid attention? He could keep seeing her. A little while longer, anyway, so long as she keeps believing him. Today. The smell in the lobby has worsened. Through the glass doors opposite, Lee sees that residents of apartments between here and the scene have wisely retreated to their terraces. For now, they can't leave without an emergency reason, and the pandemic has eliminated most of those. Normally, she might relocate them to a hotel, but current circumstances make that difficult. Once forensics finish and the pathologist comes and goes, the body can be removed and the apartment cleaned. Until then, she hopes the weather holds for them. Masked and breathing through her mouth, Lee opens box 1 with a key, borrowed from the woman in apartment 4. Apparently all letterbox keys here are identical. She wonders if residents know and how they'd feel about that. She retrieves the contents with a gloved hand. The uniform hurries off to return the key while Lee takes her bounty back outside, away from the stench. Carl waits by their car, absurdly pleased with himself for rustling up 2 coffees. They sit in the front seats, doors open to keep an ear on the scene. He sets the cups on the dash and pulls a clear evidence bag from the glove compartment, holding it open for her to drop the envelope inside. It's slim, cream, smooth, stiff. Premium paper like a wedding invitation. Nothing on the front except a handwritten name in blue ink. Oliver St. Ledger. The name tugs at the back of Lee's mind, but she doesn't know why. It means nothing to her. She can't place where she might have heard it before. Carl points, asking what that is. She flips the bag and sees more handwritten words on the back, just above the flap. This isn't what you're worried it is. Carl bets it is what he's worried it is. They can't open it. Scenes of crime will have to, just in case. For now, Lee sets it on the dash, name side up. They sit back and stare at it while sipping coffee. Lee frowns. Did he put sugar in this? 3, Carl says, and she'd better not say she can't taste it. He shakes his head, says she should get her bloods checked. She fires back that she's not the one having Red Bull and Marlboros for breakfast. What did she have then? An egg white omelet and wheatgrass shot. Nothing, she says. She's fasting. Sure she is, Carl says. She asks if the name Oliver St. Ledger means anything to him. Should it? She doesn't know. It sounds familiar, and St. Ledger is uncommon here. She doesn't think she's ever actually met anyone called that. Carl suggests she's thinking of an actor or something. Lee pulls her phone, awkwardly one-handedly opens the browser and searches. Results are typical internet soup: social media profiles, obituaries, a university staff listing. Very few exact name matches, hardly anything for Dublin, nothing explaining why it would mean something to her. No stamp, Carl notes, hand-delivered. Lee says she's impressed, he noticed. Caffeine kicking in, he says. She reaches for the bag, flips it to the message on the back. Carl reads it aloud, asks what it means. Her guess is as good as his. His guess: bad breakup, custody battle, or a bunny-boiling psycho-stalker. Lee says she's taking it back. Remind her to sign him up for sensitivity training. He asks if that's the role-playing thing. He did that already. She's not sure it took. What does she think it means then? She sighs. They've probably been biased by finding it in a letterbox where someone's been decomposing for a fortnight. It could be innocuous, positive, even nice. An invitation, maybe. Carl calls her Pollyanna. Did that architect crowd ring back yet? No, he'll try again. Carl takes out his phone, unlocks it, spills coffee on his jeans. He'll ask if they're missing an Ollie. Ollie St. Ledger. The name and everything it means come speeding from the back of Lee's brain to front and center. Suddenly she knows exactly where she knows it from, and this knowledge lodges a cold stone of dread in her chest. Back in a sec, she tells Carl, who already has his phone to his ear. She climbs out, sets her coffee on the roof, walks a few steps away, dials Sundrive Road reception, and asks if anyone has a mobile number for retired Detective Inspector Bill O'Leary. Someone has a number of someone who might. She waits while they make a call. Ollie St. Ledger. Christ, if it's him in there, she'll be lucky to get that curry next Friday. Still on hold, Lee returns for her coffee, sips while pacing outside the outer cordon. Through the car's rear window, she sees Carl has finished his call and is now looking at her questioningly in the rearview mirror's reflection. She turns her back. She won't say anything until she's sure. Ollie St. Ledger, he'd hardly be using that name. Surely he'd have changed it, to his mother's maiden name usually, in cases like this. That's what tends to happen. Not that there are many cases like this. A voice comes on the line with Bill's number, says they'll text it. Lee stops pacing, looks down at her phone, waiting for the message, willing the sender to type faster. If he's not using that name, and he almost certainly isn't, then whoever put that envelope in his letterbox knows who he really is. or thinks they do, which, if that envelope is related to him lying dead on his bathroom floor and they're wrong about it, is much, much worse. Ding. She taps the number, initiates a call. It rings an excruciating number of times before an older man's gruff voice answers. She identifies herself, asks how he is. A pause. Then Bill says he's concerned this isn't a social call. Straight to business. Just like 15 years ago when they worked together, she's still in uniform fresh from Templemore. He already the wizened elder statesman. She confirms it's not a social call, unfortunately. She lowers her voice, steps farther away. She's at a scene in Harold's Cross and needs to ask something sensitive. She has a name and wants to know if it means anything to him. That's all she's asking, for both their sakes. A yes or no, okay? Okay, Bill says. She takes a deep breath. Ollie St. Ledger. The pause is so long she pulls the phone from her ear to check the call is still connected. Bill says it means something to him. Yes. She thanks him. She thought it would but wanted to make sure. Bill offers that if she needs him, she might. Is this the best number? So long as he hears the phone ring. Hearing isn't what it used to be, but his wife will if he doesn't. Lee hesitates. She should leave it there but feels obligated to give him something in exchange. She says she thinks maybe he's dead. Another long pause. Then, good. Click. Lee goes back to the car, sits down. Carl reports that KB Studios does have an Oliver, but his last name is Kennedy. The guy he spoke to says the firm has an apartment here and thinks Kennedy could have been staying in it, but he's not sure. Seems to be the company motto. No pictures on the website or social media, but the guy described Kennedy as late 20s, 6 foot, light brown hair, good-looking, though also with big ears and an angular jaw. Carl asks, considering the ripeness and being face down, could that be what's in there? What's in there, Lee says, is a complete and utter shitstorm, potentially. Carl frowns, asks who she was talking to. She says they'll need to keep this very close to their chests for now. Carl presses, loving the suspense, but at least until they're sure, she says. She really was looking forward to that curry. Carl swears, demands to know what's going on. She turns to look at him. Do you remember the Mill River case? 32 days ago. After the warm glow of Sunday night, Monday feels like the cold, sharp shock of the real start. The Sierra opens her eyes to darkness, then finds weak gray light forcing its way around the window blind. Oliver is turned away from her on the other side of the bed, still deeply asleep, snoring lightly. She retrieves clothes she left folded on the floor by her side of the bed, polka-dot pajama bottoms and an old bleach-splattered t-shirt, and tiptoes out, closing the door softly, then pulls them on in the gloom of the living room. The snazzy coffee machine is as loud as a tractor engine, so she boils the kettle instead, flipping it off before the bubbling and hissing really starts, and stirs in instant coffee granules from their doomsday prepper stock. She doesn't care about the taste. It's mostly the smell she needs in the morning. The terrace door unlocks with a gentle click, but makes a louder whoosh when she slides it open. The table still has last night's check tablecloth, the lights still twisted around the railing. She feels silly recalling her suspicions about something sinister in the backpack. What did she seriously think was in there? She pictures Oliver's face after the reveal, apologizing for scavenging from Tesco. The heat on his cheeks, nervous smile, the way he dips his head when embarrassed, so it's as if he's looking up at her despite his height. She smiles at the memory. She chooses the chair with the better courtyard view and holds her coffee with 2 hands. The sky brightens by the minute. It's striking how quiet it is, but a disquiet. The city has been winding down for 2 weeks, but over the weekend it came to a stop. The absence of traffic noise, engines, horns, tires on tarmac, is the biggest change, the most disconcerting. She's a 10-minute walk from the South Side city center, and there's no sound except distant birds and a light breeze through the courtyard trees. She thinks she could be the last person on Earth and not know it, and then that no one would ever have even known she was here. Movement. Bright pink thighs appear, and for a split second she's confused about how the legs seem to disappear at the knee. Then she blinks and realizes, not a levitating woman, but one wearing gray leggings from the knee down, doing yoga stretches on her balcony. Oliver told her there's a gym in the building, but it preemptively closed last week and will stay that way. He said he'd start running again. She told him her rule is only running if being chased. She likes the idea of walks, though. It's leafy here, with the canal, and some of the city is still within 2 kilometers. It'll be interesting to see it emptied out. Walking will give her time to think. She sips her coffee. Yoga Woman is lunging now, blonde and lithe. Even from across the complex and 1 floor up, Sierra sees how the material clings to the woman's skin, how that skin clings to her body. She supposes that's why the woman has the confidence to do this on her balcony for a potential audience. She wonders if the woman wants people to watch, if it's the yoga or the attention that feels good in the morning. As if hearing Kiera's thoughts, the woman straightens, comes to the glass railing, rests her hands on it, and turns her head to look directly her way. It's hard to tell from this distance with tree leaves in between, but Sierra's skin prickles with the sense of being watched. She looks down into her cup, exaggerating the movement so the woman gets the message. "Oh, for God's sake!" Sierra jumps at Oliver's voice behind her, sloshing coffee onto her thighs. She turns to see him standing in the open door, holding 2 cups, one extended to her. He tells her to give him that and take this. "Coffee," he says. He saw the instant jar on the counter. That's for the apocalypse's the road stage. No need to punish herself until then. She rolls her eyes, dutifully puts her cup down, and reaches for the replacement. He asks why she didn't use the machine. She lies that she forgot how. She sips the proper coffee. It does taste better. That machine must be quieter than she thought. She thanks him and offers good morning. He returns it, steps outside barefoot, kisses the top of her head, then sits carefully in the other chair. He asks if she always gets up this early on a school day. "Just gone 7, he says. She supposes yes. This is about her normal time. Oliver looks around the courtyard, remarks how quiet it is. "No traffic," she says. "That's the big change today." "No anything," he says. "So what's the plan?" She needs to log into their system by 9 and asks if he minds her taking the spare bedroom after lunch for calls. Over the weekend, they dragged the dining table in there as a desk. Whoever doesn't have the makeshift office gets the couch, coffee table, breakfast bar, or bed. She'll tackle emails from the couch this morning. Fine by him, he says. She'll go for a walk around noon, maybe daily. Accountability and all that jazz. Oliver leans forward with a counterplan. He'll take the bedroom for the first half, she has the couch. When she walks, he'll make lunch. Then if she doesn't mind, he'll run around 5 and she can do dinner. She makes a face. "Okay," he says, "start dinner. Preheat the oven." She can do that, though he might have to show her how to work it. And tonight he suggests starting from the Earth to the Moon, some show about moon landings he's been on about. She smiles, says it sounds like a plan. Oliver settles back, satisfied. She's noticed this about him. He needs a plan and will build one if it doesn't exist. He has to know what's happening now, next, and after, with some structure. She saw the logic for empty Saturdays or lazy Sundays, but it seems like overkill for a work weekday. Still, having structure during lockdown can't be bad. Chiara risks a look at Yoga Woman's balcony. Empty. She's gone. When Sierra reaches the end of Harcourt Street, the gates at Stevens Green Corner are closed. She can't read the neon yellow signs cable tied to the railings until she crosses and stands in front of them, but the branding is familiar. Due to COVID-19, they've closed the park. This doesn't make sense. It's a park, but there's no one to complain to. She starts walking the perimeter railing, catching glimpses of perfectly empty green leafy spaces beyond. It looks peaceful but doesn't sound it. A cacophony of incessant squawking comes from inside. The seagulls that usually terrorize Grafton Street shoppers have apparently commandeered the park for themselves. A Lewis tram slinks past carrying 3 passengers. 2 uniformed gardaí pass on bicycles, barely faster than her walking pace, weaving figure 8s on the road, chatting casually like they're out for a Sunday spin. She's one of only a handful of pedestrians. An ominous buzzing noise grows louder. She thinks an alarm has gone off until she sees a man 20 feet away manipulating handheld controls, looking upward. She follows his gaze and spots the drone. A tiny black object moving steadily across the midday sky just above the rooftops, capturing bird's-eye footage of a near-empty city. Kiara had imagined getting coffee and drinking it on a bench by the duck pond, but now she sees how naive that was. The park is locked and there's nowhere to get coffee. Even the little convenience store at the top of Grafton Street, still open as essential, has an out-of-order sign on its self-serve machine. She will need to find something else to do each day, somewhere else to sit and think. She knows she needs the processing time. She's not used to being with another person 24 hours a day, and everything has happened so fast. Life has suddenly exploded on her. That's what it feels like. She came to Dublin. She found Oliver. An unprecedented global emergency began. She and Oliver moved in together, all in the last month. Last night, after Oliver fell asleep and rolled away, she lay awake in the dark, unable to quiet her racing thoughts. It's not that she doesn't want to be where she is, she's exactly where she wants to be. Things are working out better than she'd hoped, and quickly, but the speed is the problem. It feels like an unseen force has hold of her elbows, pulling her along like protesters being dragged away by riot gear, toes barely touching the ground. It's not that she's being pulled somewhere she doesn't want to go, it's just that everything is happening so fast. She thinks if she can just have solo time outside each day, those hours will act as speed bumps, slow it all down just enough to feel in control again. For today, though, this will have to do. She does one loop around Stephen's Green railings, and starts back toward the apartment. She hears the voice before putting her key in the door. Male, angry, amplified and disembodied like from a speaker. She can't make out words but identifies the emotion instantly. Frustration. Anger even. Maybe. She shakes the keys and closes the door with a thump to signal her presence, but the voice continues uninterrupted. Oliver must be on a video call in the spare bedroom whose door stands open. He probably wasn't expecting her back so soon. The other voice is older, and as she advances down the hall she hears it say they'd agreed he wouldn't hide things from her. She goes to pull the door closed for privacy, but Oliver is seemingly unaware she's even come in. He sits at the makeshift desk with his back to her. The laptop screen shows a white, gray-haired man with a tanned, lined face, his webcam at that awkward below-the-chin angle. The man shakes his head in disbelief. Oliver's posture, shoulders slumped, head down, communicates shame or defeat. The man on screen starts to say she can't, then stops to frown at something over Oliver's shoulder. Her, Sierra realizes belatedly. Oliver whips around, his face a question. She mouths sorry and swiftly pulls the door closed. She doesn't hear anymore. Oliver doesn't come out for another 15 minutes. By then, Sierra has made an executive decision and started lunch. Chicken and cheese toasties ready for the grill, served with the limp remains of a Friday salad bowl. She's made an effort elsewhere. 2 places set at the breakfast bar with neatly folded kitchen paper squares and ice water glasses on mismatched coasters from a drawer. Oliver emerges looking sheepish and apologizes. She asks if everything's okay. Not really, no, he says. He sees the breakfast bar layout and asks what's all this. Day one enthusiasm, she says. He smiles weakly, asks how long before they're standing at the counter eating dry cornflakes from the box. She guesses Friday. She puts the sandwiches under the grill. He asks about her walk. She says they've locked Stephen's Green, which is annoying. She turns, folds her arms, and asks what that was about. Who was that guy? Oliver runs a hand through his hair. That was his boss. He tells the kitchen floor. And that was about... If Sierra had to guess, she'd say a work fuck-up. Something about a big project near the Silicon Docks. All those modern glass buildings where ostentatious American tech companies have their European HQs, now standing empty because workers are home. But what he says is, because of her. She can't imagine what that means. Me? She asks. He reminds her he told her this place came with the job. It's employee accommodation, not his own. Technically, he's the only one supposed to be staying here. It takes her a beat to understand. And his boss just saw her. She says aloud, "Here, during lockdown, so he knows she's not just visiting." Oliver says the boss didn't actually see her but knew someone was there. He asked. And Oliver didn't lie. He didn't think he had to. But his boss said that kind of thing wasn't allowed, not even now. Then the boss pointed out, this isn't the only apartment the firm rents in the complex. It's one of two, and the other has a senior partner in it. Kenneth made a point of telling Oliver that wherever that apartment is, it has a view of his terrace. He's sorry, but... Two thoughts come to her. First, he very rarely says her name. Actually, come to think of it, how often does she say his? There's something soothing about hearing it from his mouth, in his voice. A bead of warmth rises from deep within her chest. Surprising. Second, she has to leave. That thought floods her entire body with the heat of blind panic. From behind her, a faint smell of bread burning begins to waft. She asks if she should go right now. God, no, Oliver says, frowning. He comes to her, takes both her hands. She's not going anywhere. They're being ridiculous. All he's saying is they can't sit outside anymore, because whichever apartment that asshole is in has a clear view of their terrace. And he's told Kenneth she'll go back to her own place today. Oh, she says, shoulders dropping, tension dissipating. Embarrassed she got it so wrong. She starts laughing. Oliver laughs too. Says she really went straight to doomsday scenario. He pulls her close, kisses her gently. She's not going anywhere, but she might be about to set off the fire alarm. Shit, she says. The sandwiches are beyond saving, tops burned crisp. Oliver finds it hilarious, reminds her he was supposed to make lunch today and says perhaps he should. After half-hearted protesting, she lets him. Only afterward, when she carries her laptop into the office for the afternoon stretch, does the thought occur. The timeline doesn't fit. Oliver said when she went to close the door, his boss saw someone else was there and asked. That's when the talk of employee accommodation and the senior partner began. But before Sierra had even advanced down the hall, before she got anywhere near the doorway, she'd heard the older man raise his voice. I thought we'd agreed you wouldn't hide things from me. You can't. So what had that been about? What had Oliver been hiding from him? And what was he hiding now from her? 35 days ago. Fresh from the shower, Oliver sits on the couch in a towel to watch the T-Sitch's speech live. Leo's steady, even voice blares from the TV, probably from every TV in the country. From midnight to night for 2 weeks until Easter Sunday, April 12th, everyone must stay at home in all circumstances except for specific situations. Travel to and from essential work that cannot be done from home. Shopping for food, household goods or meals. Medical appointments or collecting medicines. Vital family reasons like caring for children, elderly, or vulnerable people. Brief individual exercise within 2 kilometers of home. All public and private gatherings outside a single household are prohibited. Public transport restricted to essential workers. Outside those listed activities, no travel beyond a 2-kilometer radius for any reason. The Tajik doesn't use the word lockdown, but that's exactly what it is. Everyone has to stay at home for the next 2 weeks in their own home. They can't meet anyone, indoors or out, who doesn't live with them. Oliver stares at the screen, shaking his head in disbelief. This is so perfect for him, it's bordering on ridiculous. If he could have designed a set of circumstances, he couldn't have come up with anything better. He'll ask Sierra to move in with him, or to come stay for the next couple of weeks. Let's put it like that, he tells himself, so as not to scare her off. According to the rules, that's the only way they'll be able to keep seeing each other. If they remain as 2 separate households, they won't see each other at all. It's unclear if this is legal or just advice, but Oliver has no intention of breaking any rules. He wouldn't do anything that would prompt a Garda to so much as look his way. There are other, worse punishments. He's already seen plenty of pictures and videos shared online of people suspected of contravening restrictions, many clearly identifiable. He can't risk that. He'll tell her he can't risk it because of his non-existent asthma. The rules are there for a reason, and he wants to abide by them. He doesn't know why she'd say no when she's effectively living in his apartment anyway. She only goes back to her place to work. He hasn't been there yet, but he's going tonight. Based on what she's told him and what he found when he Googled current rental listings for the complex, his place is twice the size, and he doesn't think she has any balcony or private outside space. Unless, of course, she doesn't want to come stay with him. There's always the possibility he's read her wrong, that whatever he thinks is happening actually isn't, that she doesn't feel the way her actions imply. But he doubts it. So theoretically, for the next 2 weeks, they could be together all the time, alone together, not seeing anyone else, no colleagues, no friends, no family. He's felt relatively safe since she just moved to Dublin and, as she said herself, didn't even get to know her coworkers before they were all told to work from home. But this would be an entirely different level of security. Not only can she not introduce him to anybody, but she can't expect him to introduce her to anybody either. It won't be suspicious that she's not meeting his friends, colleagues, family, or anyone else who knows him. And he's already established she doesn't use social media, so no threat of her geotagging pictures from his apartment. Maybe there's even an opportunity to encourage her not to tell anyone about this, to keep it a secret. Because it's a bit crazy to move in with a guy you've just met, isn't it? And really, she's just coming to stay for a couple of weeks to ride out the lockdown. No need to say anything to anybody when you think about it. This could be his chance, the one he's been waiting for. The Taishik's booms from the screen that they are not prisoners of fate. There is no fate but what they make for themselves. Oliver thinks the country's leader might have just quoted a line from the Terminator movies while announcing grave new measures. Is that wise? But aside from that, he finds himself agreeing with this sentiment for the first time in his entire life. He might not have to be a prisoner of his fate anymore. A global emergency might just release him from it. 2 weeks, Oliver thinks. If he can convince XIII this is a good idea, he has 2 whole weeks, when no one else can contradict anything he says. When he can be with her all the time and be anyone he wants to be while he does it. Be the man she wants to be with, the Oliver she thinks she knows. He can become him, fully, finally, and leave all his other selves, with their other names, their dark mistakes, far, far behind. 29 days ago. In one moment, XIII is deep in a dreamless sleep. The next she is wide awake and the world is on fire. A siren wails, so loud that each peak feels like something pinching deep inside her skull. The ceaseless noise is here, with her, in this pitch-black room. But when she turns, Oliver for some reason is not. Her brain absorbs the shock. The building's fire alarm has gone off in the middle of the night, and Oliver isn't in bed beside her. His half of the duvet is folded back onto her. When she touches the exposed sheet, she feels no warmth. But the siren drowns out thought. She has one objective: escape the noise. She throws back the covers just as the bedroom door opens. Hallway light banishes the dark. Oliver stands silhouetted in the doorway, dressed in sweatpants and a t-shirt, what he puts on before getting properly dressed. He only wears boxers to bed, so wherever he was, it was more than a sleepy trip to the bathroom. What was he doing? The open door makes the siren louder. She reaches for yesterday's jeans, jams bare feet into sneakers. Oliver doesn't move. He remains in the doorway still, facial expression blurred by dark, seemingly unaffected by the brain-piercing noise. He holds his position even when she reaches him, making no effort to move. She calls his name. He doesn't react. She wonders if he's sleepwalking, but her adjusted eyes see he's awake and alert, blocking her way out. She says his name again. As if coming out of a daze, he nods and steps aside. She pushes past into the hall, grabs her coat and keys. Her phone could be an actual fire. Who knows how long they'll be out? Where is it? She dashes into the living room, lights on, scans. On the coffee table next to Oliver's phone, which lights up with a notification. She barely glances as she picks up her own, but she thinks it was a text message. Her screen lights up with the time, 4:01 a.m. Why would someone text Oliver at 4 in the morning? She turns back. He shouts over the din, asking where she's going. She points at the door and shouts back. The world feels made of noise. She starts down the hall, feels a tug on her arm, a pull strong enough to spin her around. He pulls her into the bathroom and shuts the door. The siren drops a few decibels. He says it'll go off in a second. A false alarm happens all the time when someone burns dinner. Relax. But his touch doesn't match the sentiment. Not reassuring, but holding in place. She asks who's making dinner at 4 a.m. Or someone comes home drunk and lights up in the lift, he says. Comes home from where? There's a lockdown. He shrugs. He's standing with his back against the door. She says evenly that there could be a fire. She wants to go outside. But there's no need, he says. She laughs nervously. The situation is absurd and increasingly unsettling. Her mind runs dark. He's taller, stronger, preventing her from leaving a small room during a potential fire, physically holding her in place. She has her phone but envisions him snatching it, throwing it against the wall. Even if she screamed, she pulls herself back, overreacting, to his overreacting. She says she needs to not hear this noise, breaks away, reaches around him for the handle. He repositions, blocking her again. She says he doesn't know it'll stop in a second. He insists he does. Happens all the time. She points out he just moved here. And since he did, he says, it's been happening all the time. Well, until then, she says, reaching again, ducking, grabbing the handle. He grabs her wrist. She looks at his fingers pinched around her skin, then slowly up into his face. She asks what he's doing. A tense beat passes. Then he lets go. The senior partner at KB Studios, he says, will be out there too. And it's 4 a.m. She can't be visiting if she's here at 4 a.m. Responses rush up her throat. It'll be dark. They can stay away. He won't recognize her. Who cares when the alternative is insanity or burning to death? But instead, she yanks her arm free and turns to the medicine cabinet. She pulls out the packet of masks, carelessly enough that other items fall to the floor. Masks spill out except the one she holds. She snaps the bands over her ears, pulls it into place, slams the cabinet closed. Her hands are shaking. Good idea, Oliver says, but she really doesn't need to go out. She says to let her go. It sounds like a prisoner pleading with a captor, and she fully intends it to. Something melts away from him. He hangs his head, steps aside. She pulls the door open, siren back at full tilt, burning the inside of her brain. She runs down the hall toward the front door. She doesn't look to see if he's following. On the other side of the apartment door, the noise is even worse. Sirens from every unit joining corridor speakers. A tunnel of oral torture. She can't get outside fast enough. At the double doors to the courtyard, she jabs the press to exit button and pushes out into the night. A small crowd of residents has gathered. They stand at varying distances, shifting weight, arms crossed. Everyone has the pale, puffy face of the deep sleeper suddenly disturbed, wearing pajama and outerwear combinations, stealing surreptitious looks at neighbors they've been locked up with, but never seen like this. Together, up close. Others stand on balconies, shivering, looking annoyed. No one else wears a mask. Chiara quickly pulls hers off, stuffs it in her pocket. She'd only be more conspicuous with it on. The siren wails here too, but manageable. No sign of flames or smoke. Red bell-like units outside balconies flash blue lights. She feels sorry for anyone living nearby. One woman paces, barking into her phone about this happening yet again. How utterly unacceptable. How every false alarm makes them less likely to be alarmed during an actual fire. Other residents are mostly silent. Some rub eyes, others roll them. One lights a cigarette. She can't see anyone who might be the partner Oliver fears, and no one pays her unusual attention. The woman on the phone drops it to her neck and announces to no one in particular that they're saying she can't turn it off. She has to wait for the fire brigade. A ripple of scoffs and sighs spreads. Someone groans that they'll be here ages. A thumping starts in Chiara's right temple, a pulse out of sync with the siren's wail. Standing in the cold, she feels it spreading across her forehead and down over her right eye. She doesn't know if it's actually worsening or if thinking about it makes it feel that way. She wants to be in bed in the dark with a soul-padding tablet. She wants to stop hearing this noise. She'd settle for 1 out of 2. Kiara goes back through the double doors to the lobby, then out the second set onto the street. On this side of the building, the night holds everything still. Bare roads, starless dark clouds. A row of terraced houses opposite, beyond an unlit park strip. She counts 8 visible windows, 0 signs of life. This would be typical at this hour, but there's a deeper stillness, a concentrated quality she hasn't experienced before. As if the city has been reduced to brick, steel, glass. The flow of human life has slowed to a trickle that no longer leaves an afterburn in the night. It's empty. The siren is nowhere near as loud out here. Then a voice says, "It's so much better out here, isn't it?" Chiara turns and finds herself face to face with Yoga Woman. Up close, the woman matches the balcony view. Blonde, late 30s or early 40s, a body only a gym could maintain. Unlike Chiara, she's properly dressed, jeans, socks and sneakers, oversized cardigan, with no trace of sleep on her face. She's smiling, but the smile starts to fade. Chiara realizes she hasn't reacted at all, just looked blankly, and now might be the time. She blurts an apology, says she was miles away, still half asleep, and yes, it was so loud in there she couldn't think. The woman introduces herself as Laura. Chiara gives her name. Laura says she would shake hands, but they can bump elbows. Chiara thinks she's joking until Laura raises an arm and proffers it. Laura asks if she's just moved in. Chiara says she doesn't live here, just staying with a friend for now, during all this. Laura asks if it's kind of a lockdown buddy. Chiara isn't confident. This isn't a euphemism, and Laura's knowing smile suggests it is. She mumbles something like that. Laura says she should have gotten one. She's on her own and going stir-crazy. She looks back at the building, turning toward the nearest streetlight, illuminating her features, including a thin white scar across her throat. She frowns, says Oliver's friend must be a very deep sleeper. Chiara feels dread at the prospect of going back in there with him after what happened. He pulled her into that bathroom and physically prevented her from leaving. Or did he just do a very bad job of making his point? And who texted him at 4 a.m? Over Laura's shoulder, Chiara catches a glint of light reflecting off a glass door swinging open. Oliver steps onto the street, looking around, scanning. For her. But when he turns and sees her, he abruptly turns on his heel and goes back inside. Laura turns to follow her gaze and asks if everything's all right. Chiara says fine, absently. Laura starts to say something just as the siren stops. She smiles, says hallelujah. Finally, Chiara says, stepping toward the doors, she's getting such a bad headache, couldn't have taken much more. Laura offers paracetamol, says she has the good stuff. Chiara thanks her but declines, says she has something. Then Laura asks, "Is it Oliver?" Chiara stops. She's sure she misheard. "Sorry? Is it Ollie?" Laura asks. "That she's staying with?" Both women have moved. Laura is shrouded in shadow. Chiara is excruciatingly aware she's fully illuminated by the streetlight. She tries to keep her expression neutral while figuring out what to say. Who is this woman? How does she know Oliver? Laura says if she ever needs help, she's in number 14. Anytime, day or night, just knock or buzz. Chiara blinks confused. If she ever needs anything, Laura says, staring intently as if silently communicating something she can't say aloud. Anything at all. Their exchange ends on 2 odd notes. Instead of walking back inside with her, Laura stays exactly where she is on the street and bids her good night. As Chiara walks away, she feels Laura's eyes on her back. Then another feeling, a sense that something isn't right. A different alarm buzzes now, silent, but she doesn't know what set it off or how to make it stop. In the moments before the fire alarm went off, Oliver sat on the couch swiping through an e-book on his phone. He kept losing his place, having to reread, only to get lost again. His mind was on other things. Then his phone vibrated with the text he'd been waiting for, but it said the opposite of what he'd hoped. From Rich. "Don't see another way for now. Too dangerous. Get out of there." He was blinking at the words when a deafening wail started from all directions, the fire alarm. Panicked, he dropped the phone and hurried to the hall. Through the open bedroom door, Ciara was already awake, pulling on clothes, jamming feet into sneakers. He didn't move, didn't know what to do, couldn't think. Rich's words had an immobilizing effect, a verbal stun gun. He was sure Rich was wrong, but equally sure Rich could never be persuaded of that. Ciara pushed past him into the living room. Her touch woke him from his stupor into action mode. She seemed frantic, wild-eyed, searching for her phone on the coffee table not far from his. Just as she bent to pick it up, the unthinkable happened. His phone lit up with Rich's text again. He'd never opened it, so it was alerting a second time. His heart skipped a beat. But Ciara just picked up her phone and started back toward the door. It seemed she hadn't even seen it. She shouted that she was going out and pushed past him into the hall. This was his third fire alarm since moving in, his second in the middle of the night. The first time, he'd gone outside like he was supposed to. The courtyard filled with residents. He hung back in shadows, head down, pretending to be enthralled by his phone, avoiding chit-chat, not wanting to know neighbors or be known. 45 minutes later, false alarm. The second time was during the day. He hesitated. The door next to his was a fire exit to the street. Unless the fire was in his own apartment, he wasn't in danger. He waited inside, watched the courtyard through curtains, then went to the bathroom where the siren was quieter, put on headphones, and waited it out. No need to take another chance. But Ciara doesn't have his motivation to protect her privacy, to hide her face. If they go out together, she could chat with anybody, everybody. Say something careless. Point at him. Call him over. Introduce him. He can't let that happen. After Ciara leaves, Oliver waits 4, 5, 6 minutes. The siren continues. He pulls back the living room curtains. Can't see anything except residents gathered. He slides the door open, ducks his head out. No smoke smell, no sign of fire. The faces he can see show only annoyance. Another false alarm, just like he thought. He goes back inside. His phone is still on the table. He deletes Rich's message, double-checking that he's removed not just the message but the entire thread of recent exchanges. He thought he was safe at this hour, but he didn't count on the fire alarm. He doesn't think she saw the message, but he can't be sure. What if she comes back in and asks about it? Don't see another way for now. Too dangerous. Get out of there. How can he possibly explain that away? He realizes he didn't see Ciara in the courtyard. He goes back to the terrace, to the railing, scanning. No sign. Where is she? He ducks inside. The alarm continues, and though it's psychological, it sounds even louder now than when it first went off. Where did she go, if not out there? Maybe she's being careful, standing away from everyone in a corner. Or maybe she struck up a conversation and is telling a neighbor all about him. He paces the hallway, willing the alarm to stop. If it stopped now, she'd come back inside and he could repair this absolute shit show of a night. But the wail continues unabated. Eventually, he grabs a mask from the bathroom floor and his keys from the hall table and goes into the corridor. The siren kicks up a notch. He hurries to the lobby, where through the glass doors he sees residents huddled outside in small groups, standing at varying distances, shifting weight, arms crossed. Everyone has the pale, puffy face of the suddenly disturbed deep sleeper, wearing pajamas and winter coats. No one is wearing a mask. He quickly pulls his off and stuffs it in a pocket before anyone can turn and look. Wearing one when no one else does would draw attention, would make him stand out when he needs to blend in. Ciara isn't among them. He turns to the main doors leading to the street. Would she have gone out there? Maybe if she actually listened to him, if she thought the fictional senior partner posed a threat. He pushes through the doors and sees her standing a little way up the street. Relief first. Then he sees the other figure in the shadows, a featureless silhouette, a woman. Ciara is talking to her. She's dressed in day clothes. Must be another resident escaping the siren. Over the woman's shoulder, Ciara's eyes find him. But at the same time, the woman turns to see what Ciara's looking at, a movement that illuminates her face with street lamp light. Oliver abruptly ducks back into the shadows of the doorway, out of sight. It can't be. That would be an astronomical coincidence. It's dark, the middle of the night, he's under stress, and he only saw her for a fraction of a second, but in bright light. And he's been awake for a couple of hours already, and perhaps it's no coincidence at all. The woman with the scar and the cigarettes, whom Oliver scared half to death, unintentionally, outside the rear doors of the Westbury 3 weeks ago, when he took Sierra there for cocktails. Outside his apartment building at just after 4 in the morning, that's who Sierra's talking to. Today. Carl repeats Mill River, then swears. Does Lee think he's one of them? She holds up a stop hand. She tells him to roll it back. They have no ID. All she's saying is that the name on that envelope matches one of those boys, and their names were never released to the public. Legally protected, still are. This was back in 2003, pre-Twitter and Facebook, before people started violating court orders from their couches. Apart from friends, family, the school, and a few locals, the general public didn't actually know that name. She only knows it because she worked traffic at the funeral. She's not supposed to know it. She doesn't, officially. Carl asks who she called. The senior detective from back then, she says. And he confirmed? Yup. Carl swears again, asks if it could be a coincidence. Of course it could, she says, but that's not a very common name to find on an Irish 20-something. Carl shakes his head, disbelieving, and asks what they do with this information. Be very, very careful with it, she says. The more people they tell, the more chance it gets out. They're not just keeping quiet that it might be him in there, they have to protect the name itself. She doesn't want to be responsible for putting that name in the public domain. She chews her lip, thinking. They'll sit on it for now. She'll tell the superintendent in person when she gets the chance. Carl asks which one he was, A or B. The name on the envelope, Lee says pointedly, is B's. Where's A these days? He took his own life in detention, she says. Carl starts again. How come this dude? How come the name on the envelope isn't still in there? He got a lighter sentence. Got out when he turned 18. Carl says he doesn't remember hearing anything about that. She shrugs. He wasn't supposed to. But that's a nice apartment in a nice place, Carl says. $2,000 a month, and he's an architect. She tells him not to say he doesn't seem like a killer. But most people who do bad things, she says, do so because a confluence of events maneuvered them into that position and pushed them to act out of character. How many times have they heard, my Johnny would never do that, he doesn't have it in him. He didn't have it in him until he did. None of them know what they're capable of, given the right or wrong circumstances. Carl raises an eyebrow. Is she telling him she thinks she could murder someone? Well, she's not planning to, she says. Reassuring, he says. But she doesn't know what's going to happen to her. She paints a scene. One day you're outside your house getting into your car. Your mother is walking around to the passenger side. Before she can, a drunk joyriding teenager plows into her head-on right in front of you, pinning her to the car. Then starts laughing about it, thinks it's the funniest thing ever. You can see him pissing himself laughing through the windshield. Imagine it. The anger, the rage, the laughing. And you happen to have your sidearm, and there's no one around, and you know you can make it look like you fired on approach to try to prevent it. What would you do? Maybe you wouldn't want to kill him, but wouldn't you rapid-fire a couple into his balls? Wouldn't you love to see pain on his face? Wouldn't you want to stop that goddamn laughing? Silence. Carl says that's fucking dark. All she's saying, Lee says, is child murderers can grow up to be architects who live in nice apartments. Carl asks what Nora ever did to her. Dividing people into good and evil is just lazy, she says. Carl says she really needs to get a roommate. Agartha appears outside the car. Claire O'Herlihy, bent at the waist to make eye contact, asking if Lee has a second. Lee gets out, Carl follows. What's up? Claire says they've got a resident who wants to talk to her, only to her, the guard in charge. She might be a bit of a nut, but Claire doesn't get that vibe. She claims to have sensitive information about the resident in apartment 1 and will only speak to the highest-ranking member on scene. She seems antsy, nervous. She's in 14. Lee exchanges a glance with Carl. Has Claire already talked to her? She wouldn't answer any of the set questions. Says she needs to talk to Lee first. Normally, Lee would send someone else to pretend to be the ranking member. This is the equivalent of asking for a manager, but considering the name on that envelope, she tells Claire she'll go. Then to Carl, get that envelope into evidence, check on the incident room. Once the pathologist has been and gone, she wants to assemble everyone there and see what they have. Watch out for their friend with the CCTV. Get someone from KB Studios who actually knows something on the phone. They have a family to notify and no solid information yet about which family that might be. Carl nods, says he's on it. Lee tells him not to say anything about, I know, he says. Lee indicates Claire should lead the way. They head back inside the cordon, slipping on masks. Apartment 14 is on the opposite side of the complex from the scene, left off the lobby 1 floor up. They step into a lift with a printed sign warning that only one household can use it at a time. When the doors open on the 2nd floor, Lee is relieved to find no unpleasant smells. She asks Claire to wait by the elevators and goes to knock on 14. The door opens so fast the woman inside must have been standing directly behind it. Blonde, lean in a way that suggests she knows exactly her body fat percentage and is actively working to lower it. Late 30s-ish, loose sweatpants, a worn t-shirt with tiny holes in the shoulder seams. Lee catches a glimpse of a thin white scar just above the collar before the woman puts a hand there, pulling the material absently while scanning the hall left and right, nervous about being overheard. Lee introduces herself, flashes her ID, says her colleague says she has information to share. The woman asks if she can come inside, doesn't want to talk out here. She steps back, opening the door fully, revealing a hallway identical to apartment 1. It's just her, she says. They can stand at opposite ends of the living room. She'll open the windows. Lee hesitates, asks if she has a balcony. The woman nods. Let's talk out there then, Lee says. Keep their voices low. The woman turns and starts down the hall. Lee follows, letting the door swing closed. She notes no click of a lock, suggests the door in apartment 1 could have suffered the same fate. It wasn't necessarily open on purpose. Someone could have thought they'd closed it, not realizing it hadn't locked. This apartment is a mirror image of the scene, living room to the right off the hall. As the woman hurries to the balcony door, Lee does a quick scan. Everything the same: glossy clinical kitchen, brown leather couch, even the same abstract print on the wall. What's weird is something else is the same too, the bare, impersonal vibe. Just like the scene, this looks like a show home someone is squatting in for a few days. Almost nothing on the countertops, no personal items, no decoration outside what came with the place. This one doesn't even have the coffee machine. Lee asks if she lives here as she steps outside. The balcony is bare, with a nice courtyard view and a frosted privacy screen between this and the next balcony over. A leafy tree almost obscures the view of apartment 1's terrace, but when Lee bends down a little, she finds clear air. If you were sitting out here, you'd see it perfectly. The woman says it's a corporate let. She's just staying a few weeks. Lee pulls down her mask, asks where she's normally resident. The woman shifts her weight, says Dundrum. That's not even half an hour's drive, so why is she... That's part of what she wanted to talk about, the woman says. Lee takes out her notebook, flips it open, clicks her pen. Why don't you start with your name? Laura Mannix, she says. 2 N's and an IX on the end. The woman reaches behind into her pocket and pulls out her phone with a credit card-sized pouch stuck to its back. She slides a small yellow card out and holds it up, stretching so Lee can read it. Lee notes bitten nails, chipped red polish. Then, NUJ, the National Union of Journalists, a press card. Lee flips her notebook closed. She says all press inquiries need to go through the press office, as Laura well knows. She moves to leave. Fucking chancer. Laura protests, says no, please. It's not that. Her chin trembles, she looks about to cry. She swears she didn't do anything. But she thinks whatever happened in there, she thinks it could be her fault. 28 days ago. When Oliver wakes the next morning, he finds the other side of the bed empty and cold. This isn't unusual. Sierra often gets up before him on weekdays. But then the events of the night before come back like a spray of bullets. One at a time but rapid, each compounding the pain of the previous hit. The fire alarm, her possibly seeing the text from Rich, him trying to keep her inside, her talking to the woman from the Westbury, her not speaking to him at all when she came back in, except to say she was sleeping in the other bedroom. The sound of the lock turning had hurt him almost as much as dragged glass across his skin years earlier. But he couldn't dwell on that, consumed instead by the fact that the woman he'd randomly spoken to outside a hotel door weeks ago happened to live in the same complex in a city of 500,000 people. One problem at a time. Now he worries it was a mistake not to talk to Sierra last night, to try to explain. She could have gotten up this morning and left, not just the apartment but him as well. At the tinkle of steel against china from the living room, his muscles sag with relief. She's still here. He finds her on the couch near the patio door, which stands open a few inches, letting in a cool breeze and chirping birds. Her legs are tucked under her, a coffee cup in her lap, her phone on the armrest within reach. He says morning. She turns, expressionless, and returns it. He sits at the opposite end of the couch, asks the time. Just gone 8, she says. He starts to say about last night. Maybe this was a mistake, she interrupts. Her tone isn't angry or upset, just flat and tired. But he thinks he detects an invitation, as if it's a proposal to discuss rather than a declaration. Or maybe wishful thinking. She says she doesn't know anything about him except the present tense. What he likes, what he's like with her. Under normal circumstances, that might be a normal amount after a month. But there's nothing normal about this. They're living together 24/7, yet she hasn't met a single person who knows him. No family, no friends, no colleagues. She was just sitting there thinking, if she had to prove he is who he says he is, why would you need to do that, he asks. She presses on. On one hand, he's a mystery man. On the other, the closest person in the world to her right now. It's like being on a road with 2 lanes going the same direction, one accelerating everything, the other slowing it down, and she's got a wheel in each, stuck. And last night, he made her afraid of him. The words tighten his chest with pain. He says he didn't mean to. He wasn't thinking, or he was thinking, but only about how he told Kenneth she moved back to her own place. What would happen if he found out he'd lied? And he was right, wasn't he? False alarm. Don't, she says, silencing him instantly. A beat passes. He says he's sorry, can't undo it, isn't trying to excuse it, can only explain what was going through his head and promise it won't happen again. Where does that leave them? She looks away. He tentatively says he could say the same about her. He only knows her present tense too. But the difference, she says, is she wants to know more. She sets her cup down, folds her arms defensively. He doesn't seem interested in the rest of her. Not that there's anything particularly interesting, but sometimes she wishes he'd ask. He can't tell her the truth about why he doesn't, because he can't tell the truth about himself. The more she shares, the more he'll owe, the more lies he'll have to tell. If she shares family details, he'll have to admit he's only in contact with one member of his. If she recalls teenage adventures, he'll have to cover that he missed his entirely. If she lists dreams, he'll have to explain why he doesn't dare have any. Lies are spindly, unwieldy, delicate filaments like nerve bundles. Easy to twist, hard to control, impossible to keep hold of. He tries not to tell more than necessary. He asks what she wants him to ask. A hint of a smile crosses her face, venting some fear from the pressurized chambers of his chest. She says she's been waiting for an opportunity to rant about her mother being the worst person in the world, about her best friend abandoning her for Australia, having an absolutely amazing time, and she kind of holds it against her for not asking her to come even though she'd have said no. About not being sure she likes her job or wants it. She doesn't know what she wants, has no clue what her passion is, and worries she doesn't have one. She realizes she's just giving him excuses not to ask. He smiles, says all good stuff, looking forward to hearing about it. She says he'll have to fake interest better than that. He says he is interested. Her face turns serious again. Then why doesn't he ask? A version of the truth is safest. He says he feels like he doesn't need to know all that right now. He likes their blank slates. No baggage, nothing weighing them down. People have stories they tell about themselves based on the past, based on what happened or what they did, and those stories become the future just by the telling. Self-fulfilling prophecy, she offers. Yeah, he says. People want things to be different, but start by telling the other person how they were last time, limiting themselves to being that person again. For once, he'd like to start something clean, without any stories limiting where it can go, who they can be. She frowns, says she's not sure she understands. He offers an example. If she told him she was shy, he wouldn't have thought so otherwise based on her actions. But because she said it, that's what he'd think, and he'd treat her differently. Maybe they wouldn't do things they otherwise would because he'd be worried about making her uncomfortable. But what if she's not really shy? What if it's something she mistakenly believes, or that someone else made her feel? Wouldn't it be better if he didn't know, if she didn't tell him? He just wants a chance to convince her of who he is before she finds out what he did, before she finds out what they say he is. Chiara asks if when he's working in the living room, is he actually working or has he been watching old Oprah shows on repeat? He grins, says hours of it. Thought so, she says. He takes a deep breath, says the truth is there isn't really anyone for her to meet, not in Dublin anyway. His family aren't here, his coworkers are older, married with kids, kind of boring. He hasn't had the chance to meet anyone else. He's only been here a few weeks, and how do you meet people except through work or college or sports? He didn't go to college here, doesn't play sports, and now they can't go anywhere or do anything. She smiles, says he's so lucky he met her. He agrees. She says she's in the same boat in lots of ways. He's the only person she knows here. She gets all that. But there are things she does want to know, that she wants him to tell her. Like what? He holds his breath. Like who was texting him at 4 a.m? His brother, he says. Richard. Rich. She nods. The one in Australia. The time difference. It was lunchtime there, he says. Okay, she says, but why get up in the middle of the night for it? It was just a text, and he was dressed. He didn't just hop out of bed because he heard the notification. He has to give her something. He says he didn't get up for it. He was already up. He usually is at that hour. He doesn't really sleep. Admitting this reminds him of nature documentary sequences about climate change. Ice cracking, a cliff breaking off a glacier, the steady downward slide as it sinks into the sea. He feels lighter, but what's just happened is terrible. He's revealed a secret. He's an insomniac. Chiara raises her eyebrows. He thinks her face reads more concern than suspicion, but he can't be sure. He explains. On a good night, about 2 hours. 3 is great, positively refreshing. He goes to bed and falls asleep normally, but at some point he wakes up and cannot get back to sleep. Usually by 5 or 6 a.m., depends on the time of year, seems tied to when it gets light. He manages to doze off for another hour or two if he's lucky, but it's not proper sleep. Certainly not restorative. Then he wakes up, gets up, feels like shit all day. Repeat as required. She asks if he gets up every night. Most nights, yeah, Oliver says. Before she was here, he might have turned on a light to read or watch something on his phone, but he doesn't want to disturb her. Chiara asks how he functions on so little sleep. He shrugs. You just get used to it. She asks if he can take something, a sleeping pill. He admits he takes tranquilizers sometimes. Pretty strong, knock you out. He gets a great night's sleep, but then feels groggy for 2 days, so he uses them sparingly. He goes as long as he can without them. Then when he's in danger of hallucinations, he takes one, usually on a Friday night, so he can veg out over the weekend and be okay for work Monday. That's the only thing that works. All the other stuff is like swallowing Tic Tacs. When did he last take one? The weekend after they met, he says. It'll be time again soon. She asks why he didn't tell her. Embarrassed, he says. Because it's weird, even if it's a medical condition. He sighs. Still. She asks if there's anything else he's too embarrassed to tell her. He considers this, then says he doesn't want to get sick. She laughs. None of them do. He clarifies he really doesn't want to, hates hospitals. Rich had health issues when he was younger, a lie, and something about the smell. He wouldn't even go in for a test. He'll do anything to avoid them, including wiping down milk bottles and obeying arbitrary distance rules. It's not paranoia or germophobia. He just really doesn't want to end up in hospital. So what he's been too embarrassed to say is that she lives with him, so whatever she gets, he'll get too. He needs her to be just as careful. She reassures him she is, what with the asthma. He'd forgotten he's supposed to have asthma. He clears his throat, says yes, that too. He's mostly grown out of it, but this is a respiratory thing. XIII says maybe they should wear masks coming and going from the complex inside until they're outside. That was her dastardly plan to avoid the guy from his firm, but it would also qualify as being more cautious. How absolutely perfect, he thinks, even more so because she came up with it herself. He calls it a great idea. Speaking of avoiding imminent death, she inhales. Last night, there could really have been a fire. He tries to interrupt, but she pushes on. He had no way of knowing for sure there wasn't one. If he wants to stay inside and risk his life, she won't stop him, but he tried to stop her from leaving. He admits he shouldn't have. No shit, she says. He explains. If they went out there, the senior partner would definitely be out there. He's just started there, was lucky to get the job in the first place. The director is his brother's best friend's dad. He doesn't want to let anyone down when they basically gave him the job as a favor. He wishes he'd used different words, but XIII takes them at face value instead of wondering why he might have needed that favor. She asks what the senior partner looks like. Oliver mentally flips through older guys in the office, picks one at random, describes him. She didn't see anyone like that out there. Maybe he was in the courtyard, Oliver says. Maybe. She asks why he went out on the street. He asks why she went back in. Good question, he thinks. He says he didn't want to disturb her. Lame, he knows. Time to change the subject. He picks up her half-drunk cold coffee, asks if she wants a fresh one. Sure, she says. He gets up, heads to the kitchen, making sure to phrase his next question as a casual afterthought. Who was that woman she was talking to? Just one of his neighbors, she says. Which apartment? Don't know. What were they talking about? How noisy it was, she says. Why? Just wondering, he says, clearing his throat. Did she get her name? He's in the kitchen now at the fridge, back turned. He wants to be studying her face but doesn't want to be too obvious. Settles for a glance as he flips the coffee machine lid. She's turned toward the window. No, she says. She didn't. When it's time for her walk, XIII slips on a disposable mask before leaving the apartment. Between Oliver's door and the main entrance, she walks with her head down, letting hair fall in front of her face. She pockets the mask when she's on the street and determines no one else is around. She doesn't want to risk meeting that Laura woman again, not until she's decided what she'll do about her. She heads toward the canal, her usual route. If she crosses and keeps going, she'll eventually reach Stephen's Green, where she's taken to doing laps while the gates remain closed. But today she doesn't cross. She turns and follows the canal all the way back to her own apartment. It's hot and stuffy inside, repeatedly warmed by the recent sunny streak that feels like a cosmic joke given everyone is trapped at home. A faintly sour smell lingers, left something in the trash or spilled milk. She throws windows open as far as they'll go, hunts for the source, finds a rotting banana peel hidden under the plastic liner. She puts it inside the liner, ties a knot, sprays countertops with floral cleaner. Then she takes her other phone from a drawer, plugs in the charging cable, and calls her sister. Siobhan picks up so quickly the phone must have been in her hand. She exhales, says she was getting worried. XIII says it's only been a few days. 5 by Siobhan's count. Chiara says she told her she'd call when she could. Things are hectic. She's exhausted at the end of the day, keeps thinking she'll call when she has the energy to actually talk. A beat of silence blooms. Chiara knows her sister is weighing the pros and cons of pushing, demanding plausibility for the embarrassingly flimsy excuse, which would risk ending the conversation before it begins. Siobhan opts for pretending to believe, letting it go. She always does. Siobhan asks what's going on up in the big smoke. Not much, Chiara says, working, falling asleep in front of Netflix like everyone else. What's Dublin like? The opening scenes of something post-apocalyptic, when Cillian Murphy wakes up in 28 days later and everyone's left London except for him. How is it down there? Beats her, Siobhan says. They're barely leaving the house. Pat does all the food shops. There could be zombies out there for all she knows. A pause. What about her job? Does she like it? It's fine, Chiara says. What does it involve? Chiara frowns into the phone. Why would she ask that? Siobhan counters, why wouldn't she answer? So now it's Chiara's turn to decide whether to push or pretend. She too goes for pretend. Right now it mostly involves making lists and looking at spreadsheets. Sounds kind of boring, Siobhan says. Chiara knows her sister is just trying to get a rise and refuses to take the bait. It is, she agrees, a bit. Then why did she run away to Dublin to do it? Aren't I lucky I did, Chiara says. She wouldn't even have a job to go to if she'd stayed home. The hotel is closed. She'd have her emergency pandemic payment, Siobhan says. Chiara would rather be here. Why does Siobhan feel like she's not getting the whole story? Because she always feels that way, Chiara says. She's paranoid. She doesn't want to get into it again. Anyway, how's ma'am? About the same, or so she's told since they can't visit now. They're trying to get iPads in for FaceTime. Does she know what's going on? A long pause. Siobhan says she has good days and bad. Chiara forces out the word. Pain? They keep her comfortable, Siobhan says. She sleeps a lot. Do they know how much? How long? No. Another long silence. Siobhan asks what she's not telling her. That I might have got myself into something here, Chiara thinks. Nothing, she says. Is everything okay? Things might be the furthest from okay they've ever been, and they both know that's saying something. Yeah, fine. Are you sure? I've never been less sure about anything, about everything, because I've met someone who's made a bonfire of everything I thought I knew and poured lighter fluid on it, and now I'm standing beside it holding a lit match, and the flame is almost at my fingers. Siobhan says she really thinks there should be one person in her life she doesn't lie to. It doesn't have to be her, but... Chiara nods, forgetting her sister can't see. She asks if she can ask something. Siobhan points out she just did. Chiara hears the smile in her sister's voice. An inside joke, born on Patrick Street years ago, when a charity worker blocked their way on a dark, cold Christmas Eve and asked if he could ask them something. And Siobhan quipped that he just did, stunning him long enough for them to escape. Chiara asks, do people really change at their core? Siobhan sighs hard. What does that even mean, at their core? What does a person changing actually look like? How would she know if they did? They'd act differently, Chiara says. Different from how you'd expect. Based on what? Based on how they acted in the past. Siobhan says carefully, as if on a witness stand, that people can change habits and behaviors, sometimes their mind and beliefs. People get older, wiser, have more experiences, and that updates their central operating system. Everything they do, they learned in the first place. No one is born being a certain way. Theoretically, if you can learn to be a way, you can unlearn it too. But at the same time, you can't erase the past. You can lock it in a box and put that box away, but you can't make it disappear. She pauses, asks if this is about Chiara, because she absolutely can change. Her problem has always been that she doesn't want to. Chiara rolls her eyes. The same old song she's sick of hearing. She says she's got to go. She was just on a break, has to work. Siobhan tells her to look after herself, says she can come up if Chiara needs her. Just call and she'll get in the car. Chiara says she can't, actually. Watch them try to stop her, Siobhan says. Chiara smiles, picturing her sister busting through a guarded checkpoint Thelma and Louise style. She'll call again in a few days, she says. Siobhan tells her to make sure she does. 26 days ago. When Sierra suggests a picnic at Marion Square Park, Oliver notes that Google Maps says it's technically 3 kilometers from the crossings, but he's only teasing. The Gardaí would hardly bother with pedestrians, and he wants to go too. A beautiful blue sky Sunday, increasingly warm. The last year you'd want it to happen. Summer has arrived early, unexpectedly, in mid-spring. The kind of weather that makes you want to sit on fresh-cut grass in open space and lift your face to the sun. The streets connecting the crossings to Portobello Bridge are lifeless, but when they reach the canal, it's as if they've slipped into another world. Waterside paths throng with people and pets strolling. Wherever there's grass or a place to sit and swing legs over water, pale limbs and heads thrown back in laughter gather around supermarket bags filled with cans. Houses facing the water stand with front doors flung open, tinny lyric FM drifting out. Next-door neighbors sit in deck chairs on the grass, having slightly shouted conversations over walls and fences. 2 young children run repeatedly through a garden sprinkler with squealing abandon. A disposable barbecue cooks up a feast nearby. It's almost as if everyone saw the forecast and prearranged a socially distanced block party. An alien visitor would need to know what to look for to find evidence anything is wrong, but it's there. Everyone moves in small confined pods. Signs begging to help stop the spread are cable-tied to every second lamppost. Whenever Sierra and Oliver pass someone walking the opposite direction, one or both parties steps aside onto the grass or road, flashing friendly smiles as they politely try to get as far away as physically possible. When they turn onto Leeson Street, office buildings and schools that would be quiet anyway on a Sunday, there's an unusual depth to its desertion. A solidness. Stevens Green gates remain locked. Taxi ranks stand empty. Open-topped tour buses, horses, and carts that would lay in wait for foolish tourists on sunny spring weekends are gone. The Shelbourne Hotel, normally a hive of activity with blacked-out SUVs and uniformed doormen, is shut, locked up, dark inside. Grafton Street, one of the busiest shopping streets in the world, a gauntlet of swinging shopping bags, street performers, and elbows during normal times empty, is the most disconcerting sight of all. Something never meant to be seen like this, like when the lights come on in the club at the end of the night. But none of it is weirder than the fact that Oliver is seeing all this with Sierra by his side. Every now and then he steals a glance at her, squeezes her hand, lifts it to his lips to kiss it lightly, just to prove to himself she really is there. Still, despite everything, but for how much longer? There was no picnic blanket in either apartment, so they lie flat on their backs in the park on a white bedsheet. Kiera worries they'll never get grass stains out of. No sunglasses, so she rests an arm on her forehead to shield her eyes from the sun's glare. She hopes her old off-brand body lotion isn't lying about being SPF 30, because that's all she has for sunscreen. She didn't think she'd have to worry about sunbathing essentials when lockdown began, but here they are. Apart from occasional distant belly laughs or children's excited squeals, she hears nothing except Oliver's gentle breathing as he dozes beside her after their lunch of sugary carbs and fizzy alcohol from an almost deserted Marks & Spencer food hall. They found a spot in the park's southwest corner near the railings and road, but there's no traffic noise because there's no traffic. Right in the city center, but the soundtrack is idyllic countryside. Chiara whispers that lockdown has its advantages. Oliver stirs, hoisting himself onto his elbows to look around. His forehead is getting a little red. He searches among the plastic carton debris for a water bottle, sits up, takes a long gulp. She sits up too. The expanse of grass around them seems densely packed with lounging bodies at first glance, but closer inspection reveals dozens of groups gathered together but staying a fair distance apart. A few are definitely breaking the one household rule unless they live somewhere with bunk beds in every corner, but it's hard to get worked up when outside looks like this. Sky a canopy of cornflower blue, sun shining from almost directly overhead. Oliver says it's weird. Feels normal, but also not. Like they're in a Black Mirror episode where a computer company has made a world simulation, but everything is just a little off. Chiara says she's never seen Black Mirror. Oh, that's going on the binge watch list, he says. But isn't that all dystopian stuff? The world going in the wrong direction? She's not sure they need to watch that right now. Fair point, he says. They'll stick it on the after list. The after list. A promise of the future dropped casually into conversation. Chiara takes it, holds it, adds it to her collection, along with something he said about Ranelagh being a fun place for them to live, and how she's going to love his brother's wife Nikki whenever they manage to travel home from Australia again. Even though she shouldn't be collecting such things. Even though she should destroy the one she already has, because that's what will happen to them anyway eventually. And why torture herself until then by pretending there can be another way? You can't erase the past. You can lock it in a box, yeah, but you can't make it go away. The box is here now, sitting on the grass between them. But Oliver doesn't know it exists, and she's stubbornly pretending she doesn't see it. He asks if she ever thinks about what they'd be doing if all this wasn't happening, if there wasn't a pandemic. No, she says, this is true. This set of circumstances has proved so dangerously perfect in so many ways. She doesn't like thinking about what might have happened otherwise, what might have had to happen. He asks if she really doesn't. Nope, she says. Why does he? All the time, he says. In fact, he does more than that. He takes out his phone, taps the screen, holds it out. She can't see through the sun's glare, so she takes it, cups her hand around it until there's enough shadow. His notes app, a list. Places I'm going to take you, he says. After. Things they're going to do. Things he wants to do with her. She only reads the first few items before the words blur. Stella Cinema, Killiney Hill, Chapter 1, Chef's Table, National Gallery, Long Room, Sunrise at Sandy Cove, Swim. She doesn't know what to say, much less feel. Stunned, he would admit this, show her such a thing. Touched, he made this list. Amused that so many items are the same things in tourist schedules. A list for two people new to Dublin, keen to explore, but lacking real knowledge of where to go. Scared that she wants to do all this too, with him, that she can already picture them walking hand in hand like earlier today, but with normality returned and nothing left to fear, apart from the thing that will never go away. A sudden flare of heat rises to her cheeks. His face is inches from hers, nowhere to hide a reaction. She works to keep her expression neutral as wave after wave of feeling rushes up and crashes over her, pulling her under and lifting her to the surface, leaving her dizzy and disoriented, her throat dry. He says it's not on the list, but there's a hotel in Killarney where you wake up looking out at the lakes and mountains beyond. You can't see anything except green and blue. When they can go places again, he thought they might go there, just to not see city for a while. It was never supposed to go this far. But now that it has, she doesn't want to turn back. And really, what did she think was going to happen? Isn't there a part of her that wanted this all along, despite the cost? Hasn't she been lying to herself just as much as she's been lying to him? She says she wants to do those things too, with him. It's the truth. He traces a finger along her forearm, connecting her freckles with an invisible line. Except for the swimming bit, she adds, she would definitely drown. He'd save her, he says. She'll save him the bother. He asks if she doesn't swim. She prefers to think of herself as a very good sinker. He laughs. She does miss the water, though, looking at it. She could see it from her Cork apartment. The harbor. Estuary. Maybe the same thing. She didn't realize how much she liked seeing it until she left. She feels a bit landlocked here. Another truth. Chiara playfully slaps his arm when he says they're on the coast. She means seeing nothing but water to the horizon. The beaches are well outside their 2 kilometers. Oliver says there might be somewhere else closer, moves to get up. Come on, let's go. Less than 15 minutes walk from Marion Square's bright greens and the washed-out reds of Georgian townhouses sits an industrial futuristic feast of silver, gray, and blue. Grand Canal Dock. Chiara has never been, and it's not at all what she expected from the name. A shimmering square of water stretches toward the sea, overlooked by glass-fronted boxes, apartment blocks, and office buildings. Everything smooth and new, stone, steel, or glass. The open sea beyond the Liffey's mouth is blocked by buildings in the middle distance, but she can see pool-bag chimneys rising beyond, and there's enough water here to soothe her soul. She thanks Oliver, says this works. He grins. This isn't it. He leads her past the water and down a narrow street between glass and steel boxes. Closed restaurants, a bank, dark office doors, but pockets of normality too. Teenage boys in wetsuits diving gleefully into the water, skateboarders crisscrossing the main square, a couple emerging from a grocery shop with takeout coffees. She has no idea where he's taking her until they emerge at the other end and cross the road. He's brought her to the river, a stretch she's never seen. On her left, the delicate white curve of the Samuel Beckett Bridge rises like a bird in flight. Through its tension cables, she sees familiar Dublin landmarks, Custom House, the spire's tip piercing the sky. Feet away sits a bright orange diving bell. She'd have no clue otherwise. She looks to Oliver, watching her look. He starts to say this is still not it, he says, but if she'll follow him. He pulls gently on her hand. They both turn in the other direction and see it at the same time. A Navy vessel is docked just feet away. On its deck, 3 people in full biohazard gear, overalls, gloves, boots, hoods with plastic visors and respiratory masks, use backpack sprayers to hose down surfaces with disinfectant. Next to the ship sits a large, long, sea green tent surrounded by metal railings. Signs identify it as a client referral testing center, pointing to the entrance, warning referrals only, no walk-ins. Black plastic tarps are tied inside the railings as makeshift privacy screens. A gangplank reads Lay Samuel Beckett. They stand gaping, transfixed. Since lockdown began, Chiara has been glued to the news, on for the hour Oliver runs, so she watches alone. They start with the numbers, never good, but the numbers are never the worst part because it's too much to match them to the human suffering they represent. It's the details beyond headlines, sentences filled with words she knows, but which put together don't make sense, that catch in her throat. Like a New York convention center turned into a 1,200-bed field hospital with a potted plant next to every bed because it was supposed to host the World Floral Expo. Or how, when someone dies of this in an Irish hospital, they're left in their clothes, fitted with a mask even after they've stopped breathing, zipped inside 2 body bags, neither ever opened again. And how a ship in Cork is prepped to become a makeshift morgue if needed. But all of this has been on television, safely on the other side of the screen. During evenings, she and Oliver spend cuddled on the couch watching shows that don't know this is coming, hermetically sealed time capsules of before, while being safe and well and kinda liking this. Walking into the world and seeing it with her own eyes, right in front of her, is another thing entirely. She looks at the faceless bodies moving in biohazard gear and feels like what they're washing away with that chemical spray is every good thing about today. Oliver says he didn't know this was here. If it wasn't, she'd be able to see down to the port, to the river's mouth, a water horizon just like she said. Maybe if they walk down there a bit. She says she just wants to go home. He doesn't argue, squeezes her hand. They turn and walk back the way they came, mostly in silence, until they're alongside the canal again, back inside the Mirage. People still lounge by the water, lit by late afternoon sun. Music drifts from open windows. Pink cherry blossom blooms sway gently in the breeze, but it all looks like playing pretend now. When they reach the crossings, Chiara's eyes go to the letterboxes. A slim cream envelope sticks out of the flap for apartment 1. She points, tells Oliver to look. He frowns. Junk, probably, or a menu. He pulls the envelope out, looks at it, blinking rapidly. Something is handwritten on the front. A name, it couldn't be anything more. When Chiara steps closer to see for herself, Oliver abruptly turns and slips the envelope into the letterbox beside his, the one for apartment 2. She asks what it said. He says it wasn't for him, which, she'll think afterward, doesn't at all answer her question. Today, Lee stands on the kitchen side of the breakfast bar, notebook open, pen in hand. Carl leans against the doorway between living room and hall, arms folded. Laura Mannix perches on the farthest couch seat, rocking slightly, wringing her hands in her lap, head down. The balcony door is fully open. Both Lee and Carl wear masks. Not ideal, but they can't risk anyone overhearing. Lee tells Laura to tell Carl what she told her. She has no idea how cooperative this woman will be. During the 10 minutes alone together waiting for Claire to fetch Carl, Laura oscillated between cocky indignation and brittle nervousness. Now her tone lands somewhere in the middle. Laura says she's a journalist, currently senior producer on the Jason Deneen Show, previously features editor for the paper.ie. Carl shakes his head in a way Lee knows means he's not angry, just disappointed. Lee tells Laura to explain why she's here when she owns a house in Dundrum. Laura mumbles something, then flips to indignation. She's here because of the Mill River case. Lee and Carl exchange a glance. Carl says to elaborate. It's a long story, Laura says. Carl dryly apologizes. They have a man putrefying downstairs, so she'd better spare them a few minutes. Laura glares. She was at the Tribune when it happened, she says. They all knew the names. It was an open secret. Months back, a group went for pints and someone brought it up. A crime correspondent said St. Ledger was in London living it up. Girlfriend, good job, the lot. She thought that was the kind of injustice their listeners would want to know about. Carl mutters about being unnecessarily outraged. Laura continues. She started digging, figuring if she found anything tangible she could use it for the show and maybe get a feature out of it. And she wouldn't call it unnecessary. He's a convicted murderer. Carl corrects her. Served his time, and it's detective sergeant. Correcting his rank means Laura is definitely not on the Christmas card list. Carl asks what good a feature is when she can't report his name or risk identifying him. Laura says she can change identifying details. There was a case last year where they couldn't report names but still got column inches. Column inches, long-form articles, front-page headlines for weeks. Lee had remarked at the time that calling convicted murderers Boy A and Boy B only increased public appetite for information. Without names, faces, details, their ordinariness, they were untethered from normality and ascended to evil psycho killers immediately. Laura says she got a tip that something happened in London, something went wrong, and St. Ledger was coming to Dublin to work at a company owned by a family friend. She was only given the company name, more than enough to find him. This is the point where, the first time on the balcony, Lee had stopped her. The next question has been waiting. How? Laura shrugs. She has her ways. Lee and Carl wait her out. Fine, Laura says. She used the Wayback Machine. Carl asks what the fuck that is. Laura pronounces each syllable distinctly. An internet archive that takes snapshots of websites. You can put in any URL and find out what that page looked like on a given date. If the archive took a snapshot, the further back, the less you find. It had a snapshot of the KB Studios Meet Our Team page from a couple of months ago, so she compared it with the current one to identify new hires. 2. No pictures or much bio, clearly junior. One had a Swedish name and recently worked in Dubai. The other was Oliver Kennedy, who previously worked in London. Not exactly rocket science. Carl asks how she knew it was the Oliver she was looking for. That was the next job, Laura says. No picture on the website, no social at all, which she took as confirmation. She had to see him in person. She tried a few things. What worked was patience. She sat in the cafe opposite the building and watched everyone coming and going. About 3 days in, she saw a guy who could be St. Ledger, right age, coloring, come outside with KB Studios' managing director, whom she knew from his photo. When she got a closer look, she knew. No doubt. How? Lee asks. The ears, Laura says. They don't change with age. You can always tell by comparing ears. He was going by Oliver Kennedy, St. Ledger's mother's maiden name. It was like he wanted her to find him. Carl swears under his breath. Lee asks how she knew what the ears looked like to compare. Photos in the primary school's newsletter, And where did she get that? Same place she got the tip. And where was that? She can't reveal her sources. She won't. Lee is working to keep her voice even, patience wearing thin. She recaps. Laura got a tip that St. Ledger was coming back to Dublin to work at KB Studios. She figured out that someone using the name Oliver Kennedy, mother's maiden name, started there. She saw a guy outside the office who visually matched a 17 years older photo. Laura nods. But how did she end up here in his apartment building? She followed him. He walks everywhere. She looked the place up online, found a short-term let listing. Lee asks what she was planning to do. Collecting more information, Laura says, approaching him eventually. Did she? No, Laura says, but she did speak to his girlfriend. Lee thinks she's misheard. Carl repeats, his girlfriend? Laura can't keep the triumph off her face, enjoying telling them something they didn't know. Carl asks if she came from London with him. Don't know, Laura says. Her accent was Irish Cork, she thought. Conversations, plural. There were two. Did she tell Laura who she was? Hardly. There wouldn't have been a second conversation. What about a last name? Didn't get it. Did she know about his past? A beat passes. Laura doesn't know. She thought if the girlfriend didn't know, she should warn her. She kept it vague. Told her she knew he'd done something bad and his last name wasn't really Kennedy. And she said, not much. Carl is getting red in the face. He recaps. Laura, a complete stranger, walks up to this woman and tells her boyfriend's done bad shit and his last name isn't real, and her reaction was, not much? Laura figured she was protecting him. Lee considers this. Either this mystery girl was protecting a convicted murderer, or Lois Lane had the wrong Oliver. Carl asks when Laura last saw her. Probably 3 weeks ago. Were they living together? Could have been. Lee says Laura never actually spoke to him, but presumably Sierra relayed the conversations. Laura says she sent him a note, dropped it in his letterbox, explaining she didn't necessarily want to expose him, but did want to talk, hear his side. She never heard back. She folds her arms, lifts her chin. She wasn't wrong, she knows it was him, and she didn't do anything wrong. Wasn't harassing them. Carl mutters. By law, she couldn't have revealed his name or location, Laura continues. But maybe the fact that he thought he was about to be exposed, maybe that's why he did what he did. Carl deadpans that she seems very cut up about it. Laura glares. She didn't do anything wrong. He did. Not her fault. He couldn't live with himself. Lee asks about an envelope in Apartment 1's letterbox addressed to Oliver St. Ledger. Laura nods. Lee asks what they'll find when they open it. Just a letter explaining she's not trying to expose him, only talk to him. Laura's eyes widen. Is she saying he never got that? Lee asks if she's ever been inside Apartment 1. Why would she have been? So she hasn't. No. Lee makes a show of setting down her pen, pinches her mask away from her face to let in air, moistens her lips, then fixes it back. She says that was all very interesting, fascinating even at times. But she's going to ask Laura to tell it all again, right from the beginning, only with one little difference. Laura looks confused. This time, Lee says, she's going to tell them the truth. 26 days ago. His heart beats so fast and hard he worries Sierra will see it pulsing through the skin on his neck. Once inside the apartment, she turns to look at him, frowns, asks if he's okay. Her voice sounds oddly distant, muffled, like they're underwater, or just that he is. She tells him he's sweating. He mumbles about the heat, the sun, walking so far after drinking at lunch. Sierra disappears to find moisturizer for his face and paracetamol for the headache he's lying about having. In the half-minute she's gone, he splashes his face with cold water over the sink, wondering what the hell to do. He needs to see inside that envelope. That's the priority. When Sierra returns, he blurts out that they should order dinner, followed by a smile to smooth the abruptness. He doesn't feel like cooking. She might offer to cook herself, or say it's too hot for hot food, but instead she suggests downloading a food delivery app. He says yeah, non-committally, takes the tub she hands him, slowly unscrews the lid while working furiously for a reason, That's a bad idea. The problem with those apps, he says, his mouth so dry he has to lick his lips, is his air code never comes up, so drivers get lost. He's tried a couple times, ended up directing them on his phone before eating cold, soggy food. What about Georgie's? A dine-in restaurant they went to once before indoor dining closed. They're doing collection now. He can just go get it. Chiara looks doubtful. He cuts her off, says he'll be fine, picks up the paracetamol. After these, he'll be grand. They look up the menu online. He calls to order. When they ask for a phone number, he gives his own with the last 2 digits transposed. Habit. He doesn't provide personal information unless strictly necessary. Only afterward does he worry Chiara might have noticed, but she says nothing. Georgie says 45 minutes. He tells Chiara 15 minutes, he might as well head there now. She asks if she should come. No, he says, no need, no point in both going, minimize contact and all that. She looks wistfully toward the terrace, says it's a shame they can't eat outside while it's still so warm. That envelope was hand-delivered to a secure building, and a woman he thought he met randomly outside a hotel weeks ago lives here too. They are definitely not going out onto that terrace, now or ever. He says he's had enough heat for today, pointing to his forehead. Hot, tight. He checks for keys and wallet, says he'll be back soon, puts on a mask before the corridor. Not long after moving into the crossings, Oliver realized he'd never gotten a letterbox key. At work, he'd asked Louise, the office manager. She had no idea where it was, but had keys for the other KB Studios apartment, which no one was using. She'd slipped its letterbox key off the set and handed it over, saying they were probably all the same there. At the time, he thought that was an easy way to get property stolen, made a mental note never to have deliveries. Today, he hopes she was right, and that his next-door neighbor hasn't had a sudden urge to check for posts late on a Sunday. He finds the lobby empty. A few residents enjoy the evening sun in the courtyard. None look his way. Aware of the CCTV fisheye lens behind him, he angles his body to hide that he's opening the wrong box. He slips the small key into the lock for apartment 2, holds his breath. Click. It turns easily. He pulls down the flap. The envelope lies face down on top of a pizza place postcard. He allows himself 1 second of self-delusion, hoping everything isn't about to crash down, that this might not be the beginning of yet another end. Then he reaches in, takes it out, turns it over. Oliver St. Ledger. Handwritten in blue ink. Cursive. A woman's hand, he'd guess. The envelope looks innocuous, its thread invisible, but the fallout could be cataclysmic. A shard of graphite ejected from a nuclear reactor. Fear freezes him in place, standing before a letterbox that isn't his, holding an envelope with his real name on it, in a semi-public place. His heart pounds. The paper trembles. The mental Geiger counter in his head starts to beep. Once, twice, several times rapid, then an unbroken, high-pitched scream. He shoves the envelope into his jeans pocket, locks the box, leaves the building. Even though April has barely begun, a lazy haze hangs in the air, the kind he associates with summer evenings. He thinks of one in particular now, from London last July. A group crowded around a picnic table at a Shoreditch food truck festival, a canopy of string lights above. The bulbs grew brighter as the sun sank. He thinks of the moment he realized Lucy had draped her arm across his thigh, waiting for her to realize and remove it, but she didn't. Instead, she met his eye, silently telling him she knew it was there, that she'd put it there on purpose, that she wanted him in a way she didn't want the others. A heat spread across his chest then, not the burning, dangerous, panicked kind that tightened his windpipe, but a warm glow of happiness, belonging, safety. But unbeknownst to him, even then, everything was already falling apart. And now it's happening again, with Sierra, who makes him feel like that all the time, even more so. Oliver walks toward Georgie's with the envelope in his back pocket, so acutely aware of its presence, it may as well have a pulse. Halfway there, he stops at an empty parking lot where a closed coffee shop has placed picnic tables. The entire spot is in shadow. He goes to the table farthest from the street, sits with his back to it, pulls out the envelope, rips it open. Inside, a single white sheet folded into thirds. He takes a deep breath, unfolds it, and blinks in surprise. Completely blank. Turns it over. Nothing. Checks the envelope. The flap underside. Blank. Why would someone send him? To see if he really is him, he realizes, which means he's just made a terrible mistake. It would have been so easy to neutralize this threat. He sees it all the time. Other residents receive mail in error, leave envelopes on top of letterboxes with "not at this address" scribbled. All he had to do was the same. Didn't even need to write anything. Just leaving it would have communicated he wasn't him, that wasn't his name. Without an apartment number, he didn't know who it was for. Yes, others might have seen the envelope collecting their own post, but his name wasn't in the public domain. Illegal to put it there. He just needed to let whoever thought they knew it know they were wrong. But instead, he'd taken the bait. In taking the envelope, he confirmed for whoever sent it that their search had led to the right door. That he is Oliver St. Ledger, Boy B from the Mill River case, notorious child murderer. He crumples the paper, lets it fall. Puts his head in his hands and cries. 23 days ago. Yesterday morning, Oliver had been doom-scrolling, mindlessly browsing bad news on his phone, when he found an article about virus thrillers like Contagion and Outbreak rocketing to the top of streaming charts worldwide. When Sierra said she'd never seen Contagion, Oliver snapped his fingers and declared that sorted for tonight. She's reminded of a scene from it now as she leaves midday sunshine behind and enters the gaping entrance of Stevens Green Shopping Center. She's surprised to see it open. Shopping centers are supposed to be closed. The last time she was here, the entrance was a bustling meeting place with steady streams of shoppers. Today, it's just her and a masked security guard making sure she uses the hand sanitizer and follows the new one-way system. After passing through the dim entrance, she emerges into an enormous atrium of glass, light, and white-painted iron girders. Storefronts line balcony levels 2 stories above. It's obvious the place is deserted, lights off, shutters down. Her footsteps squeak on linoleum. Background music echoes from unseen speakers. Ground floor shops all appear closed. Access to higher levels forbidden. Stairways roped off. Elevator locked. A handwritten sign warns public toilets are closed, which immediately makes her feel she needs to go. She's wondering why the place is even open when she turns a corner and finds out Dunn's Stores is too. She feels elated, almost giddy, at the thought of walking around a department store, possibly shopping for non-edible things, or even just looking, since she can't really afford to buy. She makes a beeline for the door where 2 female staff members in plastic visors and latex gloves wear tense expressions. They point her to a small line waiting patiently in front of a down escalator. "Grocery," one woman says when she sees Kiara's confusion. Chiara doesn't need food and knows Oliver wouldn't love her doing an extra unnecessary trip alone. But she's here now, she thinks. If she just goes down for a look, a walk around, who's to know? She joins the line, standing right on the yellow tape strip. No one else wears a mask, so she leaves hers in her pocket. A little table offers complimentary plastic gloves. Clear, cheap, baggy, surely a pain to wear, but no one seems interested. From behind her, a woman calls out, "Sir? Sir?" The Chiara turns to see a tall man in a duffel coat striding into the store without stopping, leaving the 2 staff members glaring at the back of his head. He wears noise-canceling headphones and a rigid ridged face mask she's seen tradesmen wear when stripping lead paint. Every pore emits self-importance and impatience. He's ignored the women, maybe didn't hear with those headphones, but there's no excuse for not seeing the line waiting to descend. He blithely strides past. As Kiara watches this masked man earn looks of pure disgust from everyone standing patiently on yellow tape, she notes the strangeness of the scene and what she would have made of it a month ago. Today is April 8th. On March 8th, she was still 24 hours from her first date with Oliver. She doesn't know what's more terrifying, how much has changed in such short time, or how little time it's taken people to adapt, how easily she has to hers. When it's her turn, Kiara steps onto the escalator, childishly excited to walk around a grocery store alone. the feeling quickly fades. Despite the store controlling customer numbers, enough have been allowed in to create bustle, and there's no shop alone rule. Couples are 10 a penny. Full family units move in convoy through aisles. Shopping carts choke open spaces. All checkout lanes look swamped. A staff member sprays self-service screens after each use, but the ratio looks like a losing game of whack-a-mole. Kiera has just stepped off the elevator when she feels the first wave of unease, a faraway train on approach, quickening pulse, sudden cold sweat in the small of her back. She knows exactly what it means, what's coming. It may have been a while, but the feeling is unmistakable. She's going to have a panic attack. She takes a deep breath, tells herself she's fine, repeats this, drifts into fresh produce, unsure what she's looking for or where she's heading, forgetting why she came in. She can't buy anything without revealing she went in somewhere, but she's paranoid she'll be pegged as a shoplifter if she leaves empty-handed. Who would bother such a thing with things as they are? Only shoplifters, she's sure security will think. Her heart beats faster. She'll buy wine, something she can pretend came from a local shop. She starts toward the alcohol section, pretending she doesn't feel the sped-up thumping in her chest. A woman with a basket stops right in front of her, reaches out to snatch something from the shelf. The movement releases a cloud of sickly floral perfume. Kiera turns her head away to avoid breathing it in and sees a flash of a familiar face at the end of the aisle stepping out of sight. Cheap Perfume says, "Excuse me," pointedly. Kiera steps aside, collides with someone else's cart. Her balance is off, as if her head isn't connected to her body. The store seems even busier, bodies and breath on all sides. People touch things, call across aisles, brush each other as they pass. Suddenly there is no air, no space, only other people and their hot, germ-filled breath and the danger floating out of it, sticking to her skin. She knows, she's sure, that if she doesn't get out of here in the next few moments, she will faint. She swings right, then left, desperately searching for a sign pointing to an escalator that will carry her out into open air. She can't find any. A gray blur encroaches on her vision from all sides. Her chest tightens. Someone comes too close right up to her. She wants to push them away, almost does, until she spots a black uniform and the sheen of a plastic visor. A woman with 2 dark eyebrows and bright red sticky lips peers into her face through the plastic, asking if she's okay. People are looking. Kiera can feel it. Her mouth is dry, tongue uncooperative. She forces out. How does she get out? Here. A new voice from her left. Familiar. Unwelcome. But Sierra doesn't have the strength to protest. All she wants is to get out. Once she's done that, she'll worry about getting away. She yields to her unseen helper, focuses on the floor changing beneath her feet. Marble effect linoleum scuffed with shoe marks. Cold ridges of an escalator step. A coarse floor mat with lettering she can't read because it's upside down. She feels almost drunk. Knows she's not walking straight, but walks as if she is, too heavy on each foot, as if sheer will to steady her makes everything worse. Stone steps. Gray cement. Different light. They're outside. Fresh air. Cool. Welcoming. Transformative. Kiera closes her eyes, gulps lungfuls. When she opens them, she sees an almost deserted King Street. Her would-be Samaritan has led her to a bench outside the Gaiety Theater, gently pulling her to sit, giving herself a minute, taking deep breaths. She's racing back to normal, chasing after it a wave of hot, itchy embarrassment. A bottle of water appears. The woman says she's already drunk some, but if Sierra doesn't mind... Actually, she has anti-back wipes. Let her clean the neck. Sierra takes it, gulps, thanks her. Has that happened before? A panic attack? Only now does Sierra turn and look directly at the other woman. Her suspicions confirmed. Laura. What the hell is she doing here? Was she following her? Sierra pretends to recognize her only now, says hello again, plays dumb. Is that what that was? A panic attack? Laura describes the symptoms. Came on suddenly, hyperventilating, feeling sick. Chiara nods. Sounds about right, Laura says. What happened? Chiara doesn't know. She just felt claustrophobic. Anywhere now that isn't practically empty feels that way to Laura. She's totally paranoid about catching this thing. She asks how Chiara's headache was in the end. Chiara takes a second to remember her physical reaction to the fire alarm. Oh, she says, fine. Laura clears her throat. There's something she wanted to say to Sierra, was going to say it the other night. She doesn't know how to put this, so she's just going to come out with it. Sierra braces herself. Laura says she knows it's Oliver Sierra is staying with, and she knows there's a good reason why Sierra might not have confirmed that the other night. She'd understand if Sierra is trying to protect him. What she wants to make sure of is that if Sierra doesn't know what that good reason might be, if she's not trying to protect him, if she doesn't know who he is, then... Laura stops. She asks if Oliver told Sierra about the envelope with his real last name on it. Blood rushes in Chiara's ears as she does her best to look utterly confounded. Laura continues, "It isn't Kennedy. She's a journalist." Chiara blurts out that she has to go. She doesn't trust her knees but stands anyway, lets the bottle fall, vaguely aware of cold water soaking her jeans. She takes 3 steps, turns back. She doesn't know what this is or what's wrong with Laura, she says, but Oliver and she have known each other since primary school, so whatever this is about, it's got nothing to do with them. Then she walks away fast, almost running, heart about to burst, thinking, this bloody bitch is going to ruin everything. Oliver paces the living room, practicing his opening line. There's something he really needs to tell Sierra. He's made a decision, not just now, but really, if honest, back on Sunday night, hours after opening the envelope. He's going to tell her the truth. Not all of it, but most. Some things he can never say out loud, can't summon to the forefront of his own mind, let alone plant forever in someone else's. What matters are the broad strokes. He'll tell her as soon as she gets back. He doesn't want to. Every hour with her, every minute she still thinks he's the Oliver she thinks she knows, is too good a drug to cut himself off from. But he must, because it's a drug that will kill him in the end. He can't continue with secrets and lies and hiding. Can't stand feeling like he's constantly holding his breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop, dreading inevitable reveal. He has to tell her. Then whatever happens, happens. He thought their meeting's timing was a gift from the universe to make up for what it had taken. Days before a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that forced people to make decisions without precedent, like moving in with a man you've just met to keep seeing him. Then Chiara didn't use social media, had just moved to the city, agreed this was a unique opportunity for her to grow something real in a protective environment, away from family and friends. For him to show someone what was in his heart now before they found out what he did 17 years ago. The first sign of trouble came less than 48 hours after she moved in, that first Monday morning when Kenneth called to warn him that a friend of his wife's had moved into the other KB Studios apartment. A nurse who lived with elderly parents who needed to cocoon, and the apartment was empty, so... Problem. Kenneth's wife Allison had always hated Oliver, didn't know he was back in Dublin, working in the family business, living in a place they were paying for. Kenneth was adamant she couldn't find out. But this got Oliver worried about something else. Kenneth finding out Sierra was here. Allison might tell the family friend where the other apartment was. She might mention seeing a couple on the terrace. Allison might tell Kenneth, who would think Oliver was taking advantage, might have to admit who one half of the couple was, and then Oliver would be homeless and unemployed. He was contemplating how to protect himself when hours later he was forced to explain something else away. Since leaving London, he'd had monthly Zoom sessions with his therapist, Dan. He'd scheduled one for the Monday after Sierra moved in, asked to move it to noon to match her walk. But she returned early and overheard Dan admonishing Oliver for failing to mention he was in a relationship, something Dan was not pleased about so soon after the London implosion. In other circumstances, Oliver might have felt proud of the elegance of his solution. Dan became Kenneth, and avoiding the terrace killed 2 birds with one lie. But it just made him feel sick. That night he lay in bed wondering what it was like to live without worrying. Every little thing formed the first link in a chain of catastrophic events. He couldn't even imagine it. Then there was the woman from the Westbury who'd given him a cigarette, who turned out to be not only living here but talking to Sierra too. Since Sunday night he could add the envelope to the list, it was all getting too much. He was maxed out on lies, and he absolutely hated telling them to Sierra. So he's going to stop now. When he hears her keys in the hallway, Oliver stops pacing, turns to face the doorway. He rubs his clammy palms on his thighs, takes a deep breath. His right leg won't stop shaking. He'll kiss her, hold her, just for 1 minute more. Then he'll tell her everything. Almost everything. The broad strokes. If he can get words out from behind the lump in his throat. There's something I really need to tell you. He'll start there. But when she walks in, it's her who says those words to him. She made her decision on the walk home. She has to tell Oliver about Laura. She got away without telling him what Laura said the night of the fire alarm, but since the woman seems intent on confrontation and could tell Oliver she'd already confronted Sierra, he'll know then that Sierra's been lying, and that will be that. But Sierra needs more time with him as the woman he thinks she is, so she needs to get in first. She lets herself in, sets her keys on the hall table as the door swings shut. The place is quiet, second bedroom door closed. She assumes Oliver is still working. The safest option is to play dumb. Tell him what Laura just told her, ask what it means, and tell him what she told Laura, making her first instinct to protect him, to lie for him even, thereby reaffirming her trustworthiness. The problem, she has no idea how he'll react. Her eyes flick to the keys. The front door key could scratch someone maybe. What is she doing? This is Oliver. He's not going to hurt her. But then again, this is Oliver. She shuffles out of her jacket, hangs it on a hook, pauses to lean forward and rest her head against the soft sleeve, closing her eyes, steeling herself. It's only the truth. Considering how well she's been doing telling lies, this should be easy. She goes to the living room door, her breath catches. Oliver is right there, standing in the middle of the room, apparently waiting for her, looking tense and ill at ease. She wants to ask what's wrong, but she's afraid if she doesn't push these words out now, she'll never say them. So she says there's something she really needs to tell him. One footstep off the ledge, and now she's in freefall. Too late to change direction or her mind. All she can do is try to ensure she doesn't hit anything on the way down, even if survival odds are astronomically slim. She asks if they can sit down. Oliver nods, moves to the couch. She sits beside him, takes one of his hands in hers, cold and clammy. Hers probably is too. She says she hasn't been completely honest with him. He's rigid beside her, barely breathing, watching with unblinking eyes, like he'd look at an apex predator he was worried might lunge and bite his neck. Something happened today, she says, just now in town, on her walk, and it makes her think she should tell him about the other thing that happened because, well, maybe he knows what it all means and can explain. She squeezes his hand. The first thing was the night of the fire alarm. The woman she was talking to outside asked her something weird. He squeezes her hand back, hard, like her sister does during takeoff and landing because she's a terrible flyer. Kiera continues. She didn't tell him at the time because he was paranoid about the guy from the firm. There was a lot going on that night. She didn't want to add to it. Honestly, she just didn't want to listen to him going on about it. So, what did she say? It's the first time he's spoken. Kiera swallows hard. The woman asked if she'd recently moved in. Kiera said she didn't really live here, was staying with a friend. Then the woman said, "Is it Oliver?" Kiera knew he didn't know anyone here, thought maybe she was the senior partner's wife trying to catch her out, so she said nothing. Then the woman said, "It is Ollie?" Which made Kiera even more confused because he never mentioned anyone calls him that. Then she said something about how Sierra could go to her for help if she ever needed it. He's squeezing so tight it hurts. He asks what Sierra said. Barely a whisper. Nothing to that. She thought the woman was a head case. Did she tell Sierra her name? Not that night, Sierra lies, but today she did. Laura. She pauses, looks down at her hand in his. He's kind of hurting her a little. He pulls away as if her hand is on fire, apologizes. So he asks, "She met Laura again today?" Sierra nods. She was in Stephen's Green, let him assume the square, and Laura just walked right up. Said she knew it was Oliver that Sierra was staying with. Knew there was a good reason Sierra might not want to confirm it. Something about Sierra wanting to protect him. She said she knows his last name isn't Kennedy, and that she's a journalist. His face is as pale as she's ever seen it. "Who is she, Oliver?" Kiera swallows hard. "And who are you, today?" Lee steps into the corridor with Carl, leaving Laura Mannix alone in her apartment, where she's still insisting she told the truth. Though Lee's instincts scream the woman is frantically deleting crime scene photos from her phone. She voices her suspicion aloud. Laura's lying, at least by omission. Why would she assume suicide? For all Laura knows, the man is downstairs with a knife in his chest or hanging from the ceiling in something grotesque. Carl makes a flippant remark about gimp suits, and Lee fires back that she's had enough of his sex game talk for one day, a sentence he claims he's never heard before, grinning until she says his name like a warning. He backs off, arms folded, and asks if she thinks Laura has been inside the apartment. Lee is certain of it. She rattles off the inconsistencies. Laura claims she does meticulous reconnaissance, tracked the man like a bloodhound, yet expects them to believe she couldn't be bothered to walk from one side of the building to the other during 2 weeks of silence, ignoring the smell in the lobby that clearly came from his side. Something is missing. A big piece. Laura says she's doing this for her radio show, but who's funding her indefinite stay and a place like this when she lives only half an hour away? And why is she still here after not seeing him for 14 days? Carl echoes the last question, and Lee guesses Laura wants a front row seat. That's why she approached them. They've just secured starring roles in her soon-to-be-released definitive account, destined for a bargain bin. Carl doesn't mind. It gets him one step closer to appearing on Crime Call. Lee tells him to let that dream go. They'd only let him narrate CCTV images anyway. He jokes he has a face for it, and that his beauty would be a distraction. Lee pushes past the banter to the real problem. If Laura did go inside and take photos, what can they do? You can't interfere with a crime scene before it's designated one. It's not trespassing without intent, so burglary is out unless Laura took something. She sighs, considering obstruction. Laura didn't report the body and just lied to them. Carl suggests impeding the apprehension of an offender, no warrant required. Lee shoots that down. They don't have an offender or even a confirmed crime yet. But if they did, they'd haul Laura in. Until then, Lee might convince her supervisor to designate the place a secondary crime scene so they can search it, and annoy Laura, which she counts as 2 good reasons. Carl finally shares his good news. He spoke with the managing director of KB Studios, Kenneth Balfe. The man's son, Ken, is best friends with Richard Street Ledger, Oliver's older brother. The families go way back. Richard lives in Australia now, Ken in Toronto, but the elder Balfe thinks he knows the whole story, insisting Oliver is a good guy who made a mistake as a child, just kids being kids. Lee interrupts to confirm it's the same Oliver Street Ledger, and Carl says yes, the man who lived in that apartment. He got a number for the brother. Lee notes how Carl started the day naked in handcuffs. He turns it back on her, asking if she's been thinking about that. She asks if the elder Balfe is in Dublin and could identify the body. Docky, Carl says, and Balfe is going to call the brother, but Carl made it clear they don't know who's in there yet, promising to call back when they do. Lee doesn't want the brother hearing from anyone else first. Carl doubts Balfe will spread the news. The man seemed very concerned his wife would find out he employed a convicted child killer and gave him a place to stay. Lee asks why no one missed him. Carl explains, Oliver took unpaid leave a couple of weeks back. The firm was encouraging it during a construction halt. He'd have been due back Tuesday. Otherwise, no social contact. The guy was just doing his son's friend a favor. They weren't close. The stairwell door opens, and Garda Declan Casey steps out. He tells Lee the pathologist has finished his initial survey and asks if she wants a walkthrough before the body is removed. She says yes, then tells Carl to get Laura's prints and whatever else he can. Maybe Laura will admit she went in and took photos, even hand them over. Stranger things have happened. Carl asks if he's supposed to know who Lois Lane is. Lee pauses, then says she used to host Crime Call. Declan frowns, and Lee jerks her head to send him down the stairs before he corrects her and ruins the joke. He turns and goes. She follows. Deputy pathologist Tom Searson waits for her in the lobby with the stench. He's in a full forensic suit and holds out another one, still wrapped in plastic. Lee takes it with one hand and pulls off her face mask with the other. He greets her warmly, a smile in his voice. He's a short man with a beer belly, the suit stretched across his middle but baggy elsewhere. She asks how things are. He says he can't complain, resting his hands on his belly and rocking on his heels. Lee rips open the plastic pack, starting to pull out the coveralls. She comments on his record time. Is he stationed nearby? Donnybrook, he says. Could have cycled over. He nods toward apartment 1 and asks if she's been in. Unfortunately, yes. He says it's particularly unpleasant. She agrees. Definitely in her top 10, maybe top 5 because of the maggots. Tom turns to collect a small jar of Vicks Vapor Rub off the letterboxes. He says there's no shame in using it. He prefers to stick it out himself, but he'd rather she can concentrate. Consider it a study aid. Lee bends to step into the coverall, commenting that if it was good enough for Clarice. Then she asks what they've got in there. Tom asks if she likes riddles. He offers one. A man takes to his bed in his chateau in the French Alps in deep winter, leaving the window open. Next morning, he's found dead from a stab wound to the heart, with a glass of bloody water on the bedside table. How did he die? While he speaks, Lee zips the coveralls to her neck, smears a generous glob of Vicks across her upper lip, and dabs a dot inside each nostril. It stings immediately, making her eyes water, but the menthol shoots straight into her brain even on a shallow breath. She hopes it still feels that way inside the apartment. She asks if she's meant to assume there's no shotgun under the bed or serial killer outside. Tom tells her to trust she's been given all pertinent details. She pulls on gloves and a heavier face mask, then answers, an icicle. Grabbed through the window, stabbed himself with it, then stuck it in the glass. It melted. The end. Tom's eyes crinkle above his mask. He's smiling, impressed. She asks why he's asking about riddles. He points down the corridor and says because there's a good one waiting for them in there. 23 days ago. He doesn't want to frighten her or make this harder than it already will be, though both are probably unavoidable. What matters is that she lets him tell her the truth, that she stays long enough to hear it. He needs her to understand he poses no physical threat, that the things he's about to speak of are so distant, so disconnected from the man standing here now, they might as well have happened on another world. To improve his chances, he stands and moves toward the kitchen, positioning himself near the breakfast bar, leaving a wide, deliberate gap between his body and hers on the couch. He confirms he is exactly who she thinks he is, promises her that much. But a very long time ago, when he was young, still a child, he was involved in something he deeply regrets, something he should never have done, something he has wished undone in every moment since. He risks a look at her face. She sits perfectly still, blinking fast. The most important thing, he goes on, is that she knows he would never hurt her. Her eyebrows lift slightly. Surprise, he thinks. He couldn't hurt her. That's not who he is now, and it wasn't who he was then either, though getting people to believe that has always been the problem. He takes a breath and adds that what they have, what they've built, is real. It is real. His hands shake worse than ever, so he shoves them into his pockets to hide it. He says he's just going to say it directly because there's no easy way. But he doesn't know where to begin, with what actually happened or what people claim did, with his part in it or the aftermath. He asks if she's ever heard of the Mill River case. His mouth has gone completely dry. He has to lick his lips. Silence fills the space between them like a vacuum. Then, very softly and slowly, drawing out the vowel, she says no. Good, he thinks. Blank slate. He can control the order in which he reveals things, build toward the shock. It happened in 2003, he tells her. In Kildare. Mill River was a new housing estate, hundreds of homes built just outside Ballymore on the riverbanks. He stops. He has never had to say any of this aloud, never had to explain what happened to him, to anyone. They always already knew, either because that was the purpose of the meeting, like with Dan, or because they were demanding answers after someone else had already told them, like Lucy in London just months ago. And now he finds he's not sure he can. There was a murder, he says, of a boy, aged 10. The older Oliver gets, the worse that fact becomes. The more it drips with horror, the heavier each droplet feels. He takes another breath, his heart slamming against his ribs. He wonders if this is a heart attack, if he's about to have one. 2 other boys, aged 12, were convicted of it. He can't look at her. He stares at the floor. Tears he didn't know he was crying blur his vision and drip onto his cheeks. When he finally speaks the words that matter, his voice barely carries. He was one of them, 78 days ago. They met on the street outside, Sierra arriving first. They hugged, then pushed through the restaurant's revolving doors and joined the line for the host. He led them to a 4-top table just inside the window, good view of Emmett Place, and an even better view of a man outside talking animatedly on his phone while digging in his nose. Siobhan rapped a knuckle on the glass to get his attention, commenting loudly on what a sight that was with lunch. The man shot her a disgusted look back, but mercifully stopped. As they shed their winter coats and sat down, Sierra bit her tongue until the first possible moment to ask what was on both their minds, what the doctor said. Then she saw her sister's eyes glisten and wished she'd waited longer. Siobhan told her they were moving their mother into hospice care. Sierra had expected it. They both had for months, but it still hit like a physical blow. She absorbed the impact in silence, then asked how Ma'am had reacted. Their mother wasn't there, Siobhan said. Only her and Dr. Corrigan. They'd tell Ma'am she was going in for respite. That's what they'd tell her too, even knowing she wouldn't come back out. When Sierra asked why, Siobhan explained that was how it was done. You had to give people hope, even when there wasn't any. They fell silent. The Sierra's heart hurt for Siobhan. Her sister had always been much closer to their mother. Being older, she could remember the woman from before, when she'd been entirely different, loving and funny and full of energy. After Ma'am was gone, Sierra would still have her older sister, but Siobhan would have no one further up the generational chain. No older, wiser family member to turn to. She'd be the full stop at the end of their family's sentence, though also the capital letter at the start of her own, with her husband Pat and kids Lily and David. Sierra secretly found Pat incredibly boring, but he adored Siobhan. Still, that wouldn't lessen the loss. Sierra reached across the table and took her sister's hand, apologizing. Siobhan sniffed, smiled sadly, and pointed out this was happening to Sierra too. Sierra admitted she'd never known the same woman, or at least couldn't remember her if she had. Siobhan said that woman died 17 years ago. This would be her second death, or maybe even her third after. She trailed off. She wouldn't say his name. They never did. At least this time, Siobhan said, they'd get to grieve. Jakira asked how long. Anywhere from 1 to 6 months was the best guess. Jakira swore under her breath. Jakira, Siobhan agreed. Kiara squeezed her sister's hand, then let go. Siobhan straightened up, collected herself, and turned to the menu, pointless, since they met here monthly and always ordered the same thing. When the waiter appeared and started reciting specials, Siobhan silenced him with a hand and said they knew what they were having. After he left, Sierra asked if Siobhan ever thought about it, back then. That day. Siobhan demanded to know why she'd do that. Sierra, unsure what to call it, settled on saying she'd been thinking lately about Oliver Street Ledger. Siobhan froze, then glared at her, stone cold. She didn't want to hear that name. The chair pressed that he was out there somewhere, living his life, being normal, getting to do all the things. Siobhan cut her off. Acting normal. Acting. The chair asked if that didn't bother her. Siobhan refused to let that cretin take up a single molecule of oxygen in her life, so she wasn't having this conversation. Chiara asked if their parents had ever told her what actually happened. Siobhan responded with heavy sarcasm. The woman who hadn't said his name for nearly 20 years, and the man so traumatized, he'd tied a rope around the banister outside Siobhan's childhood bedroom. Yes, they'd had cozy fireside chats about it all the time. Chiara said she could do without the sarcasm. Siobhan shot back she could do without the whole conversation, then asked what this was about. Sierra admitted she only knew what was on the internet, what was reported back then. Siobhan asked, so what? Sierra said that was what the public was told, but Oliver was her brother too. If Siobhan only knew what was reported, and Ma'am didn't tell her anything, then time was running out to ask questions. Siobhan warned her not to dare ask Ma'am questions. Sierra started to protest, but Siobhan said they knew what happened. In general, yeah, Sierra agreed, but she meant the ins and outs. Siobhan repeated the phrase loudly enough to turn heads at nearby tables, saying Oliver was dead, nothing would change that, and demanding what was wrong with Chiara. Sierra noticed the hostess frowning at them and said people were looking. Siobhan twisted around and threw a filthy look at a middle-aged couple 2 tables away. Chiara said she did remember one thing from back then, Ma'am saying over and over that it couldn't have happened the way they said. Siobhan just rolled her eyes. Sierra insisted she wasn't trying to upset anyone, quite the opposite. What if they could get some information for Ma'am that would make her feel better, give her peace before she died? Siobhan scoffed, asking like what? What actually happened, Chiara said. Maybe they knew, she admitted, but maybe they didn't. Their mother had been tortured for years by that one afternoon, unable to understand what happened to her son. The official story from that detective in court never answered her questions. Newspapers reported what happened before and what was found afterward, and that the boys had conflicting stories about what happened in between, but that was it. Siobhan countered that no one wanted the gory details of what 2 children did to another child. And Sierra was wrong about it not answering Ma'am's questions. The problem was she never got answers she liked. A beat passed. Then Siobhan spoke more gently, saying she knew what Sierra was doing. She'd done it herself, but Sierra was looking for something that wasn't there. Yes, the boys' stories contradicted each other, but they were 12, in more trouble than they knew, and the ending of both stories was exactly the same. Murder. That's what mattered, not the gruesome details. Chiara tried to object, but Siobhan cut her off. She couldn't bring Oliver back from the dead, and to stop pretending this was about Ma'am. A waiter arrived with their cokes, eyebrows rising as he caught the tail end of that. After he left, Siobhan announced she'd spent the morning inspecting biohazard waste facilities. She worked in medical waste management, so it was probably no harm to wash her hands one more time before the food came. And when she came back, they'd talk about something else. As Siobhan walked toward the bathrooms, Chiara turned to the window. The nose picker was counting out coins for a tip with the same hand he'd been picking with. 1 to 6 months. Hardly any time at all. Almost certainly not enough to uncover the truth of what happened that day at Mill River. Those 5 or 10 minutes 17 years ago that robbed her of a brother, her father of his will to live, and, according to Siobhan, the mother Sierra would have had otherwise. But she had to try. Siobhan was right. Chiara wanted to set their mother's mind at some ease before she went, but she needed the truth too, for herself. The question was how to get it. 23 days ago. He dares to look at her, wanting to catch her eyes, to use that connection to show her he's still himself, still Oliver, the man she knows, the one whose heart feels too big for his chest every time he sees her, the one who thinks he might be falling in love, who wants only for her to stay because she's the only thing that has ever truly made the pain go away. But Sierra's eyes are fixed on her lap. She sits perfectly still, blood drained from her face, the color of marble. He presses on. There's nothing else to do. He has to get it all out before she leaves, to explain before what might be his only chance comes to an abrupt end. He tells her it was a normal day. He was walking home from school with another boy from his class, Shane. It was all over something stupid. They were stupid. But in just a few minutes, everything got completely out of hand. He blinks back tears, thinking of it. 17 years spent trying not to. There was this boy in 4th class, a couple of years younger than them. They were in 6th. He lived next door to Shane in the Mill River estate and would sometimes follow them home, asking questions, trying to tag along. He was annoying, but Oliver thinks he just wanted to hang around with them. He was the only boy in his family, and Oliver never saw him with other kids from the estate. He has to say the name. He can't tell the story without it, so he takes a deep breath and pushes it out, though the words feel like sharp objects slicing the inside of his cheeks. Paul Kelleher. He was 10. Jaira's head stays, her shoulders start to shake. Shock, or maybe fear. The idea that she would be physically afraid of him makes his chest constrict. But it's too late to stop. He has no choice but to keep going. On that particular day, Paul was following them home like usual, but being more annoying than usual, calling out their names over and over. Then, probably because they were totally ignoring him, he started throwing pebbles. Most missed, but a couple hit their school bags, and then one caught Shane square in the back of the head. Shane reeled around, and Oliver thought he was going to roar at Paul, but instead, he said, "Okay, fine." Paul could come with them down to the water to skim stones. Then Shane gave Oliver a look. "Follow my lead." He took off running. Paul followed. Oliver did too. He tries another deep breath, though it feels fruitless, as if his airways have permanently closed and all he has is whatever air is already in his lungs. The estate was built on the bank of the river. That's where it got its name. The houses sloped down to the water, and to actually reach it you had to climb through some trees. Once the 3 of them were down there, they were pretty much hidden from view. He swallows. That's when... Now, finally, Chiara lifts her head. That's when Shane started pummeling Paul. That's the only word for it. Shane had been held back a year, nearly 13 by then, and Paul was small for his age. Oliver doesn't remember everything, but he remembers Shane towering over Paul, and Paul looking up at him. His voice cracks. Like... He can see it now, as if they're all in this room. Paul's eyes, not pleading, but questioning. Why are you doing this to me? He's struggling around sobs now, but there's no point trying to stop. He just has to get the rest out. At first, he didn't intervene. He just stood there. But then Shane said, "Come on," and Paul was squirming, trying to get away, had started to cry by then. So Oliver went and... His voice cracks again, goes higher. He didn't intervene. He joined in. He held Paul by the arms, in place. So Shane could... Chiara looks away. She can't look at him anymore, and he can't blame her. He swallows hard twice, trying to force the lump out of his throat so he can get the last bit out. The worst bit. 78 days ago. Sitting at her desk at work, the club sandwich from lunch with Siobhan heavy in her stomach, Chiara types a question into Google. How do you find someone who doesn't want to be found? She's already exhausted every social media network, news site, and search engine she knows, all to no avail. The first page of results shows a list, an article preview with numbered steps, full name, nicknames, family names, date and place of birth, hometown and last known location, high school and college names, clearly aimed at finding Americans with access to census data and government databases. Useless for her. She moves to close the window, then stops at the next 2 items, former and recent employers, friends and family members. Friends and family members. Oliver had an older brother, didn't he? Siobhan's age. What was his name? She drums her fingers on the desk, trying to remember. Oliver and... She types that name with Ireland into the search bar. The top result is an Instagram account. She checks that no one is watching, picks up her phone, and opens the app. Easier to navigate than on a computer screen. She starts scrolling through his posts. She barely remembers what Oliver looked like, let alone his brother, so she can't tell just by looking. This Richard Sweet Ledger lives in Australia with his wife and 2 young kids. Lots of beach photos, gym mirror selfies. But there's a recent 31st birthday cake, right age, and an Irish flag in his bio. The only time she's ever encountered the name Sweet Ledger was 17 years ago. It could be him. She wonders why he didn't change his name. But why would he? He didn't do anything, and his brother's name is protected by law. She keeps scrolling carefully, avoiding any accidental double taps. If this is the right Richard, he'd know her name. Then she finds a photo taken much closer to home. Richard with his back against a glass railing, head turned away, looking out over a bird's-eye view of London. The location says Sky Garden atop the walkie-talkie skyscraper. The photographer's legs are reflected in the glass. She stares at them, wondering if she's looking at Oliver Sweet Ledger's chino shorts, muscular calves, and white Vans. Then she touches the image. The legs are tagged as @BalfieBoy91. She follows to Ken Balfe's account, also an Irish flag in his bio. She puts down the phone, goes back to her computer, and opens Facebook. She types Ken Balfe into the search bar and finds the profile easily. No recent activity. The top post is nearly a year old. But the About section is useful. He went to secondary school at St. Columba's Community in Naas, County Kildare. She silently thanks him for filling it in. Primary schools in the area were segregated by gender, but secondary was mixed. St. Columba's is where Siobhan went for a couple of years, where Sierra was supposed to go until they left the area a month after their father's death, when their mother couldn't stand to stay, suffocating in memories. So it's entirely plausible that Ken Balfe and Richard St. Ledger have been friends since school, since before everything happened. Which would mean Ken knows about Oliver, which might mean he knows where he is now. But what good is that? What's she supposed to do? Send him a message asking for contact information for his friend's younger brother, the convicted child murderer? She couldn't do that any more than she could message Richard Sweet Ledger directly on Instagram. How do you find someone who doesn't want to be found? But that's not really the right question, she realizes. What she should ask is, how do you find a child convicted of murder now that he's a grown man and his name is protected by law? She only knows of one such case, in England, before she was born. Those boys are now men living under assumed identities, guaranteed lifelong anonymity. Their names were made public, so they had to shed them immediately after the trial. She scans the case summary on Wikipedia, looking for any details that might help her search. She studiously ignores the shards of horror that jump out like glinting knife blades, about one of them blowing his cover by sharing his true identity, being found with child abuse images, returning to prison. Maybe this is a mistake. Maybe she shouldn't be looking for Oliver Sweet Ledger. What if she finds him, gets him to talk, and what he says only makes everything worse? She takes the half of that British pair who hasn't reoffended and puts his original name into Facebook's search box just to see what comes up. Several exact name matches appear, but none can be him. She feels a pang of sympathy for those men and wonders why they don't use nicknames. She scrolls down until she sees a group in the results. Justice, Not Protection. The has nearly 8,000 members. She feels compelled to turn around and check that no one is standing silently behind her, looking over her shoulder. She's in a small, open-plan office, but the only other occupied desk is on the far side of the room. She should be safe. She clicks. Within seconds, she understands what it is, or more specifically, who it's for. Keyboard vigilantes. The aim seems to be exposing protected identities of convicted criminals who the group, playing judge and jury, has decided should be exposed. Each post is supposedly a tip, hundreds of them, following a standardized format. a bad, blurry photo paired with a caption making claims about spotting someone at a supermarket or cinema, authored by people hiding behind blank profile pics and gibberish usernames. Underneath, dozens of comments from fantasists describing what injuries they'd inflict or outraged commenters spouting ill-informed nonsense about the law. It's a cesspool. She feels ill just looking at it. Plus, it seems UK-centric, unlikely to be useful. But at the top of the page is an empty box and an invitation to search the group. She types Oliver St. Ledger and hits enter, holds her breath. There's a match. 23 days ago. Oliver continues, the words coming faster now. It went on for a while. He doesn't know how long. Then Shane stopped, seeming to see Paul properly for the first time, as if he hadn't realized what he'd been doing, like he'd been in some kind of trance. Paul had blood all over him and a cut through his eyebrow. A lot of blood. One of his eyes was filled with it. It was terrifying. But what they didn't realize was that it was just a small cut that bled heavily, looking much worse than it actually was. They panicked. Oliver had his PE clothes in his bag from that morning. He got out a t-shirt, his NASA one, and gave it to Paul to press against his forehead to stop the blood, but it just kept coming. Then Shane and Oliver looked at each other, and that's when... Almost there, he thinks. Shane told Paul they were going to wash the blood off in the river. Oliver just knew what was going to happen, what Shane had decided to do. When half of him felt like it was a good idea, what he had to do now to help Shane, to protect him, to stop him from getting in trouble. But the other half looked at Paul, all covered in blood, saying okay, and obediently following Shane down to the water, and that part wanted to scream at him to run away. But Oliver didn't say anything. Instead, he followed them to the water, helped Shane push Paul into it, and helped hold him down. One last breath, 3 more words. He inhales, it makes his chest hurt, until he drowned. Silence. Kiara says nothing, staring blankly out through the glass patio doors. Oliver can't stand to let the words hang in the air, so he carries on. The guards came that night, to their homes. Shane had come up with a story that they both needed to stick to, that yes, they saw Paul on the way home, but he ran off toward the river and they just carried on. But they'd been spotted with him by several people. He'd been wearing a distinctive bright red jacket, and the sightings didn't match their story. When they found Paul, they found the t-shirt too. He pauses, remembering the moment that realization dawned, when he knew with absolute certainty there was no way out, that they had committed an act so horrible it had ended one life, and figuratively, 2 more, the ones he and Shane were supposed to have. Everything happened quickly after that. They were charged and sent to Oberstown, a juvenile detention center. There was a trial. Their identities had to remain secret, so they became Boy A and Boy B. Both were found guilty of murder, but got different sentences based on their level of involvement. Oliver was released on his 18th birthday. Shane took his own life on his. He still had another 15 years to go. Now, finally, Kiara raises her head. Oliver doesn't hesitate, doesn't risk losing his chance, doesn't even wait to interpret the look on her face or the way her features are crumbling. He tells her he's not some evil seed, no psycho monster. He was just a child who, for 5 minutes, completely lost his mind. A kid who, on the way home from school one afternoon, made a stupid, terrible mistake because he didn't want to look like a coward in front of his older, bigger friend. He was 12. He couldn't undo it, so he did the next best thing. From that moment on, he has tried to make up for it. He took his punishment. He was a model detainee, did all the therapy, obeyed all the rules. Whatever they asked, he did it and more. Since the day he was released, he hasn't so much as littered. But it doesn't matter what he does, because all anyone thinks about, all anyone cares about, is what he did. He moves closer. 1 step, 2. Then he met her, and she liked him. When he's with her, he feels like himself, the person he should have been, the person he really was. Even though he knew it couldn't last, Knew she'd find him out eventually. He kept wanting to feel that way, so he kept seeing her. Then a global pandemic came along, and they heard there would be a lockdown. She was living in a tiny apartment, working from home, just moved to Dublin, not knowing anyone, and she doesn't even use social media. So he thought to himself, just 2 more weeks. He wouldn't tell her for 2 more weeks. He desperately hoped that by the time the truth came out, she'd have seen enough of him to know that this is him now. Here. He stops, holds his breath. So long as she's still here, so long as she's willing to listen. But then XIII gets up and runs out of the room, into the bathroom, and starts retching. 78 days ago. XIII finds the anonymous post in a Facebook group. Someone calling herself Jane Smith, no profile picture, claiming Oliver Street Ledger is back in Dublin at KB Studios. The comments are split. Some tell her to follow the group's proper format. Others admit confusion over who Oliver even is. A few ask for the victim's name or case details, but Jane never replies. When XIII searches the group for other posts by this user, nothing comes up. She widens the search across all of Facebook, filtering for group mentions only. Same name, same claim. Jane Smith has copy-pasted the warning into at least 8 other spaces, including a victims' rights page and an Irish true crime community. The profile is locked down private, and the missing photo makes it feel hollow anyway. Whoever Jane is, she wanted someone else to act on Oliver Street Ledger's supposed return, even though she herself wasn't willing to do much beyond anonymous typing. XIII turns to Google. KB Studios leads to an architecture firm on Upper Bagot Street. On their Meet Our Team page, she spots a bio for an Oliver Kennedy, no headshot. The text says he graduated from Newcastle in 2013 with first-class honors, joined the firm in 2020 from an engineering company in London. Her blood goes cold. Logically, she knows this proves nothing. A man named Oliver, roughly the right age, worked in the same city Richard Street Ledger visited months ago. So what? But instinct is louder. She feels it. This is him, the Oliver. Her screen shows 17 unopened emails and only a couple of hours left in the workday. That's where her attention should go. This is ridiculous. What does she think she's achieving? A wild goose chase, her imagination running. She's just distracting herself from what's real. Her mother dying, soon only Siobhan and her left. No truth will change that. This isn't him. But if it were, how would she confirm it? Another email pings. She checks the clock, 5 minutes to the hour. She gives herself those 5 minutes, just 5, then she'll stop. She searches Facebook for Oliver Kennedy. Nothing matches the scant details. Newcastle, London, Dublin. Same on Instagram. Then an idea clicks. She pulls up Richard St. Ledger's Instagram and scrolls through who he follows. No Oliver Kennedy, but several Kennedys. She picks one at random, Maurice, and scans his pictures. A shot of Sydney Harbour from November has no caption, but one comment. Someone asking if he's on holiday. Maurice replies that he's visiting family. Adrenaline fizzes in XIII's veins. She opens Richard's Instagram on her computer, scrolls back to November, and starts comparing the 2 accounts side by side. Maurice seems older from his social media habits. Amateur, unfiltered photos. He appears in none of Richard's pictures, and Maurice never posts people. Just poorly framed landscapes and dim objects. The best she can hope for is a shared location. She finds it. November 7th, last year. Maurice posts vintage cars with a wide beach and cloudy sky. November 8th, Richard posts himself posing next to one of those same cars. Richard was the family Maurice was visiting. The St. Ledgers are related to the Kennedys. Kennedy could even be Oliver St. Ledger's mother's maiden name, making his choice of new name entirely plausible. XIII stares at the KB Studios bio until the text blurs. This could actually be him. The only person left who truly knows what happened that day in 2003, the one who could give her the answers she wants. But how is she supposed to ask him? Today. Lee stands in the hallway with Tom, his voice coming through muffled by his mask and the papery coveralls over her ears. He advises her not to think about it, to take shallow breaths, focus on the scene. He asks if she's ready. She nods. He steps over the threshold of apartment 1, and she follows. Metal step plates have been laid through the hall. They move carefully from one to the next, like crossing stones in a fast river. Voices and rustling come from the living room. Scenes of crime officers still working elsewhere. A camera flash flares from the smaller bedroom as they reach the bathroom. Tom waves her inside, directing her to the far corner. Inside, she sees their reflections in the mirrored wall above the sink. 2 astronauts in ill-fitting suits, only 2 inches of skin visible between mask and hood. No danger of catching anything here. She reaches the designated step plate, shuffles around to face the body. Same position as before, but now the surfaces are smudged with black fingerprint dust. A portable scene light stands on a diagonal from the corpse, harsh white bulbs aimed down. The safety glass pebbles have been collected. Tom takes a position closer to the deceased. Between the light and the fittings, there's no room for anyone else without disturbing the scene. The heat builds like a terrible sauna where you have to wear layers of your own clothes. Lee feels sweat slide down her spine and settle at the small of her back. He asks if she's okay. She says yes, then no, then waves a hand. Let's just get this over with. He turns to the body and summarizes the preliminary findings. Caucasian male, late 20s, about 6 feet. Dead roughly 2 weeks. No flies because the apartment was sealed tight. The deceased lies face down in the remnants of the shower door. Shards on his clothing and hair, suggesting his fall through the glass caused it to break. A wound to his left temple corresponds with a brownish smudge on the wall, now marked with yellow numbered tape, indicating the point where he hit his head after going through the door. The stench coils around Lee's throat like a python, making her windpipe dangerously small. She asks economically if it was an accident. Tom says the fall possibly was, but he doesn't think that's what killed him. Scalp lacerations bleed a lot, but are mostly aesthetic. He'd be surprised to find a skull fracture at post-mortem. You can't build up enough force in such a small space, and going through glass would slow you down. He then shifts to why the man fell. He asks if she looked in the medicine cabinet earlier. She nods. There's Rohypnol in there. Tom says he likely had a prescription, primarily a tranquilizer for chronic insomnia, despite its more nefarious reputation. He's confused why the man took it and was still mostly dressed, walking around. Missing pills suggest he'd taken it before and should have known to already be in bed. Lee points out the blankets were pulled back on one side, so he was probably in bed and then got up for some reason, though he's not dressed for sleep. Tom winks and asks if she's ready for the riddle. She thinks about projectile vomiting, but tells him to go on. He asks where the blood is, apart from the smudge on the wall. Lee hasn't been looking. She's been trying to pretend the area beside Tom is pixelated. She swallows hard, breathes deep for the last of the VapoRub's menthol. She tells him to just explain. She'll believe him. Tom says there's no blood. The scalp is full of vessels. Even a shallow wound bleeds profusely. Nothing on the floor. The sludgy stuff came later, not blood. There's a halo of cleanliness around the head and upper body. With a scalp laceration like that, where did the blood go? Lee forces herself to think past the smell, which seems to cling to everything. She lands on an answer. Water washed it away. Tom agrees enthusiastically and prompts for why. She says the shower was on. He thinks the man might have died by drowning. Drowning doesn't require submersion, just enough liquid to inhale into the lungs. Hypothetically, the man took a tranquilizer, got back out of bed, stumbled in here, maybe to use the toilet, fell through the shower door, landed face down with his mouth and nose on the tile right at the drain where water pools, the shower running. The head blow stunned him, or the Rohypnol kicked in, or both. He lost consciousness in that position, kept breathing, and drowned in inches of water. Tom adds that this is why he'll never understand extreme sports. It's so easy to die without trying. Lee asks why the shower was on in the first place. Tom offers possibilities. He could have hit the lever during the fall or trying to get back up, or he planned to shower and misjudged the tranquilizer's timing. But that's not the million-dollar question. She raises her eyebrows. He says the real question is who turned the water off. Her stomach sinks. She admits there might be a problem. During lockdown, a woman has been annoying the station with noise complaints and neighbor reports. When she called this morning, dispatchers sent 2 new recruits. One of them said he turned off a dripping tap. Tom nods, considering. He can't rule out that the man turned it off himself in his last throes of consciousness, but either way, he doubts there was evidentiary value on the lever. Then he clasps his hands and delivers the real riddle. The whole apartment is wiped clean. Every surface throughout. Thorough job. Scenes of crime hasn't found a single print, so why would someone wipe down an apartment after an accident? And why didn't they call for help? 23 days ago. Oliver waits in the living room doorway while Sierra retches in the bathroom, the door left open. He apologizes, knowing the words are hollow, but says them anyway. Sorry for doing this to her. After a moment she gets up, splashes water on her face, and meets her own reflection in the mirror. When she turns to face him, she looks pale and broken. She asks who Laura is. He admits he doesn't know her, but presumes she's found out where he lives and wants to write about him. Sierra points out he was boy A and boy B. She can't report his name. He agrees, but says she could still cause trouble. She already has. A silence falls. He doesn't dare break it. He's surprised Sierra is still here, asking questions. He'll let her dictate the pace. She asks how he really got his scar. He says Shane did it to him in the rec room at Oberstown. She blinks at him. He explains that after a few years inside, Shane grew disturbed, couldn't cope, and blamed Oliver for not sticking to the story. She asks what happened in London. He says he met someone, Lucy. She was careless. Not knowing the truth, she didn't know to be careful. Reporters can't print his name or face, but old schoolmates, neighbors, even relatives might recognize him and run to social media. No one but his brother speaks to him now. He keeps nothing online, but Lucy posted Instagram stories with him in the background without him realizing. Vigilantes on forums picked up a picture. They couldn't confirm it was him, but they had Lucy's name and started messaging her. She started asking him questions. He had to leave before things blew up. Sierra starts to cry. She says she has to go now, can't stay. Oliver steps toward her. She holds up her hands to stop him. He asks to hold her hand. She shakes her head but doesn't resist when he takes it anyway. He presses it to his chest, to his heart, and says this is him now. Not that child who was stupid and cruel and made a terrible mistake he can never undo or be sorry enough for. She asks why he did it. He insists she knows him, the real him from these last few weeks. He wanted her to see that before all this. She jerks her hand away, steps back. She asks again why he didn't put a stop to it, why he didn't save the victim. She's crying harder. He admits he doesn't know. He's thought about it for years, but can't explain it. A therapist once told him that at that age, you have no sense of permanence. You know right from wrong and that actions have consequences, but you don't truly accept those consequences can't be undone. It's not an excuse, but it made sense to him. Things like this aren't about good and evil. He wasn't a psychopath in training. A series of things created a moment when he and Shane made a decision they shouldn't have. That happens all the time. In their case, the stupid thing had the worst consequence imaginable. Kiara moves toward the bedroom door, says she has to go. He asks her to stay. She spits that he doesn't get to ask her for anything. She goes into the bedroom, pulls her suitcase onto the bed, throws things inside. He watches helpless from the doorway. He asks where she'll go. Back to her place. For how long? She doesn't fucking know. He says he's just trying to figure out. She wheels on him and screams that he just told her he killed a child. The volume seems to surprise even her. He nods and says quietly that he was a child then. That freezes her for a second, hope rising in him. But she zips the case, lifts it, wheels it to the floor. She waits for him to step aside so she can leave without touching him. He apologizes again. She pushes past him and leaves. 64 days ago. Kiara pieces together from Google Street View that the man she suspects is Oliver. St. Ledger works on the 4th floor of a glossy new office building on Bagot Street Upper. Inside, the estate agent's video shows glass box offices, a large reception desk, and electronic turnstiles. You can't just walk in. She needs a reason to be there. Pretending to be a client would backfire. She wouldn't know what to say, and the firm wouldn't likely send a junior staff member like Oliver Kennedy to meet her. Impersonating a courier has two flaws. A receptionist would probably take the package, and even if she got upstairs, anything she delivered would put a man who spent his whole adult life hiding his identity on high alert. That leaves one option. Apply to work there. Get inside under the guise of a job interview. KB Studios' website lists a junior office manager vacancy. XIII sets up a fake email, sends a CV, and spends a week losing nerve. What is she doing? Walk up and ask if he murdered Paul Kelleher? But when an interview offer arrives, she has just enough nerve left to say yes. Now she sits on a cushioned lobby bench, rubbing clammy palms on polyester trousers, thinking there's no way she can go through with this. She arrived 10 minutes early. A receptionist tells her to wait. Someone will come get her. She spent days digging through her mother's attic shoeboxes. The Mill River Boys National School newsletters from June 2003 include rugby photos. One shows 12-year-old Oliver Street Ledger standing with his hands on his hips, perfectly clear. She stared at it for hours, cut it out, slipped it into her wallet. But she has no idea if she'll match it to the adult now or what she'll do if she can. A young blonde woman in a tight black dress appears and calls the name Sierra Murphy. First name real, last name fake. On her CV, Sierra listed real jobs but pretended she still worked at a cruise company instead of her actual events role. No college education invented. The blonde says they're almost ready, leads her toward the elevators. Chiara's heart pounds so loud she fears the other woman will hear. The blonde tells her not to be nervous. He's very nice. She asks who he is. Kenneth Balfe, the managing director. He does all interviews himself. KB Studios. The strength goes out of Sierra's knees. She slumps against the elevator wall. Why didn't she put that together? Oliver definitely works here. His brother's friend owns the place. The blonde frowns, asks if she's all right. Sierra claims she's not great with elevators. The doors open on the 4th floor. Another reception area sits outside double glass doors stenciled with KB Studios. Gray sofas, a coffee table, a water dispenser next to a scale model. The blonde tells Sierra to take a seat and disappears through the doors. Beyond them, an open-plan office, people milling about. Then Sierra spots a framed picture on the wall. A smiling, red-faced man in his late 50s accepting a chunk of blown glass. He looks exactly like the Ken Balfe she found on Instagram might in a few decades. The man interviewing her must be Kenneth Balfe Sr., a grown adult at the time of the murder, not a teenager. Far more likely to remember things from back then, including peripheral figures, like her. She can't chance meeting him. She has to leave. Sierra grabs her bag and starts walking just as the glass doors swing open behind her. She holds her breath waiting for her name, but it doesn't come. She can't risk the elevator, so she hurries down the stairs. Blood rushes in her ears. Her heels clack on marble. She reaches the first landing, turns to the next flight, and sees him. Standing at the top of the stairs, looking at his phone. Tall, about her age. Solid, broad-shouldered. Dark hair, thick and messy, but carefully teased. Oliver St. Ledger. It's him. She knows it for sure, even as she can't quite believe it. Out of sight, the double doors swing open again. A female voice calls Sierra. Oh, then a pause, then asks Oliver if he saw a woman with brown hair in a black suit. His head begins to rise, gaze lifting from his phone. Sierra hurtles forward, nearly missing the first step, regains her balance and dashes out of sight, heels clacking all the way down. 22 days ago. Oliver wakes on the couch with a pinched muscle in his neck, his tongue thick and bristly, his stomach hollow. Empty beer cans cluster on the coffee table. The light says early morning. Then he hears the sound that pulled him up, his phone ringing. He thinks of Sierra, whipping around, chasing the sound before it stops, knocking cushions, sending the phone flying to the floor. He just wants to hear her voice, doesn't even care what she says with it. But the caller is Ken B. He answers, voice thick with sleep. Kenneth says this is his third time trying, asks if Oliver's all right. Oliver claims he overdid it at home alone last night. One too many beers, should have quit well ahead. Kenneth pauses, then asks if he's holding up okay. Oliver forces a smile into his voice, says he's fine, thanks. Kenneth mentions an email about the lockdown extension, another 3 weeks, possibly all summer. Projects are teetering. A rumor that Google might pull out of a new build could trigger a mass exodus. They're offering everyone 2 weeks unpaid leave to plug holes. Oliver says he'll take it. He can't focus on work right now. Kenneth confirms Oliver heard the unpaid part. Oliver says it's fine, asks when it starts. Kenneth says Tuesday, since Monday is a bank holiday, then asks Oliver to email Louise to keep her in the loop. Oliver agrees, one less problem. Kenneth tells him to let him know if he needs anything, knowing Oliver's on his own. Oliver thanks him. Kenneth tells him to look after himself and calls him Ollie. Oliver just manages to hang up before something in his chest breaks apart. The only people who call him Ollie are the ones who've known him since then, since before. These days, that's just Kenneth and Rich. It used to be comforting, proof that people could know the whole truth and still want him in their lives. But now it just makes him feel trapped. A man forever imprisoned by the actions of his own child self. Things he did without thinking. Things he's been wishing he could take back every second since. He lets the phone drop, curls up on the couch, and starts to cry. His body racks with sobs. He loses track of time. He cries until he feels empty, until a pain in his chest begs him to stop, until it gets dark outside. Today, Lee flashes her ID at a shed-sized coffee shop to access their customer toilet. The young barista hands over the key, and she watches his smile falter. He smells the death on her. Confusion, then a wrinkled nose, clamped mouth. She sweetly says she'll just be a minute. Inside the bathroom, she pulls down the toilet lid and unloads what she scavenged after the walkthrough. A XIII guarded t-shirt she swaps for her own, tying a knot in the hem and tucking it into her trousers. She swipes an elastic band from the tech bureau van to knot her hair off her face and away from her nostrils. Then the care pack from Garda O'Herlihy, a Ziploc bag with travel toiletries, sanitary pads, wipes, and chocolate wrapped in gold foil. O'Herlihy makes them herself for vulnerable people on night shifts. Today it's saving a detective inspector who smells like she's been slow dancing with a corpse. Lee mentally owes her a pint. She brushes her teeth, sprays deodorant everywhere, including her hair, then mixes shower gel with water and slathers it over her face, neck, and forearms. Regrets putting the t-shirt on first when the collar gets damp. Drees with clumping toilet paper, eats half the chocolate. The mirror shows she looks terrible. But she doesn't smell like decomposition anymore, just fresh cotton, eucalyptus revive, and zesty blast. She stuffs her shirt in the trash, ties a knot in the liner so it doesn't stink up the bathroom. She tries not to think how much worse it would have been without full protective gear. Tom said he didn't smell anything on her after they suited down, but she doesn't trust his cauterized nose. She returns the key, ignoring the barista's wide eyes at her state. Buys 2 cappuccinos out of guilt. Carl waits by the car with a laptop. She thinks it might belong to Laura Mannix and nearly congratulates him, but he says CCTV is in, then asks what the fuck happened to her. She jokes it started 20 years ago when she decided to apply to the guards, then holds up the coffees. Carl wants food. She offers half the chocolate. He declines if it's toward the crime scene. He reports the woman upstairs clammed up after Lee left and confirms she Googled Lois Lane. Former crime call host was a lie. Lee notes his half hour was productive. She tells him the scene was worse, but Tom Searson thinks the man drowned. Carl is confused. Face down on the floor? Lee explains the shower was on, water pooled around the drain, unconscious and breathing, inhaled enough to drown. Carl calls it a terrible way to go. She adds that someone turned off the water, could have been him, might not have been, and the entire apartment has been wiped clean. Carl looks concerned. Lee suggests they watch the CCTV. They settle in the car, doors open, Carl in the passenger seat, Lee behind the wheel, coffee cups on the dash. Carl balances the laptop, finds the icon. Lee asks who Mr. Instasham is, the property management guy with the crap Instagram account. 9 feeds. Lee picks the lobby camera facing in, start from this morning and work backward. Carl nearly makes a joke. She shuts it down. High-speed video plays full screen, the lobby camera over the front doors. They sip coffee, watch residents, sunshine tracking across the floor, the clock running days. Coffees are gone before they see anything at 5 days out. Lee points, tells Carl to play forward at normal speed. A familiar figure enters. Laura Mannix, standing in the lobby looking out through the main doors, waiting for someone who never comes. Then she turns and slips something into the letterbox for apartment 1. She moves back toward the elevators. Lee notes the envelope. Timestamp. Monday last, around 5:15 p.m. Carl says she didn't hide her face well, stood right in front of the camera. Lee says maybe she didn't know it was there. Carl points out the ceiling camera. Lee counters it's a standard fisheye in the corner. People don't think about CCTV in lobbies, especially if they're not doing anything wrong. They play on. Only 48 more hours in the footage. 5 more minutes before they see Laura again, coming out of the corridor from apartment 1, later going down it. Lee has Carl pause and play at normal speed. Laura goes down the corridor toward apartment 1 and doesn't return for nearly 15 minutes. She carries nothing but a small clutch bag on a diagonal chain. When she moves out of shot, she heads back to the elevator. Lee asks if that's Monday morning around 10. Carl corrects. 9:52 a.m. exactly. The dead man was definitely dead by then, right? Lee asks for another angle showing apartment 1's door. Carl finds the fire exit camera at the end of the hall. The apartment door is hidden below the line of sight, but anyone coming or going is visible. 7-day loop is a shame. Then Laura appears, goes to the door, hesitates, slips inside. Carl calls her a lying bitch. Lee sighs, feeling the strain. Laura didn't kill him, though. He was already dead by then. Carl suggests maybe it was her second visit, citing serial killers returning to the scene. Lee asks how many serial killer cases he's worked, implying none. Carl taps his temple and announces 0.000 cases, because they never get to the serial bit with him. Lee snorts. She doesn't think Laura Mannix is a serial killer. Laura just pushed the door open. Unless she took something, they don't even have her on burglary. She doubts there was enough time to wipe down surfaces, and Laura carried nothing that could do that. If she'd wiped down on a previous visit, why go back and risk leaving a trace now? Carl asks why put the envelope in the letterbox if she'd just seen a dead body. Lee turns to him, eyebrows raised. Excellent question. Carl chooses to ignore her tone of surprise. He theorizes. Laura said the letter was a love note about not doing anything bad, not naming him, etc. But what if she left previous letters that weren't so nice? He doesn't respond. She goes to check the apartment, finds him dead, realizes she's fucked up. So she writes a nice letter she knows he'll never get but that police will find, ruling her out as a source of angst because her message was so nice. He finishes with a flourish. Lee asks if he's proud of himself. He is. Very. She thinks he could be right. They watch the rest of the CCTV. Aside from Laura Mannix, no one entered or left apartment 1 in the previous 7 days. Carl closes the laptop. They sit in companionable silence. Lee asks how Laura found him, who was her secret tipster. Then she remembers the chocolate, pulls it from her pocket, grimacing at the soft foil. She offers it to Carl. He takes it, saying it'll taste the same going down. He chews noisily. Something occurs to Lee. She asks which is the other KB Studios apartment. They rent 2, remember? Carl doesn't know. She explains its own through a connection going back years. Oliver St. Ledger's brother's friend's neighbor's dog. Potentially all the way to 2003. Carl finishes the thought. She asks if there was anything in the door-to-doors. He can check. She suggests he call back Kenneth Balfe, it'll be quicker. Carl wipes sticky fingers on his trousers. Lee makes a wry comment about why he's still single. He snaps back about why she is too. He calls Kenneth. The volume is loud enough for Lee to hear. Carl identifies himself, says no further news, just a question. He asks which apartment is KB Studios' second rental. They know one is number 1. Kenneth answers right away. Number 14. Not an employee, though. A friend of the family's. His wife's friend, a nurse who lives with elderly parents who are cocooning. They offered her the empty apartment. His wife offered. He does what he's told. Carl grins at Lee. She mouths name at him. Carl asks for her name. Kenneth says let him ask his wife. She's in the other room, but he thinks she said it was Laura something. 61 days ago. Chiara dreams of Mill River, her subconscious filling in details she doesn't clearly remember, the river becoming a trickling stream with tiny pebbles. Its banks cleared of trees so you can see right through the water to the pale limbs that lie. Her phone rings. She reaches for the bedside table that isn't there. She opens her eyes to an unfamiliar scene. A small living room with mismatched furniture, grubby white walls, sunshine through paper-thin curtains. She's lying in bed in sheets she doesn't recognize. The last dregs of sleep leave her. She remembers. She couldn't afford the hotel and her rent back home, so she found a cheaper Airbnb. The owner was agreeable, off-season, happy for any occupancy. But when she collected the key, she discovered the truth. The online photos were taken at extremely generous angles. The ringing comes from the tiny kitchen. She throws back the sheets, finds her phone on the Formica counter. SHIV on the screen. Shit. She knew she'd have to explain herself to her sister eventually, but she wanted later. Her voice comes out croaky. Siobhan snaps that she's alive, demands to be let in. She's been pressing the buzzer for ages. Sierra says she's not there. Siobhan asks where the hell she is. Dublin. A job interview. Siobhan starts repeating everything. Sierra calls her on it. Siobhan says she will until she gets an explanation. Sierra carefully recites her practiced lie. A new property opening in the summer, looking for someone from events to join the opening team. She applied months ago, forgot about it until an email last week. She can't see herself taking it, especially now with Ma'am, but figured she'd go for the experience. She came up yesterday to abuse her employee discount. Siobhan asks if she's sure about not taking it given their mother. Chiara says she's sure. Siobhan explains she only called because she drank a liter of coffee before her walk. Chiara suggests the cafe on the corner. Siobhan says it's situation critical. Chiara ends the call and feels terrible about lying. She wishes she could tell the truth. She's chasing the truth. But Siobhan won't even hear Oliver Sweetledger's name, let alone that Sierra has moved temporarily to another city to accidentally on purpose cross paths with him and ask about the day that cracked open a fault line through their family. To discover the full horror, whatever it is, so what's left of their family might find peace. But lying is hard. She told her boss she needs personal days for her mother's worsening health. Now she's told Siobhan about a non-existent job interview. She hasn't even approached Oliver yet, and already there are multiple threads to keep straight. She won't be able to do this. She's not cut out for it. She goes back to the main room, to the items laid out on the couch. She packed only for an overnight stay. Returning to Cork for more things was out of the question. The expense, but mostly her certainty that if she left Dublin now, she'd never come back. She's just about got the nerve to stay. She knows she doesn't have enough to travel all the way back again. She went shopping on an extremely tight budget. Primark provided clothes, underwear, toiletries, a notebook. She opens the notebook now, scribbles bullet points of what she told Siobhan, just in case. She went elsewhere for other things. Eason's for the blue lanyard and laminating machine. The 3 store for a pay-as-you-go phone. The stationer's next to Oliver's office for printing her new ID. The 18-year-old behind the counter handed over the envelope slowly, staring. She told him it was for a costume party. He tried and failed to act like he didn't know what she meant. Then a charity shop on South Great Georgia Street for something she didn't know she needed. Passing by on her way back from O'Connell Street, she saw it in a themed display, space-themed donations, a Lego Saturn V rocket, astronaut biographies, NASA merchandise, and a little tote bag showing the space shuttle flying over skyscrapers, stamped with a logo for the Intrepid Museum in New York. She knows almost nothing about who Oliver is now and very little about who he was. She'd have to guess his interests. Rugby from a nearly 2-decade-old school photo, not something he did much of in Oberstown. And space from the t-shirt he wore the day of the murder, the one covered in someone else's blood. It's not much, and neither might still be relevant. But it's all she has. She knows nothing about rugby. She can fake the space thing a bit. Read a few Wikipedia pages. Rewatch Apollo 13. You don't have to be obsessive. Just interested enough to buy a souvenir from a museum. Something practical. A conversation starter. Hopefully. XIII makes tea and picks up yesterday's newspaper she was too sleepy to read. She spreads it open across the piles on the couch and scans the front page headline. First Irish coronavirus case confirmed. 21 days ago. Oliver forces himself off the couch and into the kitchen, gulping glasses of water at the sink in the dark. His stomach growls, but he has no appetite. He fills his glass again and goes to the bathroom for a pill. In front of the medicine cabinet, blister pack in hand, he knows these pills are lethal if misused, what you take when all other options are exhausted. He never exceeds the dose, takes them at most once a month. He counts 17 pills between 2 packs. Time passes. He shoves both packs back into the cabinet and closes the door firmly. It's not an option. He tried once, not very hard, and was glad it failed. Dan calls it a permanent solution to a temporary problem, usually before saying this too shall pass. But will this? He goes to the bedroom. The bed is made, which confuses him until he remembers. He hasn't been in it since Wednesday morning, when XIII was still here. She must have made it. He spreads his hands across the sheets, searching for some trace of her, but finds nothing. He climbs under the blanket, imagining her arms holding him, and dreams of a cold river and a young boy's eyes asking the same question over and over. Why are you doing this to me? Then, as now, Oliver doesn't know. On Saturday, he forces himself to eat, not from hunger but to stop the gurgling of his stomach juices. He finds an open box of cereal, eats it dry by the fistful standing up. As sugar hits his bloodstream, his surroundings emerge from the fog. The curtains are closed despite the afternoon. The kitchen is littered with half-drunk water glasses and remnants of an uneaten lunch from Wednesday. The air smells odd, like sour milk. He should clean, but his limbs are heavy. All he wants is bed. What he really wants is to talk to XIII, but that's not an option unless he can persuade her to come back. Let him explain now that the shock may have subsided, the revelation's electrified edges dulled. He finds his phone under a COVID-19 booklet, dead. Finds the charger, plugs it in by the bed. What could he possibly say? He drafts several texts, finally settles on one. He knows it's over but doesn't want it to end this way. Asks to talk. Offers a public place. He waits for a delivery notification. It doesn't come. 1 minute. 2. Has she blocked him or is her phone off? He calls. Straight to voicemail. No message. He rolls over, burrows under blankets, closes his eyes, desperate for sleep to save him from his thoughts, his regrets. He dozes. It gets dark again. A ringing sound. Aggressive. Electronic. Out of place. He jerks awake. It's not his phone, it's the buzzer. Someone is here. Confused by the light, groggy and disoriented, he can't tell what time or day it is. Kenneth wouldn't come over. That means it could only be... He jumps out of bed. His body isn't ready. He stumbles, falls hard against the wardrobe, shooting pain from his left elbow. The buzzer again. He scrambles to his feet, hurries to the hall. Her. He can see her on the video display. He presses open, her name coming out pathetically grateful and desperately hopeful. Her tinny voice asks if she can come in. He says of course, 3 times. She disappears from view. A click as the outside door opens. He opens his own door, stands on the threshold, one hand holding it open, facing the corridor. He tries to rub alertness into his face. When she rounds the curve, her brow furrows with concern. She asks if he's okay. Promising, he thinks, that she cares. He says he hasn't slept properly. She notes since she last saw him, by the look of things. He swallows hard, asks if she's coming in. She was going to... They need to talk, but she doesn't think he's in any fit state. He protests he's fine. She says he looks like shit and his pupils are the size of saucers. Asks if he's been drinking. He shakes his head, says he just needs to sleep. But he's okay now. Come in. She says like hell he is. He says please. She suggests he go to bed, get a good night's sleep, and she'll come back tomorrow. They can talk then. The kindness in her voice cuts through him. He doesn't deserve it or her. He agrees, but asks if she'll stay. An eternity passes. She finally says all right, but only to make sure he rests, and she'll be on the couch. They go inside. He closes the door. She wrinkles her nose and asks about the smell. All he can smell is her hair smelling of sea and sunny days. He thinks of the park, her beside him, nothing but blue sky and their heartbeats. She gently guides him toward the bedroom, motions for him to get into bed. He asks if she's back, if she can love him anyway. She doesn't speak. He closes his eyes before he can see the answer on her face. He hears the blind coming down, her boot heels crossing the floor, the soft click of the bedroom door as she closes it gently, saying they'll talk in the morning. 56 days ago. Friday lunchtime. The Sierra's fifth time following Oliver into the Tesco opposite his office. She swings the space shuttle tote bag, pretending to be another office worker buying a meal deal. Today she lost him inside, distractedly grabbed a sweet fruit water she can't afford as a prop. It will be her lunch. Paused by Easter eggs, wondering if she can be bothered to exchange it, she looks up. He's standing less than 2 feet away, leaving a space for her in line ahead of him. She's never been this close, never looked directly at him, never felt his presence. She can't do this. He has a strange, almost expectant look, challenging her. Does he know who she is? What she's planning? Her real motivation feels naked on her face. If she could just get a hold of herself. Prepare. She'll come again Monday, more ready. She starts to turn, saying she's got the wrong one. She heads back toward the fridges, feeling his eyes on her, her heart pulsing with promise. She takes her time swapping the water, walks to the very back making a show of searching, then joins the tills again. He's long gone. She can finally breathe. Outside, a voice says, "Nice bag." Him. Standing in the next doorway, looking right at her. His sandwich is tucked under his arm getting squished. A hint of a grin on his face, tinged with something else. She stops. He points to her NASA tote. She takes this as a sign. Due to reporting restrictions, articles were scant, but all mentioned that Boy B had hidden a blood-stained NASA logo t-shirt in a rubbish bag under his bed. His grandmother bought it. His legal team argued it proved he didn't want to hurt Paul Kelleher, that after Shane had, Oliver went to the boy's assistance. She thanks him, says it's from the Intrepid Museum in New York. He finishes, on the aircraft carrier, right? Asks if she's been... 17 years ago he was a child. Maybe he didn't even like space, but it was all she had, and it turns out he did, still does. She says yes, once. He can't have been there. The space shuttle was added in 2012, and she presumes he couldn't travel to the U.S. since leaving Oberstown. He'd have to declare his conviction at immigration, with Homeland Security controls at Dublin and Shannon. He wouldn't have made it onto the plane. Memories of one visit a while back should be easy to flub. He asks if it was good. She hesitates. This is it. People think life-changing decisions are the big ones. Marriage proposals, house moves, job applications. But she knows it's the tiny moments that plot the course. Moments like this. She wants the truth for her mother before her time runs out. Her mother was never the same after the knock on the door. Two strange men, one in Garda uniform, one in a dark suit, both apologetic and solemn, needing to ask her son questions. It broke something in her mother's soul that could never be repaired, only grown more broken. It's about the local boy who went missing, Paul Kelleher. But Sierra also needs the truth for herself. Not knowing is a torment. Both boys had different stories. In each, the other was the ringleader, the real killer, the bad seed. The Gardaí had a third. Who started it didn't matter. They both contributed. The jury considered everything. How quickly Oliver let go of his lies, his tortured tears in interviews, the blood-stained NASA t-shirt, and decided Shane took the lead. Helped by the fact that Shane's family lived in social housing, his father long-term unemployed, Shane held back a year at school. Meanwhile, Oliver's family had one of only 6 detached corner houses with an extra acre, 2 doctors for parents, the parish priest as a character reference. He even looked better. Clean, neat, handsome compared to Shane's pale pudginess and angry acne. The judge gave Shane no less than 20 years and promised Oliver he'd be out at 18, which by then was less than 5. Chiara remembers the foreign stillness over the house after sentencing, her on a camp bed in Siobhan's room because she couldn't sleep alone, knowing they were both awake staring into the dark. She asked her sister what happened. Flat reply, "Your brother murdered someone." Ever since, whenever anyone gets close, something sharp and dangerous clamps down inside her, like a bear trap. She fears something lies in wait in her soul, a dark barbed wire thread through her DNA that could make awful things happen if the opportunity arose. How can she be sure she isn't like him? She keeps a screenshot of a supposed Abraham Lincoln quote. Discipline is choosing between what you want now and what you want the most, but discipline has never been her problem. Fear is. She thinks courage might be choosing between what you want now and what you want the most, because what she wants now is to walk away, shut this down, retreat to where she feels safe. In this moment that's nowhere near Dublin, KB Studios, or Oliver Sweet Ledger. But she needs to know exactly what happened that day. Who or what Shane was then. Who or what he might be now if he had lived. And here is her chance. "Yeah," she says, "but not as good as Kennedy Space Center." 18 days ago. Oliver wakes to sunlight flooding the bedroom, too bright, too sharp after the haze of the night before. Lifting himself onto his elbows, he scans the room and registers something off. It was messier when he fell asleep. Clothes that had been strewn everywhere are gone. The air carries no smell. The window stands open, birds chirping outside. On the bedside table sits a glass of water. Grateful, he drains it, trying to wash away the layers of dryness caked in his throat. From the kitchen come sounds. Running water, the coffee machine pumping, a spoon clinking inside a cup. She stayed all night then. He lets himself hope that means something good. He pulls on fresh clothes, aware, with a wince, this would have been day 4 in the same ones otherwise. Pain shoots through his elbow as he moves, and a vague memory surfaces, slamming it against something last night. A quick brush of his teeth, a splash of water on his face in the bathroom, and then he walks into the main room to meet her. She sits on the couch drinking coffee. Perched is more accurate, spine rigid, body braced. Tension radiates off her. Unsure whether he's allowed to sit beside her, he hedges, taking the opposite end with a cushion of space between them. She asks how he's feeling. He says okay. She asks if he slept. Not really. He thinks he'd tossed and turned, lay awake in the dark, every limb heavy, eyes stinging, temples throbbing, desperate for sleep, but his body wouldn't let him. Out loud, he says he got a little, that he dozed. Then he asks where she went over the weekend. Home, she says. Where else could she go? There's a lockdown, remember? He's not sure he did remember, with everything happening. He asks the time. She leans forward to tap her phone screen, 7:35 on Easter Monday. He'd forgotten that too. Part of him wants to keep going like this, suspended in limbo. But a larger part needs to ask the question, is she back? She doesn't answer right away. Leans back, sighs, admits she doesn't know what she is, to be honest. He risks moving a little closer. He says he's sorry, knows he can't say it enough, explains he didn't want to lie, just didn't see another way. If he told her up front, if she'd known. She cuts him off with a question. Would he ever hurt her? He recoils as if slapped. She tells him she can't be blamed for asking. He starts to protest. He would never. But she presses. How is she supposed to know what he's capable of now? She was living with him, and absolutely no one knew she was there, except a journalist. What about that journalist, and what are they going to do about that? The word we sends a balloon of hope rising in his chest. Then remembering Laura pierces it. He explains the journalist can't legally print his name. She asks about his picture. He shakes his head. No, his identity is protected. Anything that might lead to its discovery. She nods slowly, considering. He acknowledges this is a lot to take in, then says he wants her to know, and he's probably the only person in the country who can say this, that the last couple of weeks were the happiest of his life. Silence. He holds his breath. Eventually, she says, softly, hers too, but now she doesn't know what to do or think. He tells her she doesn't have to forgive him, and being with him isn't condoning what he did. He won't take it as that. He doesn't condone it himself, but it was a long time ago. He took responsibility, served his time. He lives with the regret of that one afternoon every single day until he dies. But that doesn't change what they've had these last weeks. When she came over that first night, he felt something. A lump rises in his throat, won't swallow away, and he just wants to feel that again. Tell him what to do, what to say, to make her want to stay. She looks at him then in a way that recalls the canal, that first night in this room, all the mornings since. He reaches for her, pulls her into his arms, presses his cheek to hers, puts his head on her shoulder. Miraculously, she lets him. Slowly he feels her relax into him, her arms reaching around, her hand squeezing his back. He's too scared to move, afraid it will stop. When she speaks, her voice is muffled against his chest. She doesn't know what to do. He whispers back, "Can't they just feel their way through this?" Her nod is almost invisible. He dares find her lips. She hesitates, then responds, pulling him in, kissing him back. The rest of the day is strange. They step around each other like eggshells, neither sure what the other feels moment to moment, anxious their feelings don't match. He's too afraid to ask if she'll stay the night, worried that will give her an opening to realize coming back was a mistake, that she can't be with him, can't stand to look at him. Several times she turns to him and inhales as if to speak, then changes her mind. All the while, Oliver tries to ignore his most pressing problem. He hasn't had a proper night's sleep in nearly 5 days. The toll is showing. He feels himself shifting into the most dangerous stage, when reality's fabric starts unraveling, when he begins hearing and seeing things that aren't there. Plus the microsleep episodes, falling asleep uncontrollably for just moments at a time. That signals he's reaching the end of the line, testing his limits. If he doesn't act soon, things could get very bad. He doesn't want to check out now, not today, when Shiera came back, when things are so delicate. But if he doesn't sleep, he could ruin everything inadvertently. So as the sun retreats, he admits he'll have to take one of his pills. She sounds disappointed, asks if she should leave. He says no, she can stay if she wants. She asks what happens when he takes one. He smiles. He conks out, that's it. She asks if he'll be all right tomorrow. A bit groggy, he says, but 100% less zombie-like. She smiles at him for the first time since the truth. It feels like a radiator switched on inside his chest. He takes her hand, thanks her for coming back, for still being here. He leans in and kisses her cheek, light but lingering. When he pulls back, her eyes are filled with tears. He starts to speak her name. She apologizes, wiping them away, admitting she hasn't slept much either the last few days. Probably could use a good night's sleep too. He waves toward the bedroom, says he doesn't mind if she takes the bed. He could sleep on the couch. She refuses, says it's fine, then squeezes his hand and asks if he wants to eat first. Better if he doesn't, he says. She might order something or run to Georgie's. Her keys are still on the hall table, he reminds her. She thanks him, says she'll try to be quiet. He tells her there's no need. She could have a rave in here and he wouldn't hear it. Those things completely knock him out. He goes to the kitchen for a glass of water, then to the bathroom for a tablet. In his experience, the pill takes a few minutes, maybe 10, to kick in. Then you'd better be in bed, because the next stage falls like a curtain, like a heavy object dropped from height. If he's standing, he will fall down wherever he is. And God, he's ready for this, the blissful unconsciousness. He wants to stop feeling this awful. He wants to wake up tomorrow rested, energized, ready to build a life with XIII, for his after to finally begin. He swallows the tablet. Back in the bedroom, he removes his shoes and socks. Too exhausted to bother with the rest, he pulls back the blankets and climbs into bed. The living room door clicks softly closed. Muffled TV hums at low volume. He closes his eyes. He opens them again. From his position in the bedroom, Oliver has a clear line into the hallway. XIII's large black leather bag sits on the floor, the one with handles that don't close at the top. Normally she drops it in the bedroom, but she hasn't set foot in here since she returned. What catches his eye is something sticking out, a black moleskin notebook, with the corner of a paper napkin protruding from it. The napkin bears the Sidecar Bar logo, the Westbury bar where they had their first date. Did she take it that night as a souvenir? The thought that even back then, only weeks ago, but feeling like years in lockdown time, she already believed this was going to be something, him and her, fills him with a sleepy warmth. He raises his head, holds his breath, listens. The fridge opens and closes. XIII's in the kitchen. Oliver throws off the covers, gets up, and moves to the bag. Already woozy, he keeps his hands out for emergency wall contact. He tells himself he's not snooping, he just wants to know for sure. He wants to carry the promise of XIII's love to bed, infuse it into his dreams. If she still has that napkin, even after Wednesday, carrying it around with her, that has to be a good sign. He bends down, pulls out the napkin. Something is written on it in blue pen. A list. French 75, NYC bar. No sign, secret door. Only child. He blinks, confused. These are things they talked about that night, so why would she write them down? Maybe she keeps a diary, he thinks. Just making notes to remember until she could write about them later. His eyes move from the napkin to the notebook, then to the closed living room door. He reaches for the notebook. It has the bloated, crinkled look of heavy use. He opens it, flips through, every page filled with her handwriting. He stops at random. A list of space shuttles and their fates. Challenger, January 28th, 86. O-ring failure, cold. Explosion at throttle up. Columbia, February 1st, 03. Foam strike tiles damaged. Burned up on re-entry. Atlantis, KSC, Florida. Discovery, Smithsonian, Virginia. Endeavour, California Science Center. Enterprise, Intrepid, NYC, test vehicle. If the TV is still on next door, he can't tell any more. He hears nothing over the thunderous rush of blood in his ears. He turns the page. A square of glossy printed text glued in, cropped from an interview. A bolded question at the top with the answer underneath. Another page. 2020 left Apple, Cork. 2017 graduated Swansea. 2002 moved to Isle of Man, 7. He flips to the back cover. A piece of paper folded in half and taped along one edge. He unfolds it, turns the notebook to read. It looks like a screenshot of a LinkedIn profile for a woman named XIII Weiss living in Dublin, working for Cirrus. But the profile picture is of someone else. Fog rolls in from all edges of his brain, clouding everything, blocking pathways, cutting off thoughts before they form. A familiar feeling, chemical. It can't be stopped. He knows this, yet he wants to push it back, keep a little clear space in the middle so he can think straight, figure out. This notebook. Things she told him, written down, with dates, like she needed to remember them. Not a diary, but a... Through the fog, 3 words emerge. A cover story. Chiara needed a cover story. He looks at the living room door and wonders what, is actually in there. But the fog grows thick, swirling. He stumbles, has to place both palms on the wall to steady himself. She's a journalist. That's what Sierra is, what she has to be. The only explanation. Which means he can't let himself fall asleep. He cannot. No. Oliver turns and stumbles into the bathroom, woozy, drunk. When he looks down, the ground seems very far beyond his bare feet, and it's moving, streaks of pale marble in the tiles morphing and swirling. He falls to his knees, holds his head over the toilet bowl, and sticks his fingers down his throat. Too late to stop the pill, but maybe he can delay it, long enough to think, long enough to figure out what he needs to do with her. But the fog swirls, clouds his mind, pulls his eyelids down, a black tide coming toward him. Cold water. He can keep himself awake with cold water. Oliver hoists himself up and steps into the shower. His elbow burns with fresh pain. He must have hit it, and smacks the lever. A monsoon of droplets hits his skin, but the temperature is set to warm, getting warmer, which only makes him want to sleep more. He twists the dial he thinks will make it cold. No change. His hands start to feel detached from his body, like he's watching someone else's hands at work, and they have no grip. The sink, he thinks. Cold water in the sink. He stumbles back out of the shower, hitting the porcelain basin with his body, narrowly missing the mirror above it. He turns the tap, ice cold. He tries to cup his hands and throw water at his face. Oliver? She's standing in the doorway staring at him. He doesn't remember turning around. Her voice comes out distorted, like an unseen editor slowed down the audio. Who are you? He spits through his teeth. He looks around for the notebook, the napkin. Can't see them. Can't remember what he did with them. She asks if he already took his pill. Says he should be in. He sways, tries to step and steady himself, reaching for the shower door he hopes is where he thinks it is, but he stumbles. Impact, pain, a wall rushing toward him, the sound of breaking, falling, shattered glass. Then Chiara screams, 23 days ago. Oliver begins. It was a normal day, walking home from school with another boy from his class, Shane. Sierra puts her head down, hiding her face so he can't see her reaction. She holds herself still, trying not to shake or cry. How is she supposed to listen to this without revealing she already knows, that he's describing not only what he did, but what her own brother did too? He admits it was over something stupid. They were stupid. In minutes, everything got completely out of hand. She notices his eyes filling with tears and feels encouraged by that. He describes Paul Kelleher following them home, throwing stones. Most missed, but a couple hit their school bags, then one caught Shane square in the back of the head. Instead of roaring at Paul, Shane invited him along to skim stones by the water, then gave Oliver a look that said, "Follow my lead." Shane took off running. Paul followed. Oliver did too. She tries to imagine her brother behaving that way, playing the scene like a film reel, but she was only 8. Her memories feel fake, edited, contaminated by photographs and stories heard since. She couldn't confidently say who Shane really was or how he tended to behave. Oliver explains the estate was built on the riverbank. That's how it got its name. The houses sloped down to the water. To reach it, you had to climb through some trees. Once the 3 of them were down there, hidden from view, That's when Shane started pummeling Paul. Oliver struggles to get the words out. Shane had been held back a year, nearly 13. Paul was small for his age. Oliver doesn't remember everything, but remembers Shane towering over Paul, and Paul looking up at him with utter terror. His voice cracks. At first, Oliver didn't intervene. He just stood there. Then Shane urged him on. Paul squirmed, trying to get away, had started to cry. So Oliver went over. He didn't intervene. He joined in. He held Paul by the arms in place so Shane could keep going. His voice cracks again, pitching upward. He stops, swallows hard. Kiara's heart feels like it's breaking in two, ripping down an invisible seam. One half is heartsick about what Shane did, what he was capable of, but the other half fills with warmth, love, maybe, for how much regret Oliver feels now, how much it hurts him just to tell the story. She thinks he's a good man now. He turned out to be. Maybe Shane would have too if he'd gotten this far. They made a terrible mistake, a word that doesn't even begin to cover it, but they were children who'd never done anything like it before. Perfectly average kids until that awful afternoon. Now Oliver wouldn't even break the travel limit. Shane might have been all right. Everything might have been. She desperately wishes he were here to prove that himself, to show their mother, to take away the pain she'd felt for so many years, the blame she'd inflicted on herself, the responsibility she'd taken for his actions. Their mother had always blamed herself. I was his mother, she'd mutter, the implication lost on young Sierra. Soon after, their mother stopped talking about it altogether. Oliver continues. Shane said they were going to wash the blood off in the river, and Oliver just knew what was going to happen, what Shane had decided to do. Half of him felt it was a good idea, what he had to do now to help Shane, to protect him, to stop him from getting in trouble. But the other half looked at Paul, covered in blood, saying okay, and obediently following Shane to the water, and that part wanted to scream run. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he followed them to the water and helped Shane push Paul into it, then helped hold him down, until he drowned. Silence. Sierra feels sick. For years she'd wanted the details. Now that she has them, she'd give anything to give them back. The guards came that night, Oliver says, to their homes. Everything happened quickly after that. She remembers it the same way. One long horrific blur of tears and whispered arguments. A house as quiet and sad and empty as a funeral home. They were charged and sent to Oberstown, a juvenile detention center. There was a trial. Their identities remained secret, Boy A and Boy B. Both found guilty of murder, but different sentences based on their level of involvement. Oliver got out on his 18th birthday. Shane took his own life on his. He still had another 15 years to go. She looks up at the mention of Shane's suicide, hoping Oliver has more information. Why her brother did it. What pushed him to his absolute limit. She'd never seen Shane again after his arrest. What little she knew about his time in Oberstown came from eavesdropping on whispered conversations. Oliver insists he's not some evil seed, no psycho monster. He was just a child who, for 5 minutes, completely lost his mind. A kid who made a stupid, terrible mistake because he didn't want to look like a coward in front of his older, bigger friend. He was 12. He couldn't undo it. So he did the next best thing. From that moment on, he has tried to make up for it. He took his punishment, model detainee. Did all the therapy, obeyed all the rules. Whatever they asked, he did it and more. Since his release, he hasn't as much as littered, but it doesn't matter what he does. All anyone thinks about, cares about, is what he did. He moves closer. 1 step, 2. Then he met her, and she liked him. When he's with her, he feels like himself, the self he should have been, the self he really was. Even though he knew it couldn't last, knew she'd find him out eventually, he kept wanting to feel that way, so he kept seeing her. Then a global pandemic came. They heard there'd be a lockdown. She was living in this tiny apartment, working from home, new to Dublin, knowing nobody. She doesn't even use social media. So he told himself he'd take just 2 more weeks. He wouldn't tell her for 2 more weeks. He desperately hoped that by the time the truth came out, she'd have seen enough of him to know that this is him. Now, here. She is desperate to tell him she knows, and what she feels, that these last few weeks are who Oliver really is. The night she stood in this room in his embrace and saw the scar. The evening on the terrace when he surprised her. The sunny day in the park. She collected every little good thing and kept them safe in her heart, because each one was proof that Shane wasn't evil, that he was good, that he could have lived a good life and been a good man if he'd just been able to hang on long enough to come back into the world, like Oliver had. And somewhere along the way, she'd started to love Oliver too. Now she wants to stay, to be with him, to turn this into something real. But first, she has to tell him her truth, reveal who she really is, how she found him, why she did, so they can forgive each other and start afresh, but not now. Let the dust settle from the demolition of these lies, the ruins of the past. Let the shock absorb. Until then, she has to act like anyone else hearing this for the first time. So she gets up, runs out of the room into the bathroom, and does her best to sound like she's being sick into the toilet bowl. 18 days ago. Oliver lies on the floor, his head filling with pain. Shattered glass is everywhere. The water runs warm. Chiara shouts the same words over and over, her voice sounding very far away. He tries to clear a patch in the fog to catch what she's saying. She identifies herself. Shane's sister, Chiara Hogan. She knew everything from the start, and she tells him it's okay, repeating it like a mantra. He thinks he says what, but can't hear it. It may only be inside his head. She apologizes. She just wanted to know what happened that day, and what Shane might be now, what he might be like. If the answer is like Oliver, then that's a good thing, because he's good, a good man. She believes that. She's seen it. Oliver starts to cry. If he really were a good man, he'd tell her the truth. All of it. He says no, he's not. Those words come out. Chiara mentions calling an ambulance. With everything the dark tide hasn't yet consumed, he roars out no. She protests. He's hurt his head. The water stops. She must have turned it off. He tries to turn and look up at her face, but everything feels impossibly heavy. He realizes he's on his knees inside the shower, little pebbles of what might be glass pressing into him. She says he needs help, reaching for him. He grabs her legs instead, teeth clenched, saying no again and again. She calls out to God. He forces out that he doesn't deserve. She says his name. He confesses. It was him, all him, not Shane. Her hands release him. He falls away, dropping his head back to the ground. For what feels like forever, there is no sound except the drip, drip, drip of the tap above. Droplets hit the back of his neck. He says it again. Not Shane. Then Chiara asks, very quietly, what he's talking about. He turns his head until his cheek rests on cold, wet tile, his mouth unobstructed. He starts to explain. What he told her happened. What was him was actually Shane. He forces one last push. Swap them. Swap him with Shane. That's the truth. The dark tide laps at his feet, swirling around his ankles. He starts drifting. Chiara's voice sounds so far away as she works it out, asking if he's saying he started it, that he beat up Paul, that it was his idea to drown him. He opens his eyes. All he can see are her sneakers inches from his face, but they're red. No, everything is red. A filter. Something is bleeding. He is. He admits yes. That's why Shane attacked him. Because Oliver wouldn't tell the truth, and Shane couldn't go on with no one believing him. He hears Chiara crying but can't console her. He can't do anything. He tries to lift his head but only manages to shift it slightly, now facing tile. Then something else. Water. Not just in his mind, but here, real. Not a drip, 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 a thundering downpour splashing around him, filling his head with its gushing sound. Chiara still crying. And then no more. The tide is in. Tonight. Lee announces they're meeting the superintendent in 20 minutes, so she needs Carl to find the crime. Carl shrugs. He's not sure they have one. They're at the station, sitting opposite each other at a back desk. Lee slumps in a swivel chair, swinging it absently, her eyes red from rubbing them in frustration. Carl sits on a hard plastic chair pulled up to the desk's end, elbow propped, chin in hand. The greasy remains of a McDonald's dinner lie between them. Lee picks half-heartedly at cold McNuggets. Nearly 9 o'clock, almost fully dark outside, both exhausted. But at 9, they have to brief their superintendent on the investigation and where they plan to take it next. And despite everything, they still don't have a crime. To Kenneth Balfe's credit, after they suggested the tenant in one apartment might have played a role in the death of the tenant in the other, he got both Laura Mannix and his wife Allison to come in for voluntary chats. Allison Balfe quickly admitted her husband wasn't as discreet as he thought. She knew exactly who was in apartment 1 and working in her husband's office. She hated Oliver St. Ledger, wanted nothing to do with him, thought he shouldn't be near the family's business. She saw an opportunity to make the problem disappear by whispering about it to her old college friend Laura, who now worked for a radio shock jock. Since the court order protecting Oliver's identity only covered reporting it, Lee and Carl had no recourse against Allison Balfe. She hadn't broken any laws. Laura's story about Wayback Machines, ears not aging, and fortuitously convenient corporate lets made for a great story, but nothing more. She tried to keep Allison out of it. Carl told her she should write a crime novel, but she admitted entering apartment 1, photographing Oliver's body, and leaving without alerting anyone to his death. She hadn't even told Allison, which might explain why the two women now refused to speak to each other. Laura insisted she hadn't touched anything inside, so had no reason to wipe surfaces down, but she did admit deliberately setting off the complex's fire alarm at least twice, trying to flush residents outside, including Oliver and his mysterious girlfriend, to create opportunities to see or approach them. The postmortem concluded hours ago. Oliver St. Ledger officially died by drowning. Toxicology results would take longer, but the working theory was he took a Rohypnol, which he had a prescription for, and fell in the shower. Around now, Kenneth Balfe was formally identifying the body. Whoever wiped down surfaces in apartment 1 did a thorough job. Of the prints recovered, only 2 sets didn't match the deceased, found in low-traffic areas. Behind the TV unit, under a wardrobe door. They could belong to previous occupants. Neither matched anything on file. The only item of interest recovered was Oliver's phone. It showed text exchanges with a contact he'd labeled Chiara, the last from nearly 3 weeks before. 20 days ago, Oliver texted her saying he knew it was over but didn't want it to end this way, asking to talk, offering a public meeting if she preferred. 18 days ago, she responded, maybe they could have a drink after lockdown ended, telling him to stay safe with a kiss. Their earlier messages suggested they'd been seeing each other but had broken up before his death. No one answered that number now. Calling it returned an automated message that the user couldn't be reached. The texts contained no useful detail to identify the sender. They were awaiting registration info from the service provider, but had been told it was a pay-as-you-go number. The user could have registered any name and address without verification. Also on Oliver's phone, texts and missed calls from his brother Richard, wondering why he wasn't answering. One text apologized for an earlier conversation where Richard apparently told Oliver he shouldn't be staying in that apartment, that he knew Allison Balfe hated his guts and couldn't be trusted, and that Oliver needed to leave for his own safety. The last message, sent the previous night Irish time, said if Oliver didn't check in within 24 hours, Richard would send Kenneth to his door. When Lee spoke to Richard that afternoon, just before he boarded the first of 3 flights back to Dublin, facing 2 weeks of self-isolation, he explained he was the only family member still in contact with Oliver. After a threat of exposure in London months earlier, Oliver cut all contact with friends and colleagues there. He had a therapist named Dan, but they only spoke once a month now. Richard asked that the court order remain observed. No information about his brother's true identity released to the press. Lee assured him that would be the case. The Garda press office typically released as little detail as possible, and the story that appeared on the paper.ie that afternoon contained about as much information as the press would ever get. Gardaí investigating after a 29-year-old man's body was found in an apartment block in Harold's Cross, Dublin 6, following neighbor reports of an odor. Foul play was not suspected. The body was removed for post-mortem. Anyone with information could contact the Garda confidential line. Thankfully, the day was reopening plan day. All column inches and airtime were saturated with the government's 5-phase plan to reopen the country starting May 18th, plus the news that as of Tuesday, everyone could venture 5 kilometers from home after 5 weeks confined to 2. No one cared about a nameless body in an apartment, especially not a non-crime. Lee says something doesn't feel right. Carl points out that unless he missed news of a 7-inch blade found in the man's back, it's an accidental death. The end. She wants to talk it through. He asks what they've been doing. She sits up, takes sips of Coke even though the ice has diluted any caffeine benefit, and stalls with a few starts. Carl mutters about her great start. She asks how he still has energy for sarcasm when he didn't sleep. He says it's because he's a young person. She notes there's only 7 years between them. He says she ticks a different box on the form. That's what matters. She asks who turned off the water. Carl says Oliver did. Tom Searson suggested that possibility. St. Ledger had enough left to reach up and slap the lever down, but not enough to avoid sinking to the floor and drowning in whatever water had already collected. She brings up the text messages. Oliver saying he doesn't want it to end this way and offering to meet somewhere public. That sounds like a big blow-up. Like she might feel unsafe behind closed doors. Carl counters it could refer to lockdown, 2 households not supposed to meet behind closed doors. And her response didn't suggest anything wrong. He asks if Lee is bored, if that's why she's pushing this. She asks why Sierra isn't answering that number now. Carl says she changed it. People do that sometimes. Lee notes she's had the same number for nearly 20 years. Carl admits there's always something that refuses to fit the jigsaw, but that doesn't mean they can't see the picture. The only reason Lee is still looking at this jigsaw at all is because of who Oliver is. Take away Mill River and Laura Mannix, and what's left? A guy who drugged himself and fell in the shower. The end. Lee points out that him saying the end isn't a legal judgment. He says it should be, it's more efficient. She says they'll have to look for the Sierra woman. Carl asks how. Unless something comes back on the phone registration and he's not holding his breath, all they have is a first name. Lee adds a Cork accent and Laura's physical description. Carl rolls his eyes, sarcastically agreeing they'll find her in no time. Lee drums her fingers on the desktop, thinking. Carl asks why Lee is so determined to find a crime. No blowback will come their way. One relative lives on the other side of the world and wants everything kept quiet. Laura Mannix knows she dodged a bullet and will be on her best behavior. So they can tell the super they think it was an accident, they'll look for the Sierra woman, and they're waiting on toxicology. Beyond that, he turns up his palms. What else is there to do? Lee feels like they're being swindled, like someone offering a bargain car with assurances everything is above board. They know it can't be true, but the car seems fine, so they can't pinpoint the lie. She sighs. Suppose he did turn off the water himself. Fine, but why was his girlfriend using a pay-as-you-go phone? When did she last meet a 20-something not on bill pay? They need unlimited data for their TikToking and stuff. Carl snorts at that. She continues. Isn't it convenient that not only is the phone disconnected now, but their communications stopped at most 3 or 4 days before he died? Then the entire apartment wiped clean, the door unlocked, and oh yes, he was a convicted child killer with a protected identity and a journalist on his tail. But he wasn't murdered, Carl says. They sit in silence. Then Carl asks to throw something crazy out there. Lee notes he's never asked permission before. What if there is no XIII? Lee stares blankly. She doesn't know the reference. Carl complains about her spotty pop culture. She gives him grief for not knowing Louise Lane. Lois, she corrects, but she doesn't know XIII. She reminds him they're meeting the super in 15 minutes. What if there is no XIII? Carl proposes. Lee objects. Oliver was texting her, and Laura met her. Carl clarifies. Oliver was texting someone, and Laura says she met her. He's not denying a girlfriend existed or that Oliver thought her name was XIII. But what if that was actually Laura Mannix herself? Lee tries to push aside her exhaustion to consider it. Carl continues. It fits. It would explain the convenient timing of the breakup and why she's not answering now. Laura poses as Sierra to get close to St. Ledger. He roofies himself and drowns. Laura finds the body, freaks out thinking he did it on purpose because he discovered who she really was. Fears she'll be blamed. So instead of reporting it, she cleans the place and leaves. Then she sends that text to make the girlfriend go away. Waits for the body to be discovered, then worms her way into the investigation because getting juice on the story is the next best thing. She told them she didn't speak to him, again, convenient, but that she did talk to his girlfriend. Carl insists it all fits. Lee suggests Carl should write a crime novel. She chews her lip, thinking, it's not completely crazy, but Laura must be 10 years older than him. Carl shrugs. Guys in their 20s love that, and she's hot. Lee dryly notes his mind was on the case. Carl grins, saying it was. She complains she always needs a shower after talking to him and asks him to stop sexualizing witnesses. Carl admits, Laura has that I might wake up to find her standing over me with a knife energy, then points out that Sierra and Laura both end in A. Lee says she's forgetting that last bit. Carl appreciates it, acknowledging it wasn't his best work. Lee leans back, swiveling again, considering Laura as Sierra and Sierra as Laura. It's not the worst theory Carl has ever had, but that's not saying much. Carl adds that none of the other residents reported seeing this XIII woman. Lee notes they didn't remember seeing Oliver either since lockdown began. Carl says there were no pictures of her on his phone. Lee counters there were no pictures of anyone on his phone. Carl concludes that the text conveniently contained no identifying information. He rests his case with a wink and at the end. Lee says they'll need cell tower data for the XIII phone, track its location, maybe lead to CCTV or a traffic cam, something on a city street. Carl warns they might waste hours investigating a non-crime to get a grainy picture of Laura Mannix. Lee asks what he suggests instead. Carl thinks if they do anything, it should be getting Laura on obstruction of justice. She should have called them 2 weeks ago and has been lying to them today, still lying if his theory is correct. He considers that a far greater chance than anything else. Consider the alternative. Someone force-fed the man his own roofie, pushed him through the shower door, left no definitive proof except a phone registered to a fake name and useless address, wiped the apartment clean, managed to come and go without being seen except by one untrustworthy woman, knew to leave before the 7-day CCTV loop kicked in, made it look like a tragic accident. Master criminals are nowhere near as common as Netflix suggests. Lee just says, looks at the clock and groans that they'd better move. Carl stretches and asks what they're saying. She decides. Accidental death pending toxicology and further inquiries. Low chance of blowback. They'll tell the super. They'll try to find the XIII woman and bring Laura Mannix in for a more formal chat. She sighs. She'd been hoping for a quiet weekend, even planning to get her shit together. Carl asks if she ever thinks maybe she does have her shit together, it's just that it doesn't look like everyone else's. Lee asks if he just came up with that. He winks, saying he's not just a pretty face. She retorts that right now he's not even that. He says it's hard to hear her through the glass house she's standing in. She adds one more thing. After this, he's giving Eddie Moynihan his handcuffs back. Carl makes a face. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. They head toward the superintendent's office. Carl asks where he's going to say he got them. Lee says she doesn't know, but whatever he does, don't tell Eddie where they've been. 3 days from now. Tuesday morning, the 2-kilometer restriction expands to 5. Tiara wakes at dawn, knocks back a coffee, a habit she's kept, even buying a knockoff Nespresso machine on sale at Aldi, then pulls on sneakers and heads outside. The sun feels weak and chilly, but pushes up into a cloudless sky. She walks along the canal, cuts down Haddington Road past St. John's College, turns onto Bath Avenue. When Sandy Mount Strand opens before her, beyond it, the steel-blue Irish Sea stretching to the horizon, a physical release hits her. A lead weight vanishes from her shoulders. Lightness shoots through her heart. Then the sea breeze assaults her, whipping her hair in every direction, sand blasting her face. She likes it. It's waking her up, bringing her back. For over 2 weeks, she's mostly hidden in the studio apartment, scurrying out after dark for groceries and newspapers, scouring them and the internet for news of Oliver's sweet ledger. It finally came Friday online, Saturday in print. A 29-year-old man's body found in Harold's Cross, neighbors reporting an odor, foul play not suspected. She thought she would have spent those 2 weeks with Oliver. She was going to tell him the truth, who she was, why she felt compelled to find him, that she'd started to love him in small ways, that she wanted to stay, to see if that love could grow. But his admission changed everything. Now she grieves for 2 people, the Oliver who never was, and the Shane who never got to be. The pain in her heart feels acute, mixed, confusing. She catches herself thinking of Oliver, being with him, believing in him, wishing things had turned out differently. Then she remembers what he said, that he was the ringleader, that what happened years ago happened because of him. With cold, steely certainty, she knows things couldn't have gone another way. She's not worried they'll come for her. She built a lie to protect herself, a shark cage keeping distance between her real self and Oliver, and inadvertently created a phantom. She realized this standing feet from his unconscious body, watching water pool in the shower, knowing what could happen when someone's nose and mouth rest against tiles, knowing she could just walk away. She borrowed the job and last name of a real Cirrus employee she found on LinkedIn, made a fake profile hoping that if Oliver looked, he'd find that one first and stop. She only ever communicated with him via a pay-as-you-go phone registered to Oliver's name and the KB Studios address. Before leaving his apartment for the last time, she used it to send a text suggesting they'd broken up. She watched the message light up his screen and found another layer of protection. That day by the canal, he'd asked for her last name but never actually entered it. She was just Chiara in his contacts. Her real phone never left the Sussex Court studio. She stayed in his apartment that night while his body grew pale and cooled, scrubbing every trace of herself away. The only person other than Oliver who ever knew she was there is Laura the journalist. And what does Laura really have? Not much more than the Gardaí. Laura knows what Chiara looks like, but Chiara is already making efforts to change that. And why would anyone look for her? Oliver fell and died, a tragic accident. He got himself into that shower, into that position, slipping into unconsciousness. She turned off the water when she first entered the bathroom, his head in the sink. All she did was reset the scene, turned the shower back on, as it was when she found him. Back to first positions, no responsibility to shoulder. As far as she's concerned, Oliver did it to himself. Apparently the Gardaí agree, foul play not suspected. But in the dark, late at night, on the cusp of sleep with no energy left to tell herself stories, she has to accept that she's done the very thing she spent her life terrified her brother did. In pursuing that truth, she's found another. There is a killer in her family. But it's her. The only solace she's found is understanding there might be a difference between killing and being a killer. She hopes, for her sake, that there is. Though early, the beach holds dozens of people, but the tide is halfway out, more than enough room. She walks along the water's edge without coming close to anyone. She watches the waves, the sun splintering into shards on the surface, shifting and disappearing. Then she feels her phone ring in her pocket. Siobhan. To her sister, XIII came to Dublin for a job interview at a phantom hotel owned by her chain for a position on an opening team. When things with Oliver looked promising, she called Siobhan saying she was taking the job but only temporary, a few weeks. Her real job had been decimated by coronavirus restrictions. Her boss in Cork told her to apply for the pandemic unemployment payment, which she did. She passed her work days in Oliver's apartment reading and playing solitaire. Eventually, she made her continued stay more plausible by telling Siobhan hotel had offered her a free room for the duration. Now the government announced a reopening plan. She can't expect to return to work until July at the earliest. She can't afford to stay in Dublin that long while still paying Cork rent, so she'll chance taking the train home sometime this week. She's not worried about Garda checkpoints. Turns out she's pretty good at lying. She'll tell Siobhan she'll be home soon, she thinks, as she answers. First order of business when she gets there, visit her mother. She's not sure the likelihood during lockdown, but surely for a hospice patient allowances can be made. She needs to tell her mother what she found out about Shane. Siobhan's voice comes faint through the whipping wind. Then her sister delivers the news. It's ma'am. She's about to go. Sierra is running before she even forms the intention, phone pressed to her ear, shouting for her sister to hang on, but willing her mother to as well. She runs back up the beach, up the steps, around a cement structure where she hopes the wind might be blocked. Siobhan answers again. XIII sounds much better now. XIII asks if their mother is lucid. Siobhan thinks she can hear, but can't talk. Is she alone? Yes. Put me on speaker, XIII says. A rustling noise, then Siobhan's voice takes on an amplified, echoey quality. Their mother is listening now, too. Sierra takes a deep breath, bites back her tears. She tells her mother it's her. There's something she needs to say. It's about Shane. The end. Thank you for staying with this story until the very end. Your patience and curiosity are what keep these narratives alive. Catherine Ryan Howard wrote 56 days during the actual lockdown of 2020, not after it. The idea struck her while walking through deserted Dublin streets, wondering, if a couple moved in together during lockdown and one of them vanished, how long would it take anyone to notice? She saw the pandemic not as a backdrop, but as the perfect silent accomplice to murder. At that time, the world was terrified. Masks, sanitizer, isolation. Howard leaned into that collective anxiety. Her challenge was brutal, writing a locked-room mystery where the lock was a global health crisis. She mapped every timeline meticulously, using color-coded spreadsheets to track what each character knew and when. Publishers initially worried the pandemic setting would date the book too quickly. Howard insisted it wouldn't. She was right. The novel's defining structure is reverse chronology bookended by present-day scenes. Those timestamps, today, 56 days ago, 26 days ago, that disorientation is intentional. Howard forces you to discover the crime before understanding the relationship. The central theme? Intimacy as blindness. How little we truly know someone after only 2 months. The author, Catherine Ryan Howard, a former hotel receptionist from Cork, has since cemented her reputation with The Nothing Man, a brilliant meta-thriller about a survivor hunting the killer who destroyed her family, and Rewind, a story of surveillance and obsession. On February 18, 2026, Prime Video released all 8 episodes of the 56-day series. But how faithful is it? The adaptation remains remarkably loyal to Howard's timeline structure, no small feat for television. However, 2 significant changes stand out. First, the series expands Detective Lee Reardon's role substantially. In the book, she's competent but distant. On screen, portrayed by Carla Souza, she carries her own haunted backstory involving a cold case from 2019. Second, the apartment itself is reimagined. Book XIII's flat is described as sterile and anonymous. The show made it claustrophobically cozy, warm lights, bookshelves, houseplants. That decision makes the violence feel even more violating. The production faced enormous hurdles. Filming began in late 2024 on soundstages in Toronto and Dublin. The challenge? Recreating mid-2020 lockdown Dublin. Empty streets, shuttered businesses, a specific kind of silence. The crew used digital set extensions and filmed overnight to achieve the ghost town effect. The bigger problem was intimacy. Scenes between the two leads required close physical proximity while actors and crew maintained COVID protocols on a set about COVID. Their solution? Pod filming. Avan Jogia and Dove Cameron isolated together with a skeleton crew for 3 weeks before principal photography began. The casting elevated everything. Avan Jogia plays Oliver Kennedy. Charming, mysterious, utterly unknowable. Jogia reportedly asked Howard for a 6-page character diary written in Oliver's voice before he accepted the role. He said in interviews that playing a man whose entire identity may be constructed was the most unsettling performance of his career. Dove Cameron plays Sierra Weiss. Vulnerable, sharp, sliding from infatuation into paranoia. Cameron researched by watching actual lockdown vlogs from 2020, studying how isolation changes a person's micro-expressions. Her episode 6 monologue, recorded in one take, was added to awards consideration reels immediately. Carla Souza plays Detective Lee Reardon. Souza brought a quiet intensity that wasn't fully on the page. She and the writers developed an entire backstory about Reardon's brother, who disappeared in 2015. That context never appears explicitly, but informs every glance she gives. Dorian Missick plays Detective Carl Connolly, Reardon's partner. The casting chemistry between Souza and Missick was so immediate that the writers expanded their screen time by 40% during production. The series was directed by Lenny Abrahamson, the Irish filmmaker behind Room, 2015, and The Little Stranger, 2018. Abrahamson specializes in intimate psychological horror, small spaces, fractured minds. He famously insisted on shooting every apartment scene in chronological order, so the actor's emotional exhaustion in later episodes is entirely real. His other acclaimed works include Normal People and Conversations with Friends. Abrahamson understands loneliness better than almost any working director. The supporting cast delivers remarkable work. Megan Peta Hill as Shyla Martin, Kiara's concerned sister, grounds the story in ordinary worry. Jesse James Keitel as Allison Meadows appears in only 3 episodes but delivers a haunting interrogation scene that made test audiences gasp. Patch Dere as Dan Troxler, the building superintendent, was almost entirely improvised. The script only described him as curious, helpful, wrong. One remarkable BTS moment, during the episode 5 confrontation, Dove Cameron improvised the line, "You don't even own a toothbrush here." It wasn't in the script, but Howard loved it so much, she published a revised edition of the novel in 2026 with that line added. Another, the final shot of episode 8, the quiet image of the apartment door closing, was the first take Abrahamson rolled. He yelled cut and said, "That's the ending." No one argued. Here's a fun fact. Howard hid anagrams in the original manuscript. Oliver Kennedy rearranges to "Ink Enemy Lord Reveal," a clue the production team actually embedded into episode 3 as graffiti on a wall. Most viewers missed it. Another, the production built 2 identical apartment sets. One was meticulously clean. The other was progressively destroyed as the episodes moved forward. You never see both in the same episode. The cast didn't know which set was which until they walked onto it. The series is extraordinary, but the original novel still holds layers that only the written word can fully reveal. Howard's interior monologues, the cold precision of her sentences, the way she traps you inside Sierra's paranoia and Oliver's lies simultaneously. The book lets you live inside their silences. The show can only show you the walls. If you enjoyed this retelling, subscribing helps support the creation of more stories like this. No pressure, just quiet appreciation for curiosity that lingers. I'd love to know, did you suspect Oliver's secret before the reveal? Or did the lockdown setting blind you too? All interpretations are welcome. And if this story stuck with you, share it with someone who appreciates thrillers that feel uncomfortably close to real life. Stories like 56 Days remind us that the most dangerous person in your life doesn't wear a mask. They bring you coffee. They ask about your day. And sometimes, you met them 7 weeks ago. Thank you for listening. Stay curious, stay safe, and lock your door, even when no one's knocking. The end.